off with not a cult. Oh yeah. Yeah, I grabbed the follow me ad. I'll need to add that to the list. All the follow me ad does is you can push home and it'll just keep the camera locked on someone. It's a camera thing. Gameplay, you just thought this was a talking stream? So normally I actually talk for usually it's like 15 minutes on the intro, which is a normal thing on streams. There's like reasons to do that, by the way. You know, give your audience a chance to pop in and get there before you start out so you don't miss anything. But, you know, every once in a while it goes longer. Now, where we left off is our ship has obviously been growing a lot and all that good stuff. We were struggling with food a little bit just because of we had gone and done a whole lot of travel, and we got here and we still had like 1,000 pemmican and everything because we were still on pemmican at that point. And then it's just been one of those things. Oh no, you're good. You're good, Justin. Just putting that out into the world because you will have people who pop in who are like, streamer, when are you going to play the game? And that usually I will deliberately take even longer to play the game when that happens. Because I do not want to reward that behavior. But what we got is we landed here, and that's just kind of been a chain of things between, I believe we had a toxic fallout, a cold snap, we had like a heat wave, an eclipse, we had, I think, 2 blights, we had, we had a triple whammy of, the temple looks nice? Yeah. We had a triple whammy of anomaly events between a pit gate, the sight stealers. What was the third one? The pit gate, the sight stealers, and there was a third one I was dealing with. I don't think it was shamblers. I don't think it was gray flesh. I know we got triple whammied by Death Pall, thank you, the Death Pall. So we had all 3 of those stacked at the same time, which then we had our pig people show up to help us out with it. And the first thing they did is they ran across here, they ran to the sight stealers, and immediately started hucking Molotovs everywhere, so they burned down all my crops with their help. Oh yeah, and this is where the pit gate was. So it's kind of just one of those things that our food has just been getting knocked down, so we landed here with plenty of food and plenty of time to get everything sorted. It's just been, everything's been conspiring to prevent us from getting more food. Now, our ship is in a weird state. We've actually got ourselves 4 unstable power cores so far. And that is the only power I have on the ship. And I got where we basically plug in our geothermal each time we land. That's not really a sustainable approach, but I kind of like it for now. So I'm trying to hold out until we get the grav core power. And then just use the grav core power. Oh, we also had some anomalies locked in the basement back here, but unfortunately, between everything going on, we did end up having 2 events of anomaly slaughterer, and they, you know, did the slaughtering. Oh, right. Oh, right, we were doing biotech shenanigans. That's right. Who was next on our list? Okay, so you do social art and animals. So super climb, fast running. Alright, so you're one I don't want to do that with because I'd have to hurt one of your stuff. And we got Lunar Bell here. And then cooking, plants, medical, social, yeah, there's no way we'd make that work. And then we got the children who I'm not going to mess with them yet. Chimera's approach. Oh, that is a lot of chimeras. That is a hell of a lot of chimeras. Okay. I like being outnumbered by chimeras by a fairly large margin. So the thing is, I could be like, bug out, let's go. And that would certainly be an argument for that. How long are you down for? Okay, you'll be back up soon. There's certainly an argument to be made for that. That's the safer approach from that end. But the problem is the food. That's the issue we've got. I've got 28 meals and 360 raw food. Did these just get planted? I mean, the rice is a little ways. I actually do think we bug out. That's a lot of Chimera, and we're still recovering from the last situation. Yeah, so I didn't really want to bug out of this situation, but in this particular case, I think we go. I think we go now. New research available. Juggernaut Serum. I will leave one goat behind. I didn't want the goats in the first place. At least they're not devourers. So, in some ways, the devourers can be better. Because, like, they'll grab onto a person. As long as you have 1 or 2 in the lead, you can just keep chain killing them. As long as you can kind of control the rate they feed into you. Whereas the Chimeras could just be tanky. Increased pollution, abandoned colony. Yeah, it's desert, so as much as I want to go straight for the Grav Core, I don't think we manage with the desert right there. So we're gonna plop down on this river. Yeah, I'll plop down on the river. Unless this is something good. Well, that's kind of cool. Lake with an island. Nah, we'll stick to just a regular tile here. We choose a plain old boring tile. Yeah, but the Chimera retreat after a little while. Well, usually, so I know they'll retreat. Usually I shred them or they shred me long before they retreat, and in the runs I've had in the past. If any of them run, it'll usually just be 1 or 2 and I can just knock them down. Because usually by the time they feed themselves into the gauntlet, there's not much room for them to retreat. But yeah, I was kind of sitting there looking, it's like, we just planted these, and while it's very inconvenient for me to fly away... Okay, I've got a geyser over here. I got that one over there, and I got these 3. Guess we're just gonna wedge it in right there. But yeah, no, like, where I had someone who's going to still be under anesthetic, and all that, 14 Chimera. Alright, so minor crash, so I gotta check on or unstable power cores. Okay. So disassemble that spot. It'll disassemble probably this way. So I can go in there and repair the unstable power cores so they don't detonate from too many bad landings. Alright. Otherwise, I need to plug the ship in. Is there any good soil right here? Not enough to matter. Alright. Grow zone. Rice. Grow zone potatoes. Grow zone. Strawberries. And I know we're not going to get any, like, remotely all of this done. Fishing zone. Sure, why not? There's, like, next to nothing in there. And don't fish sustainably. Grow zone. Corn. Grow zone. That cotton I've got a lot of. Okay, so we're actually okay on the cotton. Heal root. What else do I have that I should get? Grow zone down here. For the dye. I very much doubt we're going to grow the Devil Strand, but I'll plug it in the ground anyways. basically I'm slapping everything we can down the ground. What's more than likely going to need to happen here is more than likely I am going to need to go hunt a little bit. Because it's going to take time for these things to grow in. Yeah, and you should be up soon. Then we can get the power online. Oh, we'll also need to go over here and say... I leave myself really much room for this. Stockpile. Low priority. And dumping stockpile. Low priority. Hey, Darth. It's good to hear you got your food. Alright, so while they're figuring that out, let's see if there's any good materials on the map. Let's expand that so we can actually see what we have. I'll let you mine that since it happens to be right there. Don't really need any of that. Steel, I believe we are way more than good on. Alright, gold. Silver. Jade. And uranium. Actually, I'll let them mine those components there as well. Alright, do we have an ancient danger that we could see anywhere around here? No, it's looking like a pretty dull map in that regard. Lardine? Oh, that's because you're a child. And we can't have you hunt yet. So we'll go here and say... Zones, expand, close to home. This whole area is considered close to home. That way the kids can run out and they can help haul and clean and all that stuff. Okay, and they are cutting sandstone and marble, and we'll wait to see what they actually get on the other side of that. Okay, and we're having a party. And that's set to burn apparel. Ah, no, it's not. It was set to burn apparel, but in one of the raids it got destroyed, so... Burn tainted clothes if they end up on the ship anywhere. And burn clothes that are under 90% health. They're not utility or armor. Cool. That way any of that junk clothing that gets in here, they'll get rid of. It's a lot of Chimera. This is my only defensive position right now, so I don't really get that much lead-in to protect. Another thing to keep in mind is if you actually look at our characters, a lot of our people are still not wearing flak armor or anything like that. I believe we did get the machining bench finally. Yeah, but we still don't have the ability to make flak armor ourselves. Because we are running random research. So I just don't have control over what it gives us. And we just haven't gotten flak armor yet, or any type of meaningful armor. Apparently getting jump packs, though. Maybe this time, I haven't made them in... Man, it's been years and years. Okay, I need you to get your butt out there and build that stupid thing. We got a lot of, like... We got a lot of the bio stuff, the genes in storage. I need to make sure it doesn't rot. And that's sandstone, so go here, structure. And then do not build a roof over it. Okay. Because that way they can work on all that, and that's fine. So pretty much what we need to do is get food happening. There is not much worth hunting on this map. Worst case, I go out here and I demolish a Mega Sloth, but who is our growing people? I say prioritize sowing the rice, please. This has always been one of those ones that weirded me out, is, do you have, now you're... Okay, we're getting attacked from mechs from multiple angles. They got one Scyther by itself to the south. Got three Scythers, a Lancer, and a Pikeman to the right. And a Pikeman, a Lancer, a Militar, and a Scyther, and a Centurion to the left. So, what we're going to do first is we're going to restrict everyone into the home zone. We're going to run down here, and we're going to get rid of that Scyther really fast. Because that's when we can knock out easy. Okay, so that one's done. Alright, so the big issue here is that Lancer and that Pikeman. Okay, you're set up wide in the open. So what I might be able to do is I might be able to go to this area, use this ridge here to draw them out, and then send my melee off to rush in on them. The Lancer and the Pikeman, that is. They're trying to thin out their numbers as much as possible. Oh, I'll need to change our stuff to not carry the Tox Pack. Let's actually do it now. I'll manage apparel, anything. No Tox Packs. So the plan here is to rush in, try and gain aggro on them, and then use the cover to draw them closer. So we can hopefully shred the Scythers before they get very far. And then when the Lancer or the Pikemen try and get involved, we're going to try and run our melee at them. Come on. Take the bait. Or de-aggro or do something. Oh, we're too slow to dodge this one. Okay, that's fine. Luckily it keeps missing and just letting me kind of go for it. We're running a risk here of just getting popped right on the opening. Okay. The Lancer's down. Okay, now is that all of them? Yes. Okay, so the good news is the Centurion's staying way behind, so he could probably run up, deal with the Lancer, deal with the Militor, use this wall to block the Pikeman and the Lancer. and deal with them really quick. Where are you going? Where are you going? Okay, that works. No, I need you to not have a mood break for just a little longer, alright, friends? Just rush it. You're too late to dodge. Okay. So we've got a pikeman and a centurion. Honestly, rush it. Adjust our positions in a minute. Did you take friendly fire from the back? Nope. Nope, you just got slapped around a bunch. Alright, well that makes that all sorted. Could you not leave them laying on the ground? Why are you carrying baby food on you? Okay. So everyone's pretty crabby because they're hungry, they're tired. But yeah, with each... Yeah, no, the permanent spine injury is rough. I do have some Luciferum, but we have not been finding it very fast. So I've been trying to wait till I actually have a decent amount of reserve of Lucy. And then after I get that far, then I'll worry about it. Alright, where's that sparrow we need to kill? We'll just go after it. Done. Okay. I need everyone to get laying down so they can get treated. So you can sort people's moods out. Okay, let's open these doors back up again. And these doors, not full open, just get it down to just one door back and forth. Yeah, you got one door from there. Basically just make it so you can make faster progress through the ship, but also not having it wide open, because we got pretty badly burned earlier that we could have lost a lot more than we ended up losing because I opened the ship wide up, and that got to be quite the mess. Okay, we're gonna wait to have people climb in the machine until we start getting some more stuff planted, because they're very, very rapidly running out of food and everything. Unfortunately, you're one of the ones that got hurt really bad. One power cell is still open. We're still waiting for them to be repaired. Unfortunately, the two people we got knocked down are our main planter. Yep, keep trying to burn stuff out in the water. I will say, of the pyromancers I've ever had in the game, that has been one of the more annoying ones. Okay. And now I got those patched up. We can fill in the gaps in the hull. Because those ones got damaged when we landed. Starving on Zerks. We have meals made out of her venerated animal, which is why they're still in there. Cool, man. Alright, so we need to bump some people up on the hunting. For right now, researchers, get out there and start hunting. I'm gonna start this party. I'll deal. There's your Zeus hammer. I'm gonna start this party. Let's grab everyone except our construction person and our planter. I got a Mega Sloth right there. It is made out of copious amounts of meat. It is dangerous for us to hunt alone. But when you unleash, like, 8 assault rifles on it, you know, it's far more manageable. Yeah, I have a spare shield belt we got at one point. Yeah, so our closet in here is actually pretty full. But that's not where our food goes. Our food all goes back here. Yeah, so we're getting the rice planted. We're using what we can hunt to augment our food for right now. Until we can hopefully get our first crop up. The big thing is I got to get our people planting faster. Yeah, because you're my other planter. Right, you're my warden, my planter, and then you do stuff after that. Alright, so we got Marauders with 11 Yatkins. They're offering me good pianos and all that. Right now, we still gotta secure our food situation again. We can worry about other stuff once the food is secure. Meanwhile, we pulled people off of research for the time being to get the food in good place. Once we start running low on things to hunt, we will start putting our researchers back on research. So, like, in this particular case, we let you go back on research. I'm gonna let you go back on research. We'll keep one person still running around and hunting the last 4 animals. Because we're just trying to drag out those meals for as long as possible. Right, and you are butchering and cooking. That's fine. Honestly, deprioritize cooking a little bit on you to give them time to get the crop caught up. And hey, Phoebniz, how's it going? Phoebniz, sorry. Okay, the monolith has arrived, and it's nice and nearby this time, which is perfect. Get some anomaly research while we're waiting. Maybe we'll get something we can actually toss down on one of the benches here. Get the heart, something like that. Bulk goods trader. We can work with that. Who are my social people? And Andor is my best social person. Okay, so let's see here. We can go ahead and give them a whole big old pile of various leathers and claws. We get a bunch of yayo. They've actually got Luciferum on their ship and some Gravlite panels. Not a lot of Gravlite panels, not enough to matter, but they do have them. We can go ahead and not worry about that. Standard Grav Text, I'm going to grab that book. A medical book. We have 2 medical books that are the same quality. We can go ahead and get rid of the hats that we're not using anymore. We've got a worn out helmet and another helmet that's got some wear and tear on it we can get rid of. Some shirts that got some wear on them. Pants. Okay. So, food options. We can grab those vegetarian meals. The cloth are fine. I'll grab the advanced components since I can't make those yet. I'll grab the medicine. I'm gonna grab the Luciferum. And that's already being bowled. So if you can just go ahead and haul that in. Haul that in. Haul that in. Oh, there's the last one. Haul this in. And then the food, I don't need to worry about them hauling. They're going to eat it. They'll get to it or they won't. Harbinger Tree Sprout. Okay, so. We're at the point, because with all these permanent scars and all that, on both of my melee pawns, I do have about 40 Luciferum here. So we are officially joining Team Luciferum. But just my melee pawns. Because what that'll do is all these scars we're collecting, it'll slowly fix those scars. It won't fix the missing limbs, but with a spinal scar, like a spinal and a stomach scar, those are going to be a long time to heal. A torso scar, like that is, like, the torso scar I can't heal up without either Mech Healing Serum, Unnatural Healing, or Luciferum, or the Bio Regeneration. And then we also have tech we have that behind. A lot of the rest of this will be bionics. So that'll give me at least something. You wonder if you can, I wonder if you can, so the ship launch ending from the space map, or even from the Odyssey ending map. I have no idea. I'm honestly curious how some of that can work. You achieved a state of D-grade tacos and burritos. Ah, Taco Bell, I see. Alright, got horses and ibex we can eat.
Thank you Jwalker76 for subscribing for 19 months.
And thank you Jaywalker for the tier 1 sub. That's 19 months you've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate the continued support. It means a heck of a lot, so thank you so much. It's 1 year and 7 months. Let's see, you died for the first time in this game today. First run. Gotcha. Yeah, no, losing in RimWorld is a very normal part. Even if you turn down the difficulty, expect to take losses. Now, granted, if you turn it all the way down, I'm trying to remember. So there's kind of a cutoff where it's something like Community Builder that it will disable the more like there's peaceful mode where there's not hostile events. There's community builder where you don't get the severe events. And then everything above all of that, all of the events are enabled, just, you know, it's whether they're slightly weakened or increase the strength. But just having the higher events will still sometimes get you killed. Like that's oh man, who was it? There was one of like the big, you know, 500% no pause, you know, streamers. And I can't remember what he was doing, but he was just trying to show off mechanics kind of thing. Ended up just getting absolutely blasted on an easier difficulty. And it's like, yeah, that's just one of those things. RimWorld, even on the easy difficulties, can get you. Like, don't get me wrong, 500% is certainly harder. But, or even losing is fun is certainly harder. But it is just kind of one of those things that the right events at the wrong time. Was it Drongo? I don't think it was. But yeah. Hey, Killadrix, thank you so much for the raid. How's it going? It's over there lurking earlier. I hope your colony is still going well. I think when I was there earlier, you had one pawn, so I'm assuming it was a new run, whatever. Let me go ahead and get a shout out for Killadrix. For those who do not know who Killadrix is, an absolutely fantastic content creator. Also been playing RimWorld Odyssey among other games recently. Definitely good times over there. Plays a whole bunch of different games. Has done like Vintage Story, Valheim, RimWorld, Project Zomboid, a whole range of things. So good times over there. Definitely recommend. Alright. We just had Lardine aged up real fast. Always medical. Medical and shooting. Yep, and yep. Ooh. Okay. Do we lean into the possibility that in our future we do some serious smacking? Like, get rid of the shooting passion, obviously. Because we don't actually have a solid one. Gotcha, Kildrix. You, thank you again for the raid. You get that dinner, and thank you for the lurk. I don't say that. Killa's sweet. Killa's fantastic. Killa's fun. Let's see. You don't play super hard level, and you nearly got wasted by a long heat wave paired to the solar flare. Oh yeah, no, the right series of events, even playing on like the easiest difficulties, will still knock you down. Like, I've had runs where I was on a lower difficulty, where it's like, you get gut worms, you get, what is it, sensory mechanites, and then you get, like, malaria after all of that, you know, and then, like, a cold snap or whatever, and none of your people are doing any work. How long have you been streaming? For a number of years now, I don't know. Like, has it been, like, 5 years or something like that? As far as tonight, you can just look at how long the stream has been going. It's been a while. Yeah, Iron Will is one of your favorite. Yeah, no, Iron Will's good. So I think Iron Will is objectively the most correct option here, because that's just very unlikely to have that many breaks. I'm just considering getting a solid melee pawn. We'll go with Iron Will. I think Iron Will is the correct answer. I usually like to have 3 melee pawns. The thing is, because this is a child aging up, I'd have to wait a long time before we get that melee pawn, and then start training them up. Which does mean definitely the next one I'm going to get Nimble, and then the next one after that I'm going to get like Jogger or something, or Tough. It's coming up on the anniversary of you pressing the go live button. You're not wrong. Alright, so let's go there. Yeah, no, it's a lot of times I think about the partnerversary side of it more than the other part. But yeah, no, it's coming up on 5 years that I've been streaming, which is weird to think. Because like when I first started streaming, I was playing GTRP with a couple of people that was kind of just a one-off. I actually don't do much RP in my past, but I speak at a lot of conferences, and while the technical stuff is easy enough, the kind of rolling with the questions and all that, like the more improv-y side of things, there wasn't really a good way for me to practice that, practice that skill. And so after seeing a couple people do RP, I was like, you know what? That might be a good thing to try. You've been subbed to yourself for 46 months, it looks like? Gotcha, well if it's 46 months, then that'd be 4 years. Well, right, because that'd be since affiliate, which did not take long for me to hit affiliate. I did that in, like, my first month or something like that. It's very quick. But yeah, so I did the RP thing, and, you know, just for that, and I had a friend I was RPing with that they were able to be online, but not on the server. And we had been discussing 5 years and you only found Rual this year. Crazy. How to found you? Well, thank you. But yeah, so we had been discussing that, like, the way the server felt was entirely different to us just because of where our social interactions were taking us. And so I was like, hey, you know what? I could probably stream it so you could see, like, my perspective of how the city looks and all that. But the server was only up for iCamera. It was like 3-4 days a week. And so I started streaming, you know, this is the middle of the pandemic and everything. It's easy enough to tell. Did you start streaming in the heat of COVID or after people started acting like everything was fine again? It would have been during the pandemic. Because, like, not long before the pandemic, the office I'd been working from down here had gone fully remote anyways, unrelated to that. And so it was at home anyways. And then, you know, that was when I started doing the RP thing because I had more time, because since then I only had to deliver on deadlines. I didn't just have to be, you know, I didn't have to spend 2 hours every day stuck in traffic and all that kind of stuff. It's like suddenly getting a whole bunch of, it's like, you know, just getting rid of the commute was suddenly like I was getting, you know, 10% of my life back in just not being stuck in traffic that I could do stuff with. So I was doing the RP thing to practice the improv thing. And then I started streaming. It's like I went live the first day and I just, like, literally I went live the first time and I just kept going live almost like with no days off for the longest time. And again, that wasn't zero intentions of doing anything meaningful with it. I was just enjoying it. I was hanging out with some friends and all that. And then as the days the server was down, I'd play like Project Zomboid or RimWorld or City Skylines or whatever piqued my fancy. And especially with like RimWorld, I had a lot of people who just weren't my usual audience present. So yeah, I'll take the Neoformer. Now there is a possibility that when they show up, we will be attacked. You can have a Vampire Hunter raid show up. Been around for about half a year, 4 years? Yeah. But it was just kind of one of those things that, you know, we had other people start showing up. I was like, oh, I could do something with this. Because at the time, my company had been acquired. And I don't mean like I was the owner, but the company I was working for had been acquired. And, sorry, the company I had worked for had been acquired. And the first acquisition was, you know, there was some positives and negatives, but it was fine. And then the company that had acquired my company got acquired, and it was a financial firm who knew absolutely nothing about the industry we were in, and that didn't go as well. And so, unfortunately, with all that, like, that company imploded. But, like, for me, it was, I just sort of like, alright, well, the streaming thing's working, I'm just gonna... Yep, so we did get the raid triggering. So it's Vampire Hunters, and they are packing an alarming amount of heat. So what we're going to go ahead and do is, I can't really afford to take off and go again. Actually, maybe I could. But let's go ahead and get people in place. The thing to keep in mind as I'm setting up for this, I don't actually have much armor. And I don't really have that strong of a defensive position built up yet. Oh, I meant to keep that door open. That means more than likely they're going to target my engines. Yeah, well, I mean, I've been basically full-time since the beginning, all things considered. Alright, we might be able to abuse this. So let's have everyone duck out here. Oh, wait, wait. It looks like they all snapped to change who they were targeting. Because that's what I was waiting for, is I wanted... Yeah, they all snapped, like, suddenly. Like, you could see them all stop moving. Hey, if you want to lead in, I am okay with that. I'm glad both of those fires didn't really spread. Okay, they're just gonna leave now? They're just gonna leave now. I'm down to let them leave. Hey, Nicole, buddy? Oh, oh. I would like those assault rifles, so I'm trying to spare them being burned. Alright, let's see if we can't be opportunists. We'll try and catch some of their slower moving ones as they retreat. Because they've got flak armor and I can't make that. And that is what I deserve. Let me guess. Brained. That's what I get. Got greedy, got punished. Alright, what happened to Zerks? Just some bad hits. Yep, so unfortunately, Canahawk got brained. And now it's one of our researchers. Ah, that was our very neurotic, industrious one. Boo. We didn't get any flak armor, I think, out of it either. Yeah, that is always the risk. For those who don't know, there is a mechanic in RimWorld where outside of you have a certain level of protection against a certain amount of damage, there is always a risk of just getting an insta-kill on you. Like, not even they happen to hit you in the head and it did enough damage, but like literally there is a mechanic in the game where it will roll the dice and be like, does this character like instantly die? And it can happen. There's only a handful of armors in that do make it impossible, like the Cataphract helmet. Against most weapons it can't happen. It has to do with the armor penetration, if I remember correctly. But even that, if you have like the Lancer's charge lance, even with Cataphract, I believe it can still brain you. Just right on the opening. So that sucks. The worst one is that person was very neurotic, industrious combination, which is an absurdly good combination. I know I shouldn't have pushed. I had kind of hoped we were going to just roll up on them and be able to knock them really fast, but you could see how much firepower we put into them before they finally did go down. Oh, you weren't even a waster and you're popping toxic gas? That's a bold choice. Well, why did you not bury them? Oh, that's not the person. Yeah, we don't care about burying them. So with that, what's going to need to happen here? So let's make ourselves a new dumping zone. Way over there, that's low priority. You go here, and you're normal priority. Corpses, do not allow human or entity corpses or rotten corpses. Think there is just part of RimWorld? Yeah, but honestly, that was a bit of a big risk for me to maybe get myself some flak armor. I don't think the trade-off was... Basically, for the risk I took, I don't think it was actually going to be worth the trade-off. Alright, well, there's an assault rifle, so go ahead and grab that. There's an assault rifle, so you go and grab that. And actually, honestly, at this point, Lunar, go grab that Hellcat instead of your EMP rounds. The vampires are dead. Actually, they shouldn't be able to die. Oh, you know what? They probably got shot in the brain or their bodies got burnt. Brained. So that means in the fight, 3 people got brained on my side. Got Zerx. Oh, that's right. You had the, You are a pyro. You wonder if vampire parties have a boost their chance to brain? I wouldn't think so. That'd be a weird thing to just suddenly add in. It's just, like I said, it's just an RNG thing that as long as you don't have over a certain threshold of armor, there's just always a chance it just rolls the dice and says you insta-die. And that's separate from, okay, they hit you in the heart and it happened to do enough damage to kill you. Like, there's 2 separate rolls you can have there, where you can have one roll where it just says instant killed, you died. No other considerations, you just instant killed. But then there's also like, okay, you got shot, you hit this part, it happened to do enough damage to instantly kill you. It is one of those mechanics that in RimWorld you're just like, I don't like the existence of this mechanic. And there's stuff you can do to turn it off, but if you turn it off, it makes it like too little of a thing. Yeah. But that's like one of the only ways to kill vampires? Yeah. Well, that and fire. Because when you light them on fire, it usually burns the corpse. And when the corpse is gone, they die. But yeah, so the fact out of, like, what shooting back and forth did happen, because we only had, like, 3 other people take any injury, that 3 people got brained, that sucks. Do you think vampires would wear helmets? Yep. Well, I mean, to be fair, we were wearing a helmet too. It's laying right there. It's excellent quality, and we still got brained. You read the devs thought of making vampires harder for 1.6, but they never did. Like, harder as in the vampires better, or harder as in the vampires worse? Or, like, more maintenance? Because I would say Sanguiphage are already ridiculously powerful. Now, I could see, like, the vampire, like, the hostile ones, you know, showing up actually wearing armor and such, you know, at higher wealth. I think that would be fair. More work to kill? Yeah, no, I mean, the big problem is most of the time, because the only times you get into Sanguiphages most of the time in a normal run is there's this event we have here where they come and they have the meeting where they're friendly to you, Or you have the one where the ship comes down, it's just like 5 of them. And regardless, they're super easy to knock those down because they're just, you can just outgun them kind of thing. But part of it is the Sanguiphage almost never wears armor. I do think if your wealth got...
_ins for subscribing for 8 months.
And thank you the
Dines run Rual tree Rual run Rual.
And thank you the Ints for the tier 1 sub. That's 8 months been subbed to channel. I really do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot that you continue to support the channel, so thank you so much for that. But yeah, no, I think if they made it so as your wealth got higher, the Sanguiphage would either show up with more people on their shuttle and or they would show up with armor. I think that would make enough of a difference. But I don't even think those events were intended to be like an actual challenge event. I think the intention were that is how you get, you know, that's just like the method of which you get Sanguiphage if you didn't start with one. So it's kind of like the event where you get the Mechanator is pretty easy. The event where you get the ship is pretty easy. Like the anomaly, you just push the thing and it gives you a really weak encounter. It's just kind of turning that function on is the way I think they see it. I honestly would like to see there be maybe more stuff with the Sanguiphage thing. Cool, so we did get a mood bonus. We're all the same ideology, right? Yeah. So we're gonna do a couple of parties to try and offset the death. You'd love to see roaming vampire hordes out looking for fresh blood. Yeah, I was gonna say, I could definitely see them adding just like a Sanguiphage attack event kind of thing. I think that would be good. Okay, what was that just popping up? Oh, Work Frenzy? That's fine. I think that would be a good thing. That's actually one thing I find that RimWorld doesn't do well, is they'll come out with a DLC, and then, like, they don't really add any of the content, like, they don't go back and backfill stuff very much. Because, like, there's stuff they could do with the Sanguiphage and the Mechanator and a whole bunch of other things that they could add some more flavor to all that, but... And I don't even mean, like, build new mechs, but just your random world events. Like, I think it'd be good if we had world events that say, hey, if you own this DLC and that DLC, you now have this world event that can show up. You know, this, like, the blending of it. They don't do a lot of that. And I get it, there'd be events where if you're like, well, you know, someone's like, well, I don't like Anomaly, they turn off Anomaly. And then there's all these, like, tangential events get turned off because they depend on both. As part of what the devs thought of, they just had too much for 1.6 to get it out. Yeah. Well, hopefully, I would like them to, you know, come back around and jump with some of that. Alright, well, we'll rescue this person. They are with the Empire. So we're gonna patch them up. Yeah, so no, losing Canahawk hurts. I want to say Canahawk... No, that was the run before where Canahawk was our main hauler cleaner. They were one of our main researchers, and on top of that, they were industrious and very neurotic, which means they got stuff done. But unfortunately, that is RimWorld. Oh, wait. Wait. Before too much time passes. What am I doing? Tear that shelf down right now. And then we're gonna go here and furniture, or miscellaneous, sarcophagus. What stone do I have handy? Marble. Go here. Marble. Sarcophagus. Build it like right now. Open up that grave. Okay, you're rotting a little, but you're not too far gone. Get him in that freezer. Just in the really unlikely case. Storage. Clear. Bury them. Just in the very unlikely case that we do get a Mech Resurrection Serum, we can bring them back. Alright. Now they did rot a little bit, which does increase the risks of things going wrong with the Resurrection Serum. Because I did forget about that for like a day. As long as their body isn't desiccated, we can try to resurrect them. But that'll require us getting very lucky on an Ancient Danger or one of the new complexes or whatever. Mech Resurrection Serum is still a very rare item. Okay. Alright, so take those drugs. I'll take those back, actually. Can gift. Gift you those. And the drugs. That'll be good enough for now. Alright. I have no one here I want to de-age right now. The oldest we have is an Andar. But we'll get there. Okay. So food-wise, we're not in amazing shape yet, but we'll get there. We've got a boatload of stuff planted. Just a matter of being able to get a proper harvest out of them. I have a lot of people who keep idling. We really don't want that. But I also don't really have much capacity for like steel and all that, so there's no point in me mining. We're basically just waiting on crops. Hey Morphin, how's it going? Alright, I don't imagine that's going to matter one way or the other. We also did not get our Neoformer because we didn't manage to protect the vampires long enough. They wouldn't happen to have it on their person, would they? No. You just don't get it if you fail it. That's totally fair. Alright, we got advanced lights from the book. They still got our jump packs. The advanced lights is a good one because that just cut down our power use by probably like 600 watts for all of the lights now using half power. And there's like the temptation to avoid provocation to keep things moving there. But I'm also thinking it's like, no, because we get the Noctil event and then kill all my crops. And that's actually a very likely one, as we could get the Noctil event. It's so good to find ways to save power. Yeah, I mean, the big thing we need to do is... research-wise, I've got a book that's slowly getting me the standard Gravtech. That'll extend our range. Well, greetings to you as well, Morphin. But yeah, so, but I really want the advanced Gravtech because of the GravCore power cell. But that's going to require the multi-analyzer and fabrication. And we're working on our research, but we do have a lot of penalties going on. We are a tribal start, so we research at 50% speed. And then our ideology is also a ritualist ideology. So we have extremely slow research, which is 25% speed. Those do stack to give you about 12.5 your normal speed. So yeah, you get the idea. Maybe the next time we have our ideology reset, I think what I'll actually do is I will, the next time we have a reset in our ideology, I think what I'm going to go ahead and do is remove the grizzly bear from venerated. Oh, right. Okay, so in 12 days I'll be able to do the sky lanterns. I forgot that one's not... You have some that can only be done in a certain days, and you have some of them you can just do any time, but there's like a cooldown between it. Oh yeah, no, the new DLC is absolutely fantastic. Mechanoid Cluster. What do we got popping in here? Screw you, Cassandra. Alright, go orders. So what do we got here? Oh, that's fine. So we're gonna get at least 2 centipede blasters. Only 2 mini sluggers. A scorcher, a pikeman, a scyther. Sorry, 2 scorchers, some militars. This. A lot of sentries, guns and all that. Can't bear that restriction? Yep. So schedule close to home. Stop planting, please. And just harvest what you can. So just grab what you can as fast as you can, haul it inside, and we'll probably just move on. And we're all wearing face masks so we can endure being out in the pollution quite a bit. But that's going to be a hot mess is what that's going to be. Major break risk on you. Ah, that is fair. So Donkey Duff, console them. Cool, so we canceled the major negative mood penalty. Yeah, so the goal here is I'm just trying to yank up all that food really fast. And we can just load up our freezer. That'll be a decent amount, and that should be plenty for us to go after the next grav core. It's just annoying because, like, seriously in this run, there's just been one event after another event after another event attacking my food supply. And not very much attacking me. It's been a logistics fight. Yeah, because now I got 66 meals and about 2,000 raw food in the back, and we're going to keep bringing more. There's one thing Cassandra loves, it's messing with Rual's food supply. Yep. And you see, because I intend on overgrowing things. But I don't think we've actually gotten a harvest out in like 2 in-game years that I've got a full proper harvest out where I haven't had them cold snap it or burn it or toxic spear it on this one. Now granted, if it wasn't so gnarly, I'd probably run up there and just deal with it, but the idea of the all that range with very little armor, not feeling great about it. No problem, Morphin. I understand that English isn't everyone's first language. What are you grabbing up there? Yeah, because of that counter before they activate's getting down real fast. That's fine. Yeah, still have about 4,000 raw food in the storage, give or take, by the time we load it all up. And everything is on board. And let's just get the heck out of here. We'll just go after our next ship part. Heck with this place. Smells funny. Alright. Randy hardly ever touches your food. He loves sending mech clusters right next to your growing zones, though. Yeah. Alright, so let's go ahead and get this one. Well, that's interesting. Just the way it generated, I can already see in the hallways. Alright, so geothermal vents. Well, this is not going to be the most convenient one, but that's okay. Yeah, so I think that's about where we can settle. I just have to run a wire to that geothermal. And we don't want to stay here super long. It doesn't have much to offer me. Craft nauseous, so everyone's going to be a little nauseous for a bit. Cool, man. So I'll run the power line straight over here and up into it. A zone. We have the close to home zone. Will be anything in that area, I guess. Schedule, you are unrestricted. Just in case we are here for any length of time. Just chuck down a bunch of potatoes. Randy did get an update, but most can't. It was in the last update. Yeah, my understanding of what they did with Randy is Randy had a tendency to go for long naps where he didn't do like really much of anything for a really long while. And my understanding is they did make it so he should have less of a tendency to just check out for long periods of time. Ooh, compact plasteel. Okay, there's no components that we can get a hold of. Gold. Silver, if I can spell. Okay, it's good enough. Alright, so you're starting to work on all that. Let's let them get that power online. I'm also going to need stockpile, dumping stockpile, low priority. Didn't even check. What's the grab core? Crashed mechanoid platform. Okay, so we're dealing with mechanoids, so you are going to go and get your EMP pistol back. Please finish building that. And you got granite blocks. That's good enough for me. What country am I from? United States. I'm in Central Florida. Please get that built so you can go to bed. Yeah, the reason everyone's throwing up is we rolled the event where you don't crash the ship, but you make everyone nauseous. Cool. So power's online, we'll let them block that off, and once they get that blocked off, we're gonna start popping into these ruins. I'm not sure which ruin is the one we're looking for. Honestly, it could be either of these. Like I said, it is curious that I can actually see into this one. Even more curious, it looks like you can actually bypass almost all of the security doors on top of that. So this room has only one way in, out, one way out. So that's really promising. And this back corner's promising. And then this one would have to wait and see. But we got a lot to explore back there. Incompetent cook. Alright, I'm just kind of letting them cut loose. It won't be too much longer before I'll want to actually stop and mine some steel. But this should give me another power core and some more gravelite plates, which will mean more ability to expand. Which is actually pretty well timed considering we do have a book to help with the getting the bigger ship engines and all that. Is it night or day for you? We are basically leading into nighttime. It's evening. It's not late night, but it's like after dinner time. Cool. So I've got all that set up. Let's grab everyone. And I'm gonna take advantage of this whole situation. We've got this whole thing already opened up. Am I missing people? Why are you moving super slow? That'll do it. Alright, you two with the food poisoning, you just turn back. Okay, and who are researchers in the group? Fiona. You start hacking that door. You'll get into position to deal with that. We just check all the different doors and all as we run around. Yeah, so we're just gonna have to wait for you to get over your food poisoning, the both of you. Then I'll have you come back. We also had a bunch of people with some toxic buildup from the toxic fallout. Okay, we can pop this box. Alright, not what I'm looking for, but still welcome. Okay. Okay, nothing we want in that room. So that door's off limits. Because that's all bad news with no good news to go with it. Alright, so grab our arranged here. Get them to the next spot. Hope good YouTubers like you end up in a good place. Yeah, just to be clear, I am on Twitch and YouTube. So while YouTube is not my main channel, there's just not much experience for live YouTube content. We do have a ton of people over on the Twitch side of things. Alright, now if you could just pop on over. You're not stunned anymore, right? No, you're just watching. Oh, there you go. Come on. Come on. Ah, crap. It's doing this garbage again. I do really wish they wouldn't ignore me and beeline right for my ship. Put them out real fast. So you get hit bad? Not really. Pretty minor burn to the leg. Okay, so next door to check would be that one over there. We got 2 of them over here. I'm missing someone. Alright, so just got more mechs in there. We could shred them for plasteel, steel, and components. It wouldn't even be the worst idea. It's just not really necessary. That room's junk. That room's junk. Okay, so we got a pikeman, 2 militars, and a gun over there. So let's grab our 2 melee people, plop them over here, get our range ready to rock and roll. Okay, next contestant. Next contestant. Come on. Alright, luckily we had shield belts, because that could have hurt a whole lot. Okay, so what's in this package? Not what I was hoping for. Okay, I got a hallway there. Alright, so this was ones to potentially have us pop open the doors and start shooting everything. Of course, it did get 1 shot off and it immediately took a pinky off. Yep, and the only mod not listed there that I have is Follow Me, which is just a thing where I can choose a pawn, and then the camera will follow them. Okay, so all of you, get on out of here. This door is off limits. Those doors are off limits. And that door's off limits. So get yourselves patched up and all that. This rune has been checked. Not a whole lot. So yeah, so Zerk's got their pinky shot off, which is great. And you took a minor burn, but otherwise everyone is fine. So then next up we gotta check the bigger ruin. Oh, so you're digging. So we're gonna go ahead and have you hack that door and then go home. Alright. So get everyone patched up. And then we'll get things going from there. Hey, Harry Paulzak. Thank you for boosting the number of subs. I do appreciate that over there on the YouTube side. For the record, I mostly stream to YouTube as well, so we have the VODs for later, because it is an unfortunate reality on the Twitch side is after, I think it's either 30 or 60 days for partnered streamer, the VODs just get deleted. So when people are like, hey man, it'd be really cool if you played Subnautica sometime, I'd be like, it's right there. It's right there, I've done that. Because it is one of those games that once you've played through it once, playing through the second time just doesn't hit the same. Like, the exploring an unknown world, that's kind of the big draw to Subnautica. Once you've seen the world, you know, it's like, oh yeah, I just need to go over to this area to find the crack that goes down underground to find the thing. Okay, so... we've got that. And you start min-maxing? Yeah, I wouldn't... the min-maxing wouldn't be as big an issue for me personally. But it would be that thing, it's like, oh, I need this material. Oh, well, I find that underground over there. And so rather than being like kind of looking around and exploring the world and having that adventure, you just beeline to the place, you go down, you grab the thing, you bring it back. And it's not the same. It's kind of like watching some movies. Some can only be viewed once, since the second time, all the suspense is gone. Right. Especially the movies that have like the big W, like, what the hell at the end of the movie, where, you know, the actually well-designed bad guy who actually, you know, does betray and it actually lands, versus like half the movies that have that betrayal, you can see it coming from miles away. Sixth Sense? I'm pretty sure I saw Sixth Sense, but man, I do not remember it well. But there's a lot of movies that they have like the big reveal. Like detective movies are usually a one and done, maybe two and done if it's those ones that you watch it the first time and you have the big reveal, and then you can watch it like the second time to see where all the story elements built up to it that you may have missed. Unfortunately, a lot of those they are the ones that are easy, where it's like you'll have all the main characters, the suspect, and then you'll have, like, the cousin they introduced that doesn't seem relevant at all. And you're just like, alright, well, that's clearly the cousin who did it, because why would they add this character who serves no function or purpose? So if you play through sub, like, once a year, and you're always like, this is the optimal main base site and design, make mini bases place, you know you need the resources in progress. Yeah, so I tend not to be that, like, I tend to be more the person who would rather just experiment. So it's not where's the ideal place I can plunk my base. It would be genuinely just kind of going, alright, well, the last time I put a base here and I put a base there this time, this seems like a terrible place to put a base. Let me put my base there this time. But I haven't played through Subnautica too many times after I beat it, because like I said, a big part of what makes Subnautica so amazing is exploring all these ridiculous environments, like the glowing bioluminescent areas and the lava biomes and all that kind of stuff. But once you've explored it, you know where they are. Like, you've done it. It's probably unrealistic, but do you want a procedurally generated Subnautica? Want to go into a new run not knowing what's going to eat you? So this actually gets on the handcrafted for versus procedural generation. That genuinely speaking, it's very, very difficult to create experiences that are interesting and compelling so far as like the story aspect and everything of them without handcrafted. And making unique and interesting worlds also is another one of those things. It's hard to do that and have it feel meaningful if it's not handcrafted. The classic, if you check out, like if you want the equivalent of like Subnautica, but procedurally generated, you're talking No Man's Sky. And people will be like, oh, well, those aren't comparable. Correct. Because it's procedural generation, you're just kind of kludging a bunch of different types of things together, and it spits out some randomness. And it's not that it doesn't look gorgeous. No Man's Sky does look gorgeous. But it doesn't hit the same way as where you go through like little crack in the ground and you find like the whole big, you know, bioluminescence cavern. The only way they could do that in Subnautica is if it was a set piece. And so you'd procedurally generate all the empty spots in between and then have like your big cave with the glowing stuff here. And then this other one, you can move them around or whatever, but the rest is filler. Okay, so we got a ship passing by. But yeah, procedural generation does have its pace. This isn't me trying to just bash on procedural generation. You know, RimWorld uses procedural generation for its maps. That makes RimWorld's maps far more interesting. Gene Pack, Scarless, and Total Anti-Tox Lungs. Scarless is nice. I don't think I would take it, though, over other options. I would much rather have other things than Scarless. Especially nowadays that Luciferum is very, very plentiful. I have more ship engines than I know what to do with, so you can have one of them. I want to save one. Is there anything I want from you real bad? I'll keep a sniper rifle. Take the SMG. Take the SMG. I mean, I got a lot of assault rifles now. I have a lot of assault rifles now. Okay, let's go ahead and start ditching the not as good quality. Actually, it's a poor sniper rifle. You need to have something for me because, very genuinely, I've got tons of stuff to give you. Aw, man, it sucks that Marine helmet's toast. But I don't have a whole lot to go the other way. Grab your medicine. Yeah, that'll do it. And grab the medicine. Compact weaponry can be fun. Yeah, no, the low shield pack is also one I kind of looked at. Alright, so let's see here. So I've got a normal assault rifle, we'll get rid of that. I have another normal assault rifle, we can get rid of that. We got 2 good Hellcats. And I kind of, for me, I treat the Hellcat and the assault rifle as kind of the same level of or whatever. I already have one low shield pack. It's a really good item. I'll grab it. I got money to spare. I don't know why I'm being picky about it. I'm up to my eyeballs in cash. I'll grab the compact weaponry as well. Okay, so apply that at tech bench. Haul that back. Haul that back. Okay. Low shield is really good. You remember when you got Subnautica for a huge Humble Bundle years ago? It was unfinished. Such a great game. Good at the situation with the sequel. Yeah, the Subnautica 2 thing going on. Yep. Like, and it makes you torn because for all intents and purposes, it sounds like Subnautica 2 is practically ready to launch. And so the devs put their hearts and souls and made it and all that sort of stuff and all that. For those who don't know what happened, I don't have all the details, but the implication is that there was an agreement between the publisher and the company making Subnautica that if they made a certain amount of revenue within a certain time period, that they would get a very, very substantial bonus. And it does seem like the publisher is deliberately sabotaging that and has let go of the higher-ups at the studio. And so now it's kind of torn where it's like, okay, well, the devs still put their hearts and souls into it. They did all this. It's not like they just got rid of a whole bunch of the dev team and all that. But also, now when you buy the game, all this stuff did happen. And so the company that did the shady garbage will directly benefit from it. This is Below Zero? No, this is Subnautica 2. Seems like it'd be illegal. It is illegal. It is actually illegal. But the thing is, being illegal and actually getting to the point where stuff happens. There are also some counter-arguments to the company higher-ups weren't actually working on Subnautica 2, spending all our time on private projects. Yeah, and that's the thing. That's the reason I said supposedly, as opposed to say they were. I obviously don't know. But it's a whole thing. My understanding, though, is the higher-ups have, like, the people who were let go, sorry, did kind of put, like, a legal action against it. But that could be just bluster. We don't know. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So it's kind of one of those things that the only people who know are the ones involved. Yep. Yeah, that's the thing. The supposed thing going on is that the game has basically been ready to roll out, and that the higher-ups at the development side, the studio, are like ready to rock and roll, and that they got thing. If it goes to civil court, they'll have to turn over all the documents or else. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Supposedly there's some legal action moving forward. I haven't kept up with the details, and we'll get to see what's actually going on. If that does happen, it doesn't just get settled. But yeah, no, if you do have a bonus that's tied to performance, and then, you know, a higher up sabotages your performance, there is, at least here in the US, there is legal protections you are afforded to prevent that kind of thing. That you can go to the court and see, like, very clearly, I did my part, and the person just didn't want to pay the bonus, so they sabotage it. Now granted, still has to go through the court system. And yeah. And then sometimes it's like, even if you're in the right, the time and effort and money and all that it takes to get through the court system kind of prevents it from getting there. I wish you had not opened with that shot, because that is a centipede burner like 2 inches from my face, but I can't take back the bullet that's already in the air. So I'm going to run you all back here really fast. And then you try and sidestep out of the way. Okay. So we didn't actually aggro. We did pop a shot at the mini slugger over there. So it looks like we got a lancer, we got a centipede burner, and then just the turret in the corner. Let's move you over here, just as a precaution, so that I know you can't get line of sighted with that. Nicely done. Perfect shot. 10 out of 10. So what I want is I want one of them. Jump on him. Hey, I am meleeing you, sir. There are rules. Luckily, where's my fire foam pack? Oh, there we are. Okay. All right. Yeah, so you get out of here. Let's see, well, lawyers wouldn't be involved at all if the company wasn't doing bad things. That's not necessarily true. Sometimes there are miscommunications and disagreements, but yeah, no, in this case, it definitely feels like someone is doing something shady. It's just a matter of, like, of the stories being claimed, whose story is true, and, you know, is there wiggle room about what's going on? Because someone isn't being, you know, being honest about it. Let's see, how do you start without research? It's a mod. The mod is the no research mod, and then you need to choose at your starting scenario. You need to choose any of the ones that has the faction that's either basic crash landed or basic tribal start. But that, like, basic modifier is what you're looking for. Now, as a heads up, if you are doing a tribal scenario, it does mean if you have kids, they will not be flagged as tribal, so they won't be able to use natural focus spots. The workaround for that is you make your save, and then you go to edit the file, and you change the faction from basic whatever it is after you started to just, it's like basic tribe, you just change it to tribe. And that'll fix that. Yeah, so that centipede did get a shot off, which surprised me because we had it in melee. What I'm guessing happened is I'm guessing we started the attack, the Lancer ran in, and both my melee switched to the Lancer, freeing it up. That's what I'm guessing happened. But without going back and, like, reviewing the clip, and it didn't get anyone killed, it just means we got scattered. But that's the reason I've started keeping a fire foam popper on at least one person in every single fight, is just for stuff like that. That would have been okay with how many numbers I had, But I've gotten in trouble with that before, where one person catches fire and they run to the next room, aggro a whole bunch of other stuff, and everything goes sideways. And if you're wondering why I've got Lunar over here using a revolver, it's not an amazing weapon, but it is an EMP gun, so when I hit stuff with it, it stuns. The downside is it's kind of a snub-nose revolver, and where it fires faster, but its accuracy sucks. It's still 80% accurate compared to the normal revolver, but still, it has an accuracy penalty. That's the reason I'm making the comparison with the snub-nose. Because that was you know, the famous detective movies and all that with like Dick Tracy, where they always carried the snub nose. And the idea is people in that situation, if it turned to a gunfight, you were usually within 6 feet of your target, where accuracy wasn't exactly your concern. Whereas concealment was more of your concern. Poor Maximus here, missing both his ears because he had a Hive Queen spit acid all over him. He's been a trooper, and his reward is a highly addictive substance. You're welcome. I'm looking forward to that spine injury being hit. That was one of the very first fights that Maximus got into, like, got the character, very first mech engagement, I believe it was, took a shot to the spine, and then that was just that. Spine injury for the rest of the game. Well, and for those who didn't see last stream, we started doing biotech, so we got super clotting and very fast on most of our pawns. There's 2 or 3 I can't make it work without nerfing some of the skills I want them doing. Can Lucy grow back his ears? No, I don't believe so. That's always the thing, like, until Odyssey, I haven't used Lucy since, like, man, like royalty maybe? Because by the time we got to stuff like ideology and biotech, we had other means of recovering a lot of the injuries you used to use Luciferum for. The only one that was still sticking around for a while was brain scars until biotech. But once we had biotech, it was just like, alright, well, if someone gets a brain scar, I'm willing to build a regeneration pod to sort that out. But yeah, no, back in the day, that was how you dealt with brain scars. You either... Were the mech healing serums in the game right away? Like right at the very beginning, or was that royalty? I can't remember. But yeah, no, it was one of those things, as rare as those were, you'd get the person on Lucy if they got a brain scar. Because it was also the thing that most of the time you got a brain scar, you're basically vegetative. They were 1.0? Okay. I do remember they were very rare. Them, the Resurrection Serum, were very, very rare. And the Lucy was hard enough to come by, but not that bad, since you'd usually get a stack of it. Like 12 or 10 or whatever. But it was one of those things that, like, if you got someone with a brain scar, if you didn't happen to have a healing mech serum, a lot of times if you had some Lucy, you'd put them on the Lucy. To get an important pawn back. Okay, so we're just waiting for Maximus here to heal. They were the one tanking the melee, so he did get bruised up a bit. And then we got to keep exploring. Clearly what we're looking for is probably down here. We're just going to go room to room, clear in the building. I'm deliberately not opening a bunch of the exterior... Actually, do you even have more exterior? Yeah, so you don't even have another exterior door till all the way over there and here. Yeah, so my guess is somewhere in here is the main room. Okay, that bruise is about healed. That's got a couple more points. And the Luciferum cures 1 scar per season, 15 days, I believe. Not doing biosculptors this run, or just no tech with your random. I don't have the tech. Plus, they are a little bit costly in space, like room. And the other thing that happens with them is you kind of need to have 1 for each person you're going to be using it with. Because they have to attune it, and then when you go to de-attune it, you gotta wait. Which the reality is you don't wait, you just disassemble it and reassemble a new one to like reset it and you just eat the part, you know, the part loss. Or material loss, I guess, is more accurate. Alright, Maximus. Okay, so you're about ready to go. Alright, so let's grab all the adults. And run back over here. Okay. Well, that's what we're looking for. So we got 5 Scorchers, a Pikeman, a Tesseron, 8 Militars. So hella fire is what they got going on here. No sentry guns. Let's take a peek real fast at the nearby rooms. You see you died as a bad baby habit? No, what happened to you was you got, not this area, but one area ago, you got a, got one tapped by a person with an assault rifle, got brained. We actually have you in the freezer. So your corpse is still viable for resurrection for now. But we'll see how long that holds up. Yes, that room's a no-go, so let's go ahead and restrict this room for right now. So this is a little bit of a spicy room because that is a hell of a lot of fire going to be coming out of there. The good news is I don't think... There's just the one pikeman. Oh, there's a sentry gun in the corner. There's just the one pikeman. There's no lancers that I'm seeing. The Tesseron's a little bit of a concern. Otherwise, it's mostly militars and fire. So I actually think this is one of those cases... We try and draw them back. Alright, you go ahead and wait over here. There you go. Where are you going? Where are you going? Okay, where's the fire foam? So what needs to happen is soon... Lunar, I need you to... That's good enough. You're not in the room, back off. And Duck here is in bad position. Go put them out. Stop running, Lunar. Stop running. How did you catch fire again? Duck's gonna die up there because Duck's running everywhere. You go after that pikeman. How badly are you hurt, Zerx? Pretty badly, not super badly. Oh, come on, Ducky Deanna. Why are you burning like you're... Okay. You're fine now. Get over here. Okay, so all of you get the heck out of this place. Where did that Scorcher go? Where did the Scorcher go? Oh. Okay. Okay, and you go rescue them. You run out here. So we did manage to kill them all. You haul that back in the way. Why? Oh, you're still drafted. Apparently heard an interesting noise way over there. I guess. It's heading back this way, which is something I need to deal with. Just trying to get everyone out of here. Okay. I thought for sure it was going to attack Ducky on the way by, but apparently not. Okay, well, sure. Because that was the thing, is like, alright, well, we'll deal with it when we get there. Okay, medical treatment. So I think we got all the serious stuff already getting patched up. You just got a bunch of burns on you. You got a bunch of burns on you. Do we have any new serious injuries? No, just a lot of burns. That Tesseron was doing work back there. And we're just gonna stay out of that building for a minute because everything's on fire. You disallow that. Orders. So good news is just that in the corner and that mech. Test runs are so annoying. Ah, you're the wimp. That's why you went down so easy. I was trying to remember. I was like, man, should have been that easy to knock you. But yeah, no, a wimp would do it. Took one solid shot to the leg, and that's all it takes to drop a wimp. All right. Well, the good news is that means we've already got where we're going to get our next grav core. The thing we've got going from there, though, is I'm going to need to I'm going to explore the rest of that building because we can get some pretty good goodies in there. And we are currently in the market for a we're currently in the market for a Mech Resurrection Serum, and there is a small chance these boxes you pop open, I have gotten a Mech Resurrection Serum out of those. Oh, for something fun and cursed, I learned, messing with some stuff yesterday, on my own time doing some recordings and all that, I have learned if you happen to have a anti-grain warhead sitting on the ground nearby where a raid drops in with a siege raid, they will use it. It's bad. I had a messy fight, and one of the things I'd gotten from it was I got a reward of an anti-grain, and the person broke while hauling it back and dropped it. I didn't realize it. And then I saw the siege launch land. I saw the anti-grain sitting on the ground, and I was like, ah. And I tried to run up and shoot the anti-grain while they were there, but I was still pretty thrashed from the previous fight, so I ended up having to back off. They just had too much good range. And then I saw them run up and grab the anti-grain. I was like, no. To be fair, the odds of that happening are very low. You have to practically give it to them. So who knows how long that's been a thing. But yeah, it was disgusting. Like, granted, they didn't target intelligently. They could have easily targeted a number of things and done way more damage, but it still blew a big chunk out of the base. That said, that run was all sorts of scuffed because I was experimenting with stuff. It wouldn't be a run that would have been fun to watch me stream. Like, that moment would have been really fun, but the bulk of the run was just it running idle at maximum speed while I tested things. Alright, so you're both getting recovered. You're almost fully recovered. Your torso has a ways to recover. I need to get some armor. We're getting a lot of injuries from this. Revenant invisibility. Cool. Next we'll get Provoke Pit Gate. Oh yeah, and pretty soon we're going to be to the point that there'll be no basic research left to do. Yeah, getting blasted by mini sluggers in the beam grazer. Alright, so it is traveling into the Arumat zone. So the problem is, it's staying in range of that gun. And I'm not burning a shield for one gun. What I'll likely do is I'll probably have my melee lead into the room, just to take the first hit or two, have everyone in pile behind it, and then just hope between the EMP revolver and just sheer volume of assault rifles, we can take that down without anyone taking a hit. Because again, we are dealing with the problem that I don't have good enough armor to prevent the instant kill dice roll. So if it hits us, it can just roll the dice and be like, yeah, I blew out your heart. Yeah, I blew out your liver. Yeah, I blew out your brain. Get wrecked, nerd. And I just have to live with that. Now I could get the smoke grenade and shut it down, but that'll make the Scorcher more annoying. I do think it is literally I just distract the gun for a hit or two. And we just raw DPS it down. Honestly, in this case, preach health on Ducky. That torso hit's gonna take a little bit longer than I want to take to heal. Man, and that is with having... Oh no, we don't have very fast healing. We have fast runner. We have the coagulate. That's right. I want to get the very fast healing, but we haven't had much opportunity. And we've got all the potatoes planted. Yeah, because you got... That was the one that they got burned and they ran up in this hallway and they just paced back and forth till it went out. It'll be fine, let's make a flying graveyard. Yeah, I think we looked to see if there's an ancient danger here. Let me just double check while we're waiting. Alright, Basette, you take it easy. Thank you for tuning in and I'll let you sleep well. Yeah, no ancient danger unless it happens to be, like, in there, which I don't think is possible. Yeah, so we got one Scorcher that's pacing back and forth. Okay, so you're about to be on your feet again. You're getting pretty close. You're about to be on your feet again. Alright, almost ready to go for another round. Well, because I haven't opened any of that, I shouldn't have to worry about them walking through it. Alright. Hey, you're still missing 9 health on your torso. And you're still missing, like, 4 health on your torso. Just, that was a lot of damage we took. Now, if we had better armor and all that, that would massively reduce the amount of damage we take on our torso. Your limbs are still always exposed to a certain extent. I think Cataphract covers it and whatnot, and marine armor. Well, even with flak, like, the protection on your limbs is just not as good, which is why mid-game you tend to have a lot of limb losses even when you survive the fight, is you end up having between the vest and the chest piece and all that, you end up having really good chest defense, but like your neck and your arms and all that's left pretty exposed. Man, that's with breach health going on as well. It's gonna be huge when we finally get to the point I can make bionics. Okay, that's about fully healed, that's about fully healed. You're getting close. Probably close enough. Limb's gonna replace fairly easily though? Yeah. Wait, did you just like... Oh, right, you have the torso scar, so you don't go to max health. Alright, well. Let's allow that door again. Oh yeah, no, come. I was really hoping the Scorcher was just gonna peek that door. And unfortunately with all that. Alright, so now it's probably a good time to make a move on the sentry. So we're gonna have the two with the shields. Gets attention. Okay, nice and clean. Now that Scorcher should pop in here anytime now. Major break risk on you and why? Because you are hungry. Hey, I know you're about to be in a fight. You can go ahead and have a snack. Nicely done. Alright. So before I mess with that core at all... Okay, so we got 3 guns over there. Got a Cyclops, I got a Scorcher. Got a Scyther way on the other side of the room. And a Militar down there. So let's tuck all of you up in the corner. Oh, good, they activated themselves. Oh yeah, the Cyclops leading in is perfect. Get him. And once again...
Thank you Shadow Peon for subscribing for 10 months.
And thank you Shadow Peon for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month and used it here. And I really do appreciate that. So thank you so much for that. Okay, we managed to cancel before that ran away and caused problems. Okay, so let's disallow that door and disallow that door because we don't need to kill everything in that room. In this room, I've got the one Scyther up there, and I got a bunch of these sentry guns. So let's go run up here, and without any further considerations of our well-being, we're gonna go smack that. I'm gonna open the container. A hollow point bolt gun. Okay. What is a hollow point bolt gun? It has a damage multiplier of 20%, but a penalty to its accuracy of 20%. There's another door to that room at the top? Yeah. That's fine. You're all angry anyways. You go carry that out. That is a whole lot of room. So I see there's 2 militars over there. And that's it for that room. And that's just a hallway. So in this case, you're just gonna beeline right at that militar. Okay, militar handled. Rather than aggro the rest of that room, start hacking this door. If we can stay away from that whole half of the room, I probably just will. There's a lot more base down there. And you're getting out of here because you need recreation. Your mood is tanking. I shouldn't have you in line with it in case it's a mini slugger or something there. Don't need to get popped in the head on 1 second. Okay. So it's clearly a separate facility. Alright, I understand. So disallow this door. And this door. Meanwhile, all of you. Shoot that. And get out of here. Yep, so we secured that room, we secured this room. We secured that room, so I can't go in there. I might choose to ignore this, well, because that's the only door to this spot. It's way over there on the far side. What I might just do is I might just smash through one of the walls on this side and not go straight forward kind of deal. Okay, so you got a minor burn on your arm. You've got a minor burn on your arm. You've got a permanent scar on your leg from it being burned by a Tesseron. Can go orders. Allow everything. Alright. So we're gonna give him a moment to eat, sleep, do the recreation, get all it sorted. Then I'm just gonna smash a hole in the wall, probably in the middle here. And we can go check, because there's probably goodies down there and there I probably do want. It's also giving these potatoes time to grow, so I can get a harvest of potatoes before we leave. Your baby is crying, elite expectations. Your friend Butler died, I have no idea who in the world that is. Baby crying. Hey, call me Doc. I'm gonna need you to stop crying. You're really bringing down the rest of the colony. So if you could only exhibit positive experiences and positive feelings, that'd be great. Have you ever considered not being sad? I hear that works effectively. Let's see, a harvest you say? You sure about that? A harvest? Oh no. Okay, so how are we doing? People recreationed and slept and fed? Yeah, basically. Alright. Like I said, we're gonna choose a section of wall down here. And we are just gonna breach. That tile already looks damaged, so if you want to just go for it. Because those fortified walls are tanky. Was one of the vampires that died? Oh. Weird. So they talk like one time and they're like, we're buds? That'll work for a place to breach. Okay, so we got a gun in the corner, we got a box over here, there's Cyclops there. Mostly looks, and there's a couple of militars back there, so it mostly seems like that's what we got going on there. Nothing in here. This will be another set of tunnels. Another room that's a dud. Yeah, no, I saw there's a sentry up there, there's a Cyclops, and there was like 2 Militars. Okay. So we got potential goodies in that spot. And nothing anyone wants here, so let's disallow these 2. And for right now, we'll disallow all 3 of these doors. Then go around the other way. Alright, so the idea is we want to bait the Cyclops out in the open so we can shred it. Once that's done, the Militar should go down relatively easy, and then the sentry gun, literally I could just run up and start smacking it with a hammer, and that'll do it in. Then this looks like it's probably another tunnel here, and then a room back there. I have no idea what... There's probably a tunnel and a room back there. Okay, we'll start just by putting you in position here. Okay, and the Cyclops went back here. Alright. So that was nice and easy. You two just rush it. Nicely done. Pop the box. Check the door. Canahawk comes back again. Alright. So we're going to be resurrecting Canahawk. Now granted, Canahawk's body isn't as fresh this time as it was the last time. Say, disallow this room. So that is one concern. Now granted, they're in the freezer, so their body's not getting worse. But it took me a moment to be like, wait, I have a functional freezer. We can potentially resurrect you. But you'll definitely be resurrectable. There's just a chance you might lose your hearing, go blind, and or die again. But that is a chance I am willing to take. Because there's a 0 chance of survival and a better than 0 chance of survival. Why am I gonna go fight? Oh wait, I want to get those rooms back there. That's why I'm gonna go fight this. There's a Lancer. Get on it before it accidentally one-taps us. Okay. And I guess it's not an accident on the Lancer's part to one-tap. Alright, nothing for me in this room. Yes, that room's off limit, that's dangerous. That room's off limits, that's dangerous. We got all the rooms back here off limits that have anything dangerous in them. The only exception is this room here. But I've got all those locks, so I shouldn't go down that way. We could probably pop through here. It's only one container there. Shambler assault. Oh, this is not a good time for that. Everyone stop what you're doing. Start running home. What path are you taking? I need you to hurry, and I need you to not break while this is all happening. We will be popping our buff. You are... Okay. You're not making the whole way there in time. So we're going to go ahead and rally back here. And the children are just going to have to hold out for a minute. Children, you are now assigned to stay inside the vehicle. So we're going to open fire on them as they run in. And you two are going to get ready to hold that door. Change of plan. You two are going to get ready to hold this door. Okay, fall back. Okay, is there a way I can draw these shamblers away without putting the kids in danger? I don't think there is, really. Oh wait, we have the door over there. Children, have you ever wanted to run for your lives? Because you are running for your lives now. Actually, that won't work. Up, over, down, and we'll take it from there. Don't go straight for the unstable power core. There's nothing for you inside there. Take a little bit of a chance here. We're going to try and bait them. I'm glad I made that a plasteel. Okay, they're coming. Are you clear? You're clear. Alright, grown-ups. Leon is in trouble. You two just throw yourselves at that immediately. Keep running, children. Okay, where's the rest? The rest are inside. Yeah, so it looks like it's just the two over there. So you two go in there. The rest of you... Please don't destroy the piano. The rest of you work your way around to that side. Okay, you are about to break. You are about to break. Just do what you can to manage your moods. Eat, do it all, do whatever. Please stop. Oh, you're breaking the wall. Okay, the wall's fine. Break the wall. Screw that wall. Screw that wall in particular. That wall right there, it's a gross wall anyways. Tantrum and Kionachik is going to destroy a shard beacon. Honestly, have a good time, kid. Shard beacon? I could replace that. Okay. Alright, do we have any more shamblers about? Okay, now let's get our moods fixed. Right, and I hadn't quite finished what I was doing, and I don't remember what it was. We were clearing down here. We can go here, orders, allow all. We need to go and say zone. Low and no rotten. No rotten, no human-like or entity. Right. Yes. We had the Mech Resurrection Serum. We'll let everyone deal with their moods real fast so they don't end murderously rampaging each other. Because everyone's hungry and sleepy and missing recreation. The entire bar there is all red. You hacked the door and didn't get to open it. Yes, I was opening this door and I was 1 point from getting in there. That'll probably just have a box for me. We will go in there to grab it. Schedule, you're not allowed to go close from home. Okay, so you'll be good enough to pop up here. Yeah, so part of it is all the rotting corpse penalties. Okay, what do we got from here? All that's fine. Okay, you did finish your research on that. Yeah, honestly, this hollow point bolt gun, garbage. It had slightly more damage, but it had proportionally less accuracy. And so very genuinely, I think the reality is it would actually be worse because I would be missing more often and doing 20% more damage when I hit and then hitting 20% less. I would rather hit more consistently than, you know, getting a little nudgy nudge on the damage. So otherwise, rubbish, garbage, get it out of here. Smells funny. Ancient Mercenaries. Well, no, we're going next. So you are at your wit's end. Okay, there's the Mech Resurrection Serum. Alright, so as soon as we have someone who is rested, that they're not ready to flip their lid, haul that back. Hi.
Hello. You're the handsomest husband to ever husband.
I don't think that's true.
Why?
I measured.
You didn't measure. Infinity Simplex.
I did measure, and I recorded my results. That makes it science.
Hypolaria Star. You didn't measure. And you didn't record your results. Where are your recordings? I see no notebooks.
I have notebooks everywhere in this room, actually.
Not full of that data.
Are you sure? Have you checked them all? They're available if you want to look. Flash Storm. I don't want to deal with a fire right now. I want to deal with not having moods break. Okay, so we got that available. Alright. You're getting this corpse out of here. Earth Rush seems to be in okay mood. Let's go ahead and pop this open. And we're going to very quickly say, that's not the right one. Use Mech Resurrection Serum on you. Come on. So the body is technically rotting, but is in full condition. So it'll probably be fine. And Kanahawk is no longer dead. That's real bad. Okay, well, you've got dementia, and you're blind in both eyes. That's because your body wasn't fresh, but you are alive, and I'm willing to work with this. It's gonna be a bit of work, but I'm willing to work with this. You know, it's just a little dementia. It's fine. Meanwhile... Okay, so your mood's in pretty good shape. Let's have you finish hacking that door. You know, let's find a new pair of eyes for her. Well, I'm wondering if I use the de-aging thing, I am wondering if I can actually get rid of the dementia, because one of the things that the de-aging can do is it can reverse a lot of age-related stuff, of which dementia is associated with age in the game a lot. Or that's a solution. I grabbed the one person who can't haul. Alright, you go haul it. Okay. So, we have a healing mech serum. The catch is, if I hit them with it, I don't know which of these it would go towards. Dementia is what I would want, because eyes is a much easier to solve problem. But with all that said, I think we are going to... Oh, I actually don't have much bioferrite. Boo! Okay, how much is... 20. And then the abduction is 60. So I can de-age, but I cannot abduct. Yeah, well, my thought is I was going to go ahead and hit her with a de-age and just see what it fixes, if anything. And go from there. But that is a solvable problem now. Yeah, so you're going to be down for 2 days because we resurrected. Yeah, for right now, let's have you all stay close to home for a little bit. Because you keep wandering into all of those corpses and getting really sick from it. Got a passive cooler for the medbay? Oh yeah, I can make a passive cooler. I actually thought I didn't have it available. But we'll get you back in here. The important one is there's one more disease you can get. So there's resurrection sickness, but there's also short period after they come back. I forget what it's called, but there's one that after you resurrect someone, they will just die after a while. Like, it gives you a warning that they're going to die. You have them for like 3, 5, 7 days or whatever it is. The idea would be, if I see that come up, we healing mech serum that away. I believe Luciferum can also fix dementia, if I remember correctly. I'm not 100% on that. The healing mech serum will cure the dementia before the eyes. That's good to know. Yeah, I was trying to remember. Yeah, never safe. Yeah. But the idea is, first of all, let's wait and see what happens. Let them recover, let them be around for a day or two. And then once a day or two has gone by, did her coming back to life get rid of the mood debuff on her husband? That is an excellent question. Yep. I'm pretty sure that's always the way it works, is if you resurrect someone, if someone has the mood debuff from, you know, Frent died or whatever, it gets rid of it. Yeah, and I know there's an order of operations, and I know a lot of it, but not all of it. Like, the one that irks me about the order of operations is, the cryo sickness from being awakened from cryo sleep takes priority over, like, mind crumble and all that. At least it used to. I haven't checked with 1.6. And that one is, I've accidentally wasted unnatural healing, which is the same as Mech Resurrection Serum mechanically. I've wasted that before, being like, okay, let's fix that crumbling mind. Popped them out, used it too fast, and then it took away the sickness, and you're like, alright, never mind, get back in the fridge. Luckily it's always been unnatural healing that I wasted, but the healing follows the same rules if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so the good news is, because I made that a plasteel, even though 4 of them were hammering away on that one tile, it held. Looks like it still does in the wiki. Yeah, no, it would surprise me if it changed. But that is just something to be aware of. If you are going to healing mech serum or unnatural healing someone that you had in cryostasis, you gotta wait for the cryostasis to wear off first. So don't wait till someone's at like 99% of the way through Crumbling Mind if you don't have to. Put them in the moment it gets like medium and just immediately lock them away and be like, they don't get to come out till we have a way of curing them. I still think my favorite one was having a cryopod in my base that we put someone with unnatural healing, that they were like, I think it was like abrasive, volatile, and disturbing or something. Like, it's truly an awful pawn. Like, that their existence in the colony was a liability for everyone. They also had, I think it was the shout that would knock people down or whatever. I can't remember. It was just, the point was it was a very, very terrible pawn. And so I just put them in cryostasis because the cooldown still ticks down while they're frozen. So if someone would get injured, would pop the living mech healing serum out, have them heal someone, and go back to sleep in the fridge. So that way they wouldn't anger everyone by just existing. You're probably ready. Yeah, you're about to become a toddler. Which will be good, then I don't need to worry about baby food for a while. Okay, so you're almost up. And the big thing we're watching is because you know, Canhawk wasn't fresh when we resurrected, is again, I can't remember what it's called, because there's Resurrection Sickness, but then there's another one that's basically you resurrected someone, but like the idea is it didn't take. So they resurrect, and then you've got some period of time, I can't remember how many days it is, before they'll just die again. And so what I do is healing mech serum that away. Looks like Cassandra's actually letting you have full harvest. Don't say anything. She could be listening. Jump packs, auto doors. Why is everyone idle? You should be set to close to home. Okay, so we could probably unrestrict them again. The reason I restricted them is they were all hanging out in all like this this rot here, and just getting all the penalties from it. Alright, so Canhawk is back up. Is immediately going to get dressed and dye their clothes the appropriate colors. Very impressive for someone who is blind to be like, oh no, my clothes aren't the right color, let me fix that. Good on you. Psychic Agony. I guess I'll give you a Hellcat as well. Because I'm kind of thinking with your blindness, your accuracy is going to be awful. But a flamethrower gives you a lot of mercy on your accuracy. That you can be pretty off target and it would still work out alright. And it can't move that forward. Resurrection, cirrhosis? Or psychosis? Yeah. Visible after 10 days. Okay, so it's 10 days we're just gonna have to have Canahawk endure. And then, like I said, if it shows up, we pop that. Well, if you're hungry, eat. Arbiter tree sprout. Yeah, so we still got a bunch of mech debris in there. Actually, we might have already gotten all the mechs out of there. I'm seeing the debris. No, you still got the 2 Scorchers there. Okay, I think they already got all the mechs out other than those last 2 Scorchers. We're just gonna let them pull up the potatoes. Yeah, the only heal for that is healing mech serum. Yeah, that are unnatural healing. Because they serve the same. They're functionally the same. Yep. That's the reason why I'm holding on to that healing mech serum. Because it could potentially de-age the dementia away and maybe the blindness. And why are you upset? Rotting corpses, that's fine. I did see we got a little bit more bioferrite. Right there. What I'm gonna need is I'm gonna need something new to strap down in here. And then we've also got a bunch more room we can grow our ship out. Which I haven't quite decided where the next room is going or what it's gonna be. It's got a little bit of space over here. I can honestly just make my storage room bigger. That's certainly one thing. Oh, right, we're gonna get the engine soon. Yeah, so we can just save it, because I've got a book that's teaching me standard gravtech. So I think we'll just hold on to all of that for when the standard gravtech becomes available, and then we'll start putting our engines in all these places and all that. Because I'm gonna need to grow this whole area. Honestly, like, this little piloting area will probably have to move at that stage. Like, I think what it'll probably do is I'll probably leave that there. And we'll make, like, some type of engine space off the side here somewhere. Yeah, so I could probably make, like, another engine to sell kind of just shoved off here. Well, actually, no, because it's going to put the engines there. We can figure it out. Basically, I'll have larger engine or larger fuel tanks that I can put those larger fuel tanks somewhere on the ship. But they're 3x3 as opposed to that. And that'll also give me some place to put the fuel optimizer. But for right now, getting a really big freezer full of potatoes. Alright, so it's the 12th of August. So when we see that go to the 8th, we know we're in the clear with Canahawk, that I don't have to worry about them dying again from a failed resurrection serum. Yeah, so I'm just going to let them pull up the potatoes till that's full or they're pulled. We will tell them, don't bother sowing more. Okay, and then our next stop is we got the Ancient Mercenaries. Oh, that's plenty in range. And where's my next... Yeah, so next Gravcore thing is way up there. Yeah, so go hit those Mercenaries for the unique weapon, because I'm actually sitting on almost no unique weapon, just that revolver. And I think I have a revolver and I have an assault rifle. What was the assault rifle? I think it was just straight up more damage and accuracy. Yeah, it has more range, more shots per... Oh, it's just more range and more burst, so it's still more damage. So she didn't touch growing the potatoes. Is she gonna throw meteorite on the freezer then? She didn't touch growing the potatoes. I'm missing context with that one. Flamethrower minigun seems like a good weapon for a blind person. Yeah, the generally point in that direction, it's good enough. Enough projectiles. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, meteoring the freezer? Yeah, absolutely. Yes, makes sense. I gotcha. Yeah, no, she could definitely meteor the freezer. honestly, I have had some cursed issues with the shuttles landing. The colony I mentioned I was experimenting off stream with, it's right by a river. I had like a, pretend this is the rock formation, and that this is the river going by. I had an ancient danger on this part of it that goes pretty close to the river, that, you know, I cleared it and then made that like my main room. And then the shuttle kept landing right here and smashing the wall every single time. So I don't have the ability to cut stones. I had to keep making like a slowly in here farther and farther wood area because the shuttle kept landing on my wall, deleting the wall. They need to make a bug fix for the shuttles. For those who haven't seen, there's been a lot of issues going on with the shuttles right now. That it seems like there's a leashing mechanic to it, where the game says, okay, I want the shuttle to land here, and it'll look for an area somewhere in this area for it to actually land, so that way if it's like, okay, land here, well, that's not available. It goes out that far, and it goes, okay, well, that spot's good. But the problem I'm running into is if it's saying like this, you got this river here, and then this rock formation goes, I want to land here, and then it goes out there, and literally none of it's usable because it's either mountain or water. It'll land and destroy the wall to make it so it can land. Sometimes you'll get where it's just like a big pool of water and it'll say land here, and the shuttle just gets lost and you instantly fail whatever it was. I've heard of people sitting there having a shuttle that they bring back with 6 colonists on board, and it goes to land in a tile that's mostly water, and it goes to land in the lake, and instantly you lose the entire group. Like they all just die. So I think it needs to be a thing that, okay, the shuttle tries to land, it chooses that tile or whatever. I don't know how it chooses behind the thing. Doesn't it just land wherever you tell it to? I mean, I don't know about your shuttles, but like when a shuttle shows up, it will land wherever it feels like. But, you know, it could be a thing where it, you know, tries to land here, and then it goes, okay, we'll try here. And if it doesn't find a valid thing, okay, well then try and land here. I would be okay with it continuing to escalate until it finds a spot. Because you haven't tried to land in our tile, only your own? You can't choose landing zone in non-colony tiles. Yes. As well as when something brings a shuttle to you, such as the Empire, you don't get to choose it either. Because that's what was getting me, is like, you'd have the quest, watch out for my, like, take care of my 2 sick animals for 30 days. And then, you know, you take care of them, the shuttle just smashes your wall down, and you're like, thanks, man. And then you go, it's like, well, 30 days later, it's okay, well, here it comes to pick them up, smashes your wall again, even though you moved it in a couple tiles, and you're like, come on, man. Just land somewhere else. I'm taking this much of the tile, and you got all this open space. Choose somewhere else. I can walk the vultures to you. It's okay. So definitely feels like if you're having a colony in a location, use your ship beacons. Make a 9x9 square so that they land in that area. Alright, and we are almost officially at capacity. The freezer is full, and we're also piling it into our regular storage. We haven't gotten to the point of such excess that we're dumping it on the ground out here, but we're going to be there pretty soon. Dark Scholar has approached. Oh, would you look at that? Look at the time, look at the time, look at the time. Sorry, man. Look, man, it's not you, it's me, alright? We're just, look. No soliciting. No soliciting, we got... Oh, you're gonna be mad that I'm parking too close to you. I actually really don't like that. It's fine, we're still doing it. Maybe we'll get lucky and there'll be, some of the launch site things that I can just send them a package to make them all happy. We'll give them a rocket full of potatoes. That's gotta be something like, you're showing, it's like, hey man, can I... Just the ship flies away the moment... Oh. Oh, this is bad. Because I'm pretty sure I see none of this. Alright, we're not going to be here any longer than necessary because I cannot power my ship on this tile. Because I depend on geothermal. And this tile has nothing on it. Straight up nothing on it. Okay. Grab the entire team. We roll. Yeah, no, it's something that needs to be solved. But I get away with a lot because of that. So how much short am I? Grid access only 100 power? That can't possibly be right. But the kid's turning stuff off in the meantime. Ooh, that is a room that's going to explode in a big way. That is a dangerous room right there. Okay, so I got a door over there. And a bunch of the ship is coming online. Alright, so what do we got here? We have an incendiary launcher, a regular old revolver. There should be 2 more enemies unaccounted for. A incinerator. And Slather's Titan. And Slather's Titan is a bolt-action rifle with 20% additional piercing. I honestly am very underwhelmed. Okay, it's a lot of chem fuel we can take apart. Okay. So let's be a little bit more aggressive about this. Let's scooch you all up. Because they're mostly bringing a lot of fire. The incinerator is probably the weapon I'm the most concerned of. This one down here. It's got pretty good range. And added bonus, it fires almost instantaneously. So keeping it from kicking off is pretty hard. Okay, we managed to jump right on that one the moment they popped. Okay, everyone's aging up mid-fight. Okay, you two get on that one. Who has my fire foam popper? Is that you? Get over here now. Okay. Are you chasing after the children again? Why does everyone just be like... Oh no, you're flanking. Okay, never mind. That's... Alright, that's actually not a terrible strategy on your part. It didn't work out, but you know, it wasn't a bad strategy. It didn't fail from a lack of imagination, consideration, or whatever you want to go with. Oh, that would have been real dangerous. That would have popped. Okay. Go Zeus hammer that. Alright, let's go check on everyone here. Okay. Remain tribesmen. So let's go quickly check on... So you... Oh, I think it wasn't 2 people aging up. It was literally you just became a child. Alright, so let's go ahead and get you sorted. Work. You're a toddler, so you have pretty limited options of what you can do with your life right now. Where is... There's a Hellcat for you. Nicely done. Okay, and we got those. I'm not seeing any safes. Oh, there was one more room right here. Go pop that door. Pyro has a fire foam pop? Uh-huh. That is not an accidental consideration. I didn't go out of my way to set it or anything, but when they got the fire foam, I'm like, this is perfect. If a fire gets out of hand, I just click on the magic button, and so even my pyro can help put out a fire. Inefficiently. Or very efficiently, depending on the size of the fire. Okay, orders. Allow all that. So unfortunately, I'm not super impressed by that unique gun. It's got extra armor penetration, but it's still only a bolt action at a point where I'm onto assault rifles and all that. So I would rather have the assault rifles. It's still legendary? Yeah, but I'll probably just sell it. Yeah, so the good news, it looks like shutting down this room is enough to keep my biolab in order. Oh man, we're stuck on this tile for 3 days. I've got another building up there to check I missed. Because you know what's on this tile? A whole lot of nothing. A big old pile of nothing is on this tile. Okay, we have a raid immediately. They're going to be unusually clever. They have a relationship. Apparently Morg, Keonachik's lover, is here. They are a fully 100% melee group. Alright, this is actually pretty bad. I'm really hoping if we toss our ranged people over here, we can get them to come after us. I don't know where you're going yet. They're gonna hit that AC and then break into the ship. Or they're just gonna attack the walls at random. Alright, grab everybody. Children in the back line. Stop breaking my freezer. There's no need for it. I've literally killed the bulk of your forces while you're sitting there screwing around with my freezer. Okay, that's good news. Oh, they're running away at me. Children. Get away from the big scary people. Okay, and the others will be out of here before we can do anything. Yeah, so they smashed up my freezer a bunch. They did break into that area. Please stop going through my ship. Well, I even thought about it for a moment there, where I was like, you know what? This is a Neanderthal I'm running up melee on. Yep. So, bury you. A uranium spear, and how high was your melee? Not super high, but it was still a Neanderthal. Which is 1.5 times damage. Alright, that does mean I need you to not wait, start working on that cooler. Who is my other construction person? The other injured person. Cool. You go worry about patching the hull back there. So got the corpse in the container real fast, but they you know, busted out the side of that. Yeah, I knew better than to pick that fight. I mostly just didn't want him to smash up my ship a whole bunch more. Alright. So, turn that off. Turn this off. I need that freezer to come back online. Not enough. What else can we turn off for a little extra power? Turn all of those off. Okay, freezers are back online. They're getting the freezer frozen. So that way we don't end up losing the body. Right now we can toggle this off. this off. So we get 80 watts to spare. You require 350. Yeah, so the answer is basically I'm not getting my power back on until we get to a tile with a geothermal. That's fine. And I missed what your stats were, so we make sure. Oh, I can't easily see your stats. Well, that sucks. So what was it they did? They were our main grower. Okay, so S2D Vitez, you are now a grower as well. They were also one of our 2 melee pawns. And those aren't the right materials for replacing those shelves. It's fine. It's just some potatoes laying on the ground. I'm not even that worried about it. And honestly, are those the meals made out of bear? Yeah, leave those behind. Oh, we just had, for whatever reason... Whatever reason, that AC just turned off. I really don't want to keep just turning off more and more, but... Oh, if I do that, we'll start having things decay. Turn those back on. Okay, freezer's back online. That's the important one. I need the freezer to stay online. 3 animals, yeah, we're not taming those. Oh, there is granite on this map. TV? Yep, we can turn the TV off. Okay, so we got that sealed up again. And honestly, how much longer do we have till I can get out of here? 1.4 days? I am down to do something I was going to do at another point. Cool. We're going to replace the containment area around here to be fully plasteel. Because that way it has much, much higher containment. Because I'm sitting on almost 1,500 plasteel, and that'll only take me maybe 200 at the most. So that way when I get something like a Revenant or whatever, we can just lock it in there and not have to sweat it for a while. Okay, and we're at the second. We're not quite to the point where we're clear to use the mech healing serum. Alright. So the next destination we're going is probably get ourselves first out of the desert, and maybe we'll head towards the ancient warehouse. Because I want to go up that way, but it's going to take us a while. Does it extend the bottom containment down a tile? So it don't research in the doorway? Oh, I'm not worried about that. We're hardly doing any research there. I've actually been disabling the research on the anomaly things, because honestly, that's the only one I still care about. So it's not something I care that much about, in all honesty. Cool. So I had the... Oh, that's the wall lamp from in here. Yeah, it's fine. Don't build ceiling over that, please. Hey, we got your first scar got healed. So your stomach scar is all better. Cool, so now our containment in here is 191. We have a quest where we will have a 3x mech cluster target a capybara. And if we do it successfully, we get a ridiculous amount of cool tech and all that. We get a bulk trades good ship flying by. Let's go ahead and take a look at that bulk trades good ship. Let's see here real fast. We can go ahead and get rid of a bunch of the random bits of fur yet again. Take the go juice. I'll take those grab plates, because I got more money to know what to do with. Black armor book, definitely want that. Get rid of a bunch of those helmets. Kids' clothes. And honestly, I think we're okay with the rest of it right now. Grab the advanced components. Combat supplier is also approaching. Okay. So we're good on medicine. We don't have any more gene stuff to deal with. We're working on all that tech. Yeah, I'll get rid of the Gladius at this point. If we get the person back, we'll just get him something better. Charge rifle's always nice. Take that unique rifle we came here for, because I don't want or need it. And everything else here is probably fine. You don't really have much I want to buy off you. I could buy the flak clothing. It's honestly not a bad move. But orders. Allow all so you can start moving all these bodies. We have visitors. So by allowing all, did that just make all those random piece of junk weapons available to me? No. Okay. Plasma sword? No, I usually won't take a plasma sword. The fact that they randomly start fire on hit, I find to be way more of a negative than a positive. The idea being that you could, hit someone and then scatter them, that kind of thing. But I've just found in reality all that does happen with it is you do that and then you have a fire out of control on top of you. Or monosword? I already have a Zeus hammer. I prefer that over the monosword. The monosword's good, though. Okay, what do you have for me? They have a monosword. Oh, is that the same person I just talked to again? I think it's two traders with the same faction. Okay, this is the other one. Okay, you don't have a whole lot for me. Alright, so. We can gift you stuff. Have the smoke leaf. Have the incendiary mortars. I'm gonna chuck all these random pieces of clothing at you. And then if no one else is on our ship, is there anything else we want to grab, or is this all mostly just junk? There's chem fuel, but I'm pretty sure our storage is full, or at least pretty close to full. So I'm not super worried about that. And I'd like to get off this tile so we can get to where it can at least be growing food or something. Yeah, let's just get out of here. Oh, wait, don't do that. Launch. Okay. Right, so we're heading up towards that. Uniform Sim buys the field without checking what's on the field. Spinach. Me checks the spinach harvester lease cost. Checks the spinach prices. Heck no. Gets the cultivator. Yep. Did you ever check the room at the top? I did not. Thank you for the reminder. Hey, you. Go poke that door. Okay, so it's just chem fuel. That's fine. It was worth checking. Alright, so things we need to do is, as we're heading up towards the next grav core location and everything, we need to make it a point to pop ancient dangers if we see them. You have a year-round grow season. Is there anything worthwhile on this tile? Abandoned colony. I think the odds that has anything I care about are pretty slim. We'll go to it nevertheless, though. Alright, so we're trying to get out the desert tile because it has nothing I care about on it. Yeah, no, that was a death that I didn't have any reason to take. I was trying to save, like, nickels worth of steel, and then putting people in jeopardy. I should have kept my melee out of it, because they were already hurt from fighting a bunch of other Neanderthals. Neanderthals are dangerous. They have, like, 1.5 times the melee damage, and it'll mess you up. They can one-tap you pretty good. Ancient danger. Alright, so let's go ahead and... That's definitely a usable one there. So is that. Those last three, not so much. That's fine. So we're gonna check this out. We're gonna pop that ancient danger. I don't really need to stay here very long. We can go zone. We'll start bringing all that online. Meanwhile, there should be a relatively safe place to check. I've got a battery I can put somewhere. Just trying to decide what room the battery should go into. There's fine for right now. Alright, just like that, we've got a quick peek at everything here. To let everyone patch themselves up, I've got more raw food that I know what to do with, so I won't worry about that. I can go over here and say chop down some trees so I can resupply. Grab all that heal root. Holy crap. Must have had like the least capable person of cutting down a tree take that on. Well, I mean, you're already 90% of the way through, but that was plant 1 they just got. Counting for close? Yep. We're gonna wait for it to grow. I mean, we're not gonna wait too long. If it gets far enough I can harvest it, I will. Alright. Finish building that real quick. Said finish building that real quick. I said finish building that real quick. It's not hard. Alright. Got trade ship coming by, so let's go see if they've got anything for us. And then when we wake up and eat in the morning and all that, we're going to pop the Ancient Danger. Okay, there's the steel knife. Cataphract armor print, we're going to definitely grab that. I've already got hundreds and hundreds of medicine, so I won't sweat that either. Components, I got more than I know what to do with. So apply the tech print. So that's one of the 2 I need for Cataphract armor. That'll be good later. I also need to go zones, dumping stockpile, regular stockpile, low and low.
Thank you Spencer1564 for subscribing for 19 months.
And
Rual,
thank you,
hello Rual tap.
And thank you, Spencer, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. Are you gonna genuinely just get under everyone? I really do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot. So thank you so much for that. Or Cat Hawk. Can't catch a break. I do hope you've been enjoying your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you for that. And you got a pretty nasty hit to your torso. Because of course you did. Meanwhile, we can go in here. Can I... Orders... Alright, there isn't a good way to tell it to turn everything on. Turn it on. Turn it on. Turn those on. Turn that on. Okay, everyone's up and ready. Let's go deal with the Ancient Danger real fast. Alright, let's try this again. That is not my happy place. No, don't let fire. Okay, so this is a bit of a problem. You are gonna try and be a hero. No. Small child. Get on him. That worked perfectly. That's definitely what I planned and not just happen to be luck. Okay, so the problem we're going to run into here is if there's hostiles in there, there's no way we're not hitting at least that a little bit. Small children, you stay around this corner. The rest of you just pile into this door as best you can and give Maximum the support they need. Okay. Everything's fine so far. Back out of there. And Vitez. Wakey, wakey. Alright, so you got one hostile and everyone else is friendly. And a bunch of little bugs. So with that, you three run like heck. You're gonna... I'm meleeing you, you don't get to shoot me. There are rules, sir. Come on, Mech-Killing Serum. Nope. Alright, that's fine. Gene Bank needs power. Why do you need power? Why is our power fluctuating? Oh, you're not actually connected. Disease infection on Canahawk, health. Skip to the good stuff. You get on that. SD Vitez is on it. Yeah, it's fine. Alright. Please don't botch the construction. Get a good tend. Yep. They're just trying to get this. Please stop botching it. I know you're hurt really bad and all that, but I really do need you to stop botching this. You got burned really bad, and I should be treating it, but... Okay, you take over this crap. Get this power online. Okay. Wait. You botched that one, and I missed it. Alright, so you just need regular patching up. There's the light coming back on. Everything's back online. Thank you. Okay, what are you waiting on? Sandstone. That's fine. And then you also took a burn. A sparrow has self-tamed and chosen death. There wasn't a second Ancient Danger, right? Because sometimes I've seen up to, I think, 3 Ancient Dangers on the same map. It's really, really rare. Yeah, in this case, it just looks like there was the one. You turn the TV back on? Yeah. And also, you need to run over here and fix that, because that is struggling to keep that cold enough to keep things frozen. There we go. We can also go to our stove now. And no more baby food. And I know I'm burning good medicine on this. I'm trying to get my people back on their feet as fast as possible. It's fine. Okay, so drop that down to just regular medicine. Drop you down to regular medicine. A Masterwork Kids helmet. Cool. Oh, also, take all those apart. And that apart. They should start hauling that all out of here. Make sure the kids stay close to home in case the little scarabs here try to hunt them. I appreciate that you went after the corpses instead of anything useful. The bionic arm's nice and all, but I'm not gonna sit here and build that giant thing. Right, and as nice as this is, I'm pretty sure I have to actually defeat it to get all that. What I might genuinely do is right before we go to leave this tile, I might pop it if it's something we can very easily take down and grab the goodies. Then we'll do that just in the off chance it'll come up with a bunch of unstable power cores I can steal. Okay, yeah, so we can go through assignments. Cool. We're about to finish researching auto doors. Which genuinely is something I would like to put throughout the ship if I get my power situated. You got 2 psychic soothes. What are you upset about? Your husband died. Ah, now I understand. Both the power couple there just have this issue with dying. Standard Gravtech. Heck yeah, that's what I wanted to see. So when we're ready, we're going to move on to another tile. And we'll probably park long enough to do the replacement of our engines and all that stuff. But I would like to snag some of the goodies off of here first. Yeah, so haul that, please. All this, please. All those, please. Deconstruct all of these. They've just about collected everything that we care about. All that's better than uranium. Yeah, because uranium and steel, I see no reason to stay for that. Alright, so we got just about to have the come up cooldown. Now, I need to quickly use the restroom, so I'm going to do that real fast. I'll be back here in just a minute. And thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be right back.
A very merry birthday to me, oh you. Right?
Mm-hmm. I missed what the second day was related to.
Statistics prove that you've one birthday every year. But there are 364 unbirthdays. That is why we're gathered here to cheer.
Love, you sleep well. We don't accidentally overpoison ourselves. Hope we have antibiotics? Nope. What happened to you? You lost to a guinea pig? What? Is the guinea pig still around? Panther. Friend. Buddy. You lost to a guinea pig. A guinea pig straight up ruined you. Hardcore guinea pig, I'm saying that much. I guess I don't have a laceration? I am so confused. Unless I caused a laceration to the wolf. What? Thank you for being quiet, demon dog. You're really messing with my mindset. Alright, and I am back. Okay. So we're ready to launch again. We got the goodies I care about out there. I'm not worrying about that little bit of steel. So we're gonna get everyone into the home zone. So make sure everyone's back in the ship. Because like I said, for this one, I'm gonna say yes. And I have a feeling... Don't you smash my wall. Where's the one suffering from paralytic abasia? Oh, it's you. Okay. You hadn't seen the demon dog one? Yeah, no, the demon dog one is the whole thing. Alright, so let's go to furniture. Animal sleeping spot, and you can sleep right here in a room that you have nothing to worry about. There's nothing to worry about in that room. So, shuttle arrives in 7 days. Oh, I see. Alright. I didn't think that through. It's fine. So we're going to take everyone, we're going to leash them to be close to home. And I guess for right now, we're just going to go plunk. Put some rice down. We probably won't stay nearly long enough for this, but plunk. Heal root. And we can go down here. Okay. So basically we're staying here for like 7 days real fast. To see what the mech cluster that drops in. Just saw that wonderful birthday clip. Are you getting sung to your wife? Classic. Loved it. So, if you didn't catch, it was a very merry unbirthday. It wasn't my birthday or anything. It was someone had came into the chat and wished me a happy birthday. I was like, it's not my birthday. And then she overheard because she was popping in to say hi before she went to bed. And so she was singing the unbirthday song from, that was Alice in Wonderland. And which is part of the reason you saw me kind of going like, because it was just kind of egging on chat. She didn't even realize she was doing that because obviously she doesn't have the headset on. Because that's been a meme for streaming forever, where people walk in like and just wish people a happy birthday and all that, when it's absolutely not their birthday. Oh, before I forget, social, drugs prohibitive, assignment, no drugs for any of you. Schedule, recreation, yep. Keep them as happy as we can, because we're looking at a pretty juicy mech cluster going to be landing here. Well, very unhappy birthday. Happy birthday, everyone. That's how birthdays work. Now, granted, you could be in a situation where you hear about like those events that come up where, you know, like someone will be like, hey, everyone with the name Samuel, there can only be one of us, meet at the park. Or like the meeting of the Daves or whatever, like those kind of events where everyone, like, they just get a bunch of people with the same name to hang out. I could see someone doing a thing where it's like, hey, everyone in this big city who has their birthday on this date, let's hang out and have one massive birthday party. I could see someone doing that. Chem refinery still powered off. Thank you. Because we have the power. I'm not going to bother building defenses on that. That'd actually be very cool, to be honest. I could see that it'd have to be a big city to have at least some kind of turnout. Because, like, don't get me wrong, I'm sure in every little city you could probably find 3, 4, 5 people with the same birthday. But, like, to make it actually a thing, because, again, that's assuming everyone turned up, which they certainly wouldn't, because half of them wouldn't have heard about it. But I could absolutely see, oh, in the meantime, let's have a party. But I could absolutely see it being a thing that, like, you know, you go to someplace like New York City and get a turnout of like 30, 40, 50 people or something like that, if you can get the word around. Man, that's a proper party going on in there. That is a lot of people dancing. And it was a fun party. And it was actually enough that we started to get a little bit of friendship with one of the R1s. We also have the Sky Lantern party. That's a rave. Yeah, just everyone sitting there just bouncing to the beat in there. Hey, could you not stand in the pollution? I look at my map. We got some gross spots in this map. In fact, call me... Where's... You should be restricted to... Clear close to home. You're losing your privileges, small child. You're making me nervous being out that far. You're only allowed to go knee-deep in the water, remember? Claim it just in the off chance we actually managed to get some beer out of that. Oh, hey, you know what? Don't sow these. Fire starting spree on you. Oh, you want to burn this? I'm down for you to burn this. Yeah, screw that forest. What has it ever done for us? Nothing. Just providing us with, like, oxygen and, you know, habitats for animals we depend on. And, you know, keeping global warming at bay and the many other things that forests do. But what has it done for me lately? Other than those things I just mentioned it's actively doing right now. Please stop social fighting. Please stop social fighting. Beating up my colonists. Now, the beauty here is it shouldn't be able to burn across this. There's actually a fire foam popper here. If it starts to burn up here, I'm not super worried about that either. I'm just gonna let it burn. Yep, you made sure our person who uses the EMP was all nice and roughed up going into that fight, or into the fight that we're gonna have here. Can any of these buildings steal? Nope. Yes, if you don't have another type of weather in place, once enough of the tile starts to burn, it will eventually introduce rain. Now, granted, it used to be pretty quickly it would. They have made it much, much slower. Yeah, that one wasn't too bad. But there are places you can get yourself in trouble. Like, for example, if you have Deathfall going on, you cannot have Deathfall and rain at the same time. Therefore, if Deathfall is taking place and you have a fire going, it will continue to burn until the Deathfall is over or runs out of stuff to burn. Or you magic it under control or whatever. That's actually one of the dangers of if you have the thing that overrides weather and it has fog. It can override it to have fog, and even though the fog's annoying for accuracy, more dangerous is if a fire kicks off. Then you can't have... Oh, wait. Huh. That needs to not be at that spot. Because I just realized the problem with it sitting there is I believe that's technically blocking the engine. Okay, so we're good there. Alright. We're just waiting for this mech cluster. Because that'll give a specialized limbed poison synthesis and artificial metabolism. Which is a lot of goodies. And then on top of that, we've got a pretty unreasonable amount of firepower here. Expendable firepower at that. You know, they happen to go down in a way that doesn't trigger their death acidifier. Then we might even get lucky and score ourselves a weapon or two. Because sometimes they'll get knocked where they drop their weapon, but don't die instantly. Not often. Like out of this whole group, I might get 1 or 2 chances to get a weapon. Maybe. Ooh, here's a question. Will the healing mech serum prioritize the toe or the dementia? Because the dementia is the thing I actually want to clear. I do wish when you said to use it on someone to be like, will remove, you know, whatever it would actually remove. Like, you get kind of a heads up. It's like, this is the thing it's gonna fix. Oh, I don't have enough beds for all of you. That is a real shame. We're almost to the point of starting to cut this off from being considered inside the area. Yeah, I have a bad feeling it'll prioritize the toe, because that's a missing limb. So if I say no fingers or toes. Can I have you clarify that when you say no fingers or toes, you mean no, it will not target, or no, it will target fingers or toes? Yeah, because like that's kind of one of those things. It's kind of like hard to like necessarily know the entire hierarchy of what's considered more severe as far as the healing mech serum's concerned, because I've had plenty of cases I disagree with it. We got a lot of beer. Will not target? Alright, well, we're going to find out, because we are officially at the point where if she was going to have the resurrection thing, it would have hit. And no more dementia. Heck yeah. Fuel optimizer. Wait, what? Alright. The Arca captain of the Skyguards has sent us a message. A fugitive named Rivera has escaped from his custody using a transfer pod to flee to an abandoned orbital platform. Rivera was in custody for collaborating with the Sanguiphage Cabal. Oh, okay, that's just flavor text. When it mentioned the Sanguiphage, like, wait a second. Now, downside is I really can't go to space. Vacuum kills me. Gotcha. But yeah, so Canahawk's dementia is all better. Now I just gotta work on those eyes. Okay, so you've got all that, so we're gonna zone close to home. That is no longer considered close to home. They're not going to stick around to grow this unless something goes direly wrong. But I'll keep them working. Cabin fever, tattered apparel, recreation deprived, fun party, joyous presence. Well, do your recreation. You've got options, man. Yep, alive and mentally sound, and just left happy to cope with the blindness and the knowledge that you're soon, as you brought back your darling husband, bit the dust. Right, but there's a chance. We could bring him back too. I've honestly been getting a lot more Mech Resurrection Serum in Odyssey just because we can travel to so many more locations. I'm going to pop the Ancient Danger if there is one when I'm visiting. Alright, so let's see here. Alright, so we got 3.5 days. That mech cluster will probably show up any time now. Now, the beauty is I don't actually have to kill the mech cluster as the objective. The objective is to take care of that capybara. So, very genuinely, if the mech cluster is a non-threat to me, like it just lands, it's like, oh, okay, whatever. We can just kind of park it, wait till they leave, and then just leave as well, and just leave the mech cluster sitting where it is. My hope here is we're going to get lucky, and it'll be a very turret-heavy mech cluster with unstable power cores. Because then I will take the time to systematically disassemble it to get its unstable power cores. More realistically, it'll be a mix of stuff, and that we're going to do that. With blindness, can they do any of the rec you have since they can't see to read or watch TV? That is an excellent question. They can do music, chemical consumption, social interaction, solitary relaxation. Of which they're very bored of all of it except chemical consumption. So basically, right now their recreation is drinking beer. That's, not amazing. Well, if we get any type of, like, Bionic or Archotech eye, they get priority. Okay, we've now got standard grav ship parts. And then next up is flak armor. Alright, so with that, I'm pretty sure, let's go look at our Odyssey. So the big engines require Vac-stone, and then the large chemical things do not. So we can't really do much with that quite this second. That's okay. Is it time for bionic eyes? I don't have the tech. I've got to wait for the technology to happen, or I would have started doing it already. We have random research on, so we're just kind of waiting for fabrication to happen, because until fabrication happens, none of that's available to even research. Psychic ship. Alright. 31 militars. Honestly, that's not the worst out there. Now, that is going to slowly drive us all crazy. So rather than sit here and just endure it, we are going to go out and meet it in battle. And by we, I mean I'm going to have my expendable force. Oh, I was just walking my people into pollution. Let's not do it that way. We're going to have our wonderful expendable forces. And they're going to lead this valiant charge. So I have, like, the really heavy ordnance back over here. The charge rifles over there. Wait, what do you have? Revenant invisibility? I don't think I've ever seen them have Revenant invisibility on them before. Alright, so you're gonna get this party started. Okay. I was not expecting them to take cover behind the ship. Your goal is just to thin them out as much as you can before I get involved. Go home. You're not needed. Not entirely sure what's starting those fires. Oh no, that's where the ship crashed. That's what's starting the fires. That's fine. Alright, and then all of you, shoot that. Okay. Schedule. Unrestricted. Orders. Allow. That's fine. Okay, so a whole bunch of them got shot a whole bunch. But honestly, even then, they didn't get that bad. Only one of them's even bleeding. I was curious, because technically, if their armor gets damaged enough, you can get them to drop it. It's almost never happens, though. Yep, so a bunch more fire going on. That's fine. Okay, and they're all working on getting all hauled out. Yep, so now we just gotta wait the 2.3 days. And as a 3x cluster, it didn't seem honestly that bad. Unless that happens to be a completely unrelated mech event. I think that is a completely unrelated mech event. Because that's not a cluster, that was a psychic ship. Clusters where it drops the walls and gets auto mortars and that. I think genuinely all their weapons are biocoded. Not always. But we could check them. Yeah, you're right. In this case, they are. There'll be times you'll get where one or two of them won't be biocoded. Give me that advanced component. I'm a little worried that we still have that 3x mech cluster and that this is unrelated. This is just a random event that Cassandra threw at us. But we'll see. There's only 2 days left before we can get a whole lot of research. And then meanwhile, we're getting our flak armor, which will be huge. With the flak armor, I could finally sit there and start giving our people, you know, reliable armor instead of just what I can piecemeal pick up off of people. I do find it interesting that these beam weapons, they're devastating against you, but by and large, I found using them myself not that useful. Because where they do all the damage is when they're kind of up close. But realistically for you, running up close to an enemy to then unleash that gun is really hard to pull off where you're not taking a bunch of hits while you're winding up. This is getting completely full. Good old psychic agony. All right. Yep, so only one more day till they're out of here. I'm wondering if that did count as the 3x. It doesn't feel like it should have. It was a ridiculous number of militars, but with all of them being fully cataphracted, except for the two who have the targeting thing on them instead of the helmet. Hard to tell. At least it's now not during a raid. That's the catch with it. Is if it doesn't happen during a raid, it's pretty benign. But if it catches you at the wrong time, like you're trying to retreat from, like you pulled an enemy and you're trying to pull them back towards your defensive position, and then they shout and the enemy just catches you and overtakes you, Like the wrong time, they'll just wipe out your colony. Alright, there's the mech cluster. The schedule. Close to home. Ooh-hoo-hoo! Okay. That is a nasty mech cluster. With a lot of power cells. Pikeman, Scyther, Toxic Spewer, Lancer, a bunch of mech capsules. So what I'm going to choose to do is schedule stay in the ship, don't go anywhere. Because I would love to get that, but man, that is a bad time right there. So you got a gunner, a blaster, a burner. We'll have Scythers popping out, Pikemen popping out, Lancers popping out. We got 4 of these that we don't know what we've got coming out of them. Is there a drop beacon? There are 4 mech drop beacons. Oh, okay. Well, what I might do here is I might take this large group here and throw them at the hornet's nest right when its time is about to run out. Just see what pops out of curiosity and how they do against it. Fully expecting to be utterly shredded. And then we push the get the heck out of dodge button the moment they get anywhere near us. And by that I mean literally the moment this all goes sideways. Because there's zero chance that this doesn't immediately go bad. Okay. That's fine. One of those isn't enough. We can have 2. Like, this one would be easy to wipe out. Like, this one's not bringing much. Ooh, it does have 2 unstable power cores. Okay, we can make this one happen. Alright, so we're just gonna throw these people away to just die down there. We're gonna throw them at this one up here, and we're gonna clear it. And I think those are out of range of everything exploding, so as long as we don't just misfire and hit them. Actually, back here should do, as long as they're in range. They're not in range. Well, we're going to engage this fight danger close, because these are what are referred to as expendable. Don't hit the unstable power core, please. Okay. Alright, claim, uninstall, claim, uninstall. So you all get retreated back here. That Lancer is very eager to hide behind the unstable power core. Hey, it's not a bad strategy. So what we're gonna do here is we're going to take 2 of our people who can bring these. So you 2 prioritize uninstalling that. Prioritize uninstalling that. We're grabbing these. Oh, hey, you can get back as well. Because it's 2 more free unstable power cores we're going to take. I always take people who will never do hauling every single time. Let's bring those back. Alright, we don't want those left out there. Storage. Unstable power core. There we go. That's fine. Because then make sure those are on board. Because that's that much more unstable power cores we have on board. Which is certainly not something I'm going to regret ever. So that's... I'm assuming I can't tell you to repair it while it's sitting there. No, we have to install it. So we can install it here real fast. And then we're going to repair it. And then we're going to uninstall it again. Just in case it goes to explode from damage if we set it down hard. Alright, so how much longer do we have? 6 hours? It's almost time to send the team down just to poke the hornet's nest to see what happens. We're obviously not getting these unstable power cores with this monstrosity going down here, so I'm going to have them roll up with the intent of just bursting the unstable power cores out of spite. Which I did see they dropped a little bit of plasteel, and that can give me a shield and all that. We're just gonna leave those there. I could easily, safely do it. I just worry I'd accidentally let someone wander off. Because unstable power cores would destroy the bulk of the middle area. If they can't have them, then if I can't have them, they can't have them either. Exactly. Operation Sour Grapes. Okay, the shuttle has arrived for departure. Let's go, men. Very few of you will survive. Probably none at all, if I'm being honest. But that is a sacrifice that I do with mild glee. Okay. Open up. There. Alright, so while that's all going, you go ahead and, get your little friend on the shuttle. This might surprise you, but that's a whole lot of awful going on down there. Look how many centipedes that is. Why are you moving so slow? Okay, pods have arrived. So get you out here. Oh, a group of friendlies have arrived. That is not the fight you should be taking. I'm gonna level with you, Pigman. This is a fight you should have walked away from. Oh, sorry. Zone. All those all inside. I don't care about the uranium. Did you go all the way? Well, the Empire's now in full retreat. Would you stop attacking random walls? I want to watch this, but I'm worried you're going to roll up on me the moment I'm not paying attention to you. It's fine. Get inside. Honestly, the pigmen are doing better than I thought they would. They're still losing handily, but I did think it was going to be a near instant wipeout, versus this is actually a gradual wipeout. Yep, there they go. Well, that was a mighty, mighty good battle. And here's our button, because to heck with this place and everything going on it. I need to figure out how to use Operation Sour Grapes in real life at some point. That's stuff like, what is it? Where you do what someone asks you to do, even though you know it's a really bad idea. Malicious compliance. Malicious compliance in a lot of ways is sour grapes. So there's a drug stockpile. Yeah, we can do that. We got plenty of food. That was a nice transactional situation there. The Empire said, hey, protect our capybara. We don't care about anything else. You said, you don't care about anything else? How many expendable lives are you ready to throw at this problem? Alright, well that is a really good geothermal for us right smack dab there. Okay, so first things first, power. Bingo zones. Queue up both of those for being researched. Deconstruct that. Uninstall you. Apply that, apply this, and apply this. And just in case they get grounded here for any reason for a little while, I'm going to tell them just plant everything. Alright. So, we did get the ability to, expand our ship. So we're going to make at least 2 more spots. For our, unstable power cores. Okay, so big engine here, big engine here, big engine here, big engine here, so there's no room there. Big engine there, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I would need one right around here, which would give me a perfect spot for another unstable power core. And now I'd get my 2 new unstable power cores wired in. Meanwhile, for you... Have you pop all these doors real fast? Cool. Orders allow deconstruct that for materials. Claim those. Deconstruct those from materials. And then we have more batteries to install. Right now I'll install those over here. Which will be good, because that also means... Oh, hey, you know what? You need to be building that. That means when we land, we'll have a bit of a buffer from the moment we land till the power actually drops. Okay, meanwhile, let's also go in here and go compact. We do not have plasteel on the tile. There's not much that rock, we'll just eyeball it. So we got components. Steel I'm still doing really good on. There's not much stone on here at all. Yep, so you don't have much else to worry about there. Alright. Okay, so you've got that built. So meanwhile, unstable power core here. And then we will go to Odyssey, plasteel. To again reinforce it. Also need power. There you go. Station Delta, that's totally fine, I don't really care about that. Okay, and with that... And that'll be just a steel spot right there. That way if I have to take it apart to get in there, we can do so. Okay, I did get that all down there. Yeah, okay, cool. Because that'll be an extra 800 watts of power I no longer need the geothermal to handle. And the extra power storage as well. Okay, so we still gotta wait for that lockout, that's fine. And what is your deal? You are sad that your friend died. That is reasonable and fair. I didn't realize there's a negative for observing a gibbet cage. It makes sense. I just never noticed it before. Ship is coming along nicely. Well, I could actually really expand in a meaningful way. I actually have 2 grav cores on the ship right now. This is the first chance I've had to really expand in a while. So let's go ahead and grab our other unstable power core we just looted. Plunk it up there. We can plug you in. Then go structure here. There's plasteel. Royal Tribute Collector, and a Terror Cluster with 3 unstable power cores. 3 Tesserons is pretty awful. We probably won't do that one. But it's worth letting sit there for a minute. Yeah, you are recreation starved. Because you're blind. And all you can really do around here is drink a beer. That is not going to be a sustainable way to handle your recreation long term. Old RimWorld was a wild time. Yeah, so we've almost got the flak armor researched. So many unstable power cores getting in this place. Okay. You stopped playing just before 1.0 release? Gotcha. It does surprise me when people like don't come back to it with how much has been added and changed about the game. Okay, zone. Please do not roof this area. Cool. And then this is the area where we pop in when I need to replace those. It's been a perpetual to-do for like 5 years. I see. I see how that goes. Alright. So we've got like 350 tiles. Let's go ahead and get the other expansion things on here. So we can go here and choose the decking. And for right now, I'm gonna put a little pocket right there. And that'll be for one of our extenders. Okay, so you finished hacking the entrance. You're still really upset. And you're doing your best. So we're gonna actually keep Canahawk out of the fight. I'm just a little worried if we bring Canahawk down there, she's just gonna have a break and go wander into a hunter drone or something like that. Enclose the second cooler. Enclose the second cooler. Yeah, no, we're gonna probably do that. I'm gonna put the extender here, and then I'm gonna start bringing this out and around. Yeah, and you are my researcher, so you can start hacking that door. Okay, at which point you can hack this door. And this door. Because that door clearly is connecting both that room. So you stand by here. And you scooch up to have a bit of a better shot. Okay. Currently obsessing over Oni. That is a very fair and valid thing to be doing. Okay, there's a drug stockpile. I failed to notice that trap over there. Okay, we prevent it from destroying any of the drugs. So let's grab everyone but you. There's 13 Luciferum in there, so that's good news. Yeah, Oni is a huge time sink. Hate this room. It's not that much or that big a deal. Come on, come around the corner. Cool. So you run down here. All the ranged. Get over here. Keep poking all the doors. A Hunter trap is triggered. Oh, your shield belt is down. That's actually a problem. Run, sir. Okay, your shield belt did just come back up. Okay, you're fine. Cool, so open that container. Nicely done. You got some grab plates. Grab all the ranged people other than Kiona. And I suspect those are the last two rooms. Alright. Max Effect living up to their name. Honestly, the fact that Maximum Effect is still alive keeps impressing me. Because they have caught many a hit directly to the face. And yet are still around kicking. Like, they are just a big old basket of injuries everywhere they go. And we got a seed. Alright, so exit. Everyone leave. Items. Grab the insect jelly, the chem fuel, the components, the smoke leaf, the flake, the IO, the luciferum, the steel, the grab plates, the Archean seed, and the book on melee. Right, and we can't do that quest because if I go to vacuum, we'll just die. Yeah, I don't even have the things to make atmosphere pumps or anything yet. Okay, the point is they depleted what we care about. Oh yeah, it's insect jelly and that, yeah, it's fine. If you just haul that back, and this, and that, and this, and you, and you, and you, and you. And there's the last of it. So got all the goodies there. Alright, so let's go here and put down a grav field extender. because that gives me more room for more tiles. Looks like a melee pawn needs a little Lucy in his life. Already has it. It's just been a new change that's taken a little while to get all set in. Cool, so you can go here. Actually do it this way. And that's a survivor right there. Yep. Then get those platforms so I can enclose those engines, as well as enclose this AC area. Growth moment on They Leon. That is our age up. So we have Sanguine is pretty solid. Trigger Happy can be really good. Sanguine's the safer one. So we can give them medical, shooting. Let's see. Medical, shooting, plants, because we lost our main plants person. We'll add animals on there just to have one. So let's go to your work schedule here. Because with that, you now just became a growing person. So you can close that, which that'll put another one of our extenders. And I still have yet another power core, by the way. Or grav core. I should have another grav core. Oh, it's probably up here. Yep, we still have another grav core they've been holding on to. So for this, I actually don't need this one back here. And go steel. Do not build a roof here. Do not build a roof here. Do not build a roof here. Let's see, team is working like a pro, strong, smart. Takes no for an answer. True RimWorld. Alright. Yes, they've already got 4 out of the 6 grav cores you can put on here for extending. So we've got all that sorted out. Yes, I've got those engine areas enclosed. I've got the research for the big engines. The only issue I have is I don't have a place to put them, and I don't have the vac stone for them. One thing we're going to want to do is get ourselves a place for at least 2 of the larger chem fuel tanks. And I'm thinking if I could shove them right up here, that might be worth considering. Just basically make a little room here. Otherwise, if I don't put them here, I've obviously got tons of space over there. It's just our chem fuel production's down here and our storage is over there. Putting it way on the other side feels like that'd be kind of begging for trouble. All right. So many unstable power cores everywhere. It is one of those things that I could definitely see at some stage of this ship needing to redesign it. Like making a back room that's just all the unstable power cores that are just separated by plasteel wall. New tanks and the batteries. New tanks and the batteries? We put batteries over here. I do think maybe the chem fuel goes off of here. So let's Let's reinstall that drum over here. We'll build a steel door over here. This could also change where I was talking about putting all my engines, like, internally here. This could, in fact, change it as well, where I just make it another nacelle thing over here on the right. I haven't decided yet. Meanwhile, I can go over here. So I have 300 and something floor tiles. Move the batteries with the tanks so they're not in the lab or production rooms. I'm not too worried about that. Okay, so we're just going to put, like, another pod off the back. And I think that's going to be just, like, a chem fuel production area. Because what we can do is I'll have to tear that down to move it. But we could tear that down, put it in here, and then put a bunch of shelves of wood in one area, put a bunch of shelves of chem fuel in the other. We'll put a bunch of the chem fuel here, as well as, like, the fuel optimizer and all that. So that way our ritual thing is back in business. I totally forgot that styling station was shoved in here. That's fine, we can put it back here somewhere as well. I'm also not in a big rush right now because we are in winter. And where I'm going is north towards where we're going to have a shorter growing season anyways. So I'm going to go there and it's going to be just too cold to plant anything, so it's kind of neither here nor there. All right. Okay, and building our steel door. Alright, so we're going to start by going here. Large chem fuel tanks. Okay, and then we can put the production and go to our chem fuel production. Change that plan. We need to reverse that. Otherwise, I have to climb over those every time they go in. Okay, so we can do that. Get our chem fuel production online. Power. Run the power up here. Light. Drop the light down. What type of stone are we cutting on this tile? Did I not... I see. Dumping stockpile. Regular stockpile. Low priority on both of those. The spaceship amoeba grows. Yup. We'll hold the inner door open. Yeah, the fact that we're up to 6 unstable power cores is kind of worrisome. Also a lot of fun. Okay, we are getting limestone shelves. So we're gonna go furniture, limestone. Gonna shove 2 shelves in the back there. Put a shelf here. Put some shelves there. Put a set of shelves here. Deconstruct you. Okay, and we're actually at the point of finally being like, hey, let's go mine some steel here. The power cells make mortar scary. Yep. There's a reason why when mortar set up, I always push on them right away and I don't wait for them to get established. As you get to the point where the mortars start cracking off, it's bad news. That's also why you'll notice all those unstable power cores are for the most part sealed in plasteel all around. That's to contain their explosions. Chem fuel from wood. Do until you have 2,000. We'll see what our new amounts are. Hopefully enough rough landings. Well, I haven't had any of them detonate from a rough landing. I've had them damaged, but that's also why you'll notice there's like one side of it steel on all of them. That way when they get damaged, I can just pull down the one section of wall, repair it, and close it. Because I don't think unstable power cores will detonate on literally any damage. I believe there is a threshold you have to overcome. It's not a very high threshold. But yeah, we've had 2 or 3 rough landings with them without any problems. Okay. So link these. Clear. Critical. Chem fuel. Wood. That one do until we have 2,000. And that one's for forever. If it is in the room. Did you want to put the fuel stabilizer? You are correct. I did want to. Yeah, so let's take apart these 2 shelves. Then I can move it up there. I still have 237 tiles. I don't really have any immediate expansions I'm looking to do. Can still plug in 2 more of the cores on there. Most likely what the next expansion will be is like if we get more stuff like the fuel optimizer, I might branch a room off up here somewhere that's just like the various ship upgrade things. The big one that'd be a difficulty is if I get the shield generator, figuring out where the heck I'm putting those. Because those things I want to say are 3x3 and they're really good. But getting them sorted is the whole thing. Oh, let's reinstall you to be there. So again, that this is usable. And actually, don't deconstruct that. Just shift it over by 1. Alright, so we think, so it's 150 a stack, so 450 per shelf, so 900 per pair, so that's 900. 180, 270, 360, 450, 540, 630. Alright, flak armor. Batteries are next. Okay, so I'm just gonna tell you, just keep on going until you get like 5,000. Are you gonna play Kenshi at some point? I have played Kenshi many times on the channel. To such a point that one of the reasons I don't play much Kenshi anymore is I don't know what to do in it anymore because I've kind of done all the things I could come up with. Like, I've played as pretty much all of the different starts. I've done, you know, the whole Tor Solo kind of stuff. I've gone and modded to where you can start with the skeleton start. Like, I've done a lot. I even did the did a run where we played as the crab people using the crab as our main thing. That one is truly painful. I do not recommend. It was kind of fun for the memes, but the animals in Kenshi really don't work great in the mid to late game. It's just way too much microing them. Because like supposed to eat out of your bag, but it doesn't work reliably or consistently. Okay, so we got a bunch of drugs to get rid of. Do you have anything I want, though? Not really. Not really at all. Alright, so we're gonna have to go here. So let's hold on to this stuff. Okay. So Yayo will get rid of. And the smoke leaf will get rid of. Infested settlement. That's fine. So you can let them haul stuff back in here. That whole cupboard is still basically full. Okay, so we still have a bunch more tiles to work with, so what we're going to go ahead and do as our next thing to just work on is I'm just expanding this room. How wide is that? 13? That is bigger than I can go without a column. So I will need a tile in here that stays. Because I want to say it's 11 by 11 is how big you can go before you need something to support it. Could be wrong, and that's been a long time. Engaged by this. Basically, if I can fit that in there, that looks like it'd be okay. Because that's the distance you can support by. Yeah, it looks like either way it'll be support from one wall or the other. Yeah, so we should be able to just tear down that wall. Because I really shouldn't expand that storage, it's just wealth will be lugging around with us. But hear me out, counter argument, there's items I can pick up and I would like them. So you know that's yeah, no, I think it'll be fine. I think literally we're right on the limb here. It was 11 internal is the size you have to worry about. That you can't have the internal space be more than 11. So when I was measuring, so I would need to go like this. Maybe I'm just wrong. Because like I said, that should be just about fine. Like we're at kind of the limit, that one tile larger and it'd be undoable from that dimension. In this dimension we're just fine. Yeah, so it should be okay. All right. Two mech clusters of 2xis will deploy nearby. I probably am going to accept this for the plasteel. Is there anything we care about not immediately nearby? Not really. And you're mostly limestone, so let's go here and say furniture. Okay. What I'm doing here is not reasonable. And the trade beacon will cover all but that last little corner right there. Alright, so you're mining. Our steel is looking like it's a-okay. So we are going to switch you to staying nearby the ship. Because at this point, we are good. Everything's solid. We can launch if we need to. We can leave our friends behind. Wait, marble? Oh, it's because we've yanked all of that. It's fine. So what I was going to do here is just trying to get that enclosed, because I do think I'm going to accept this. And the plasteel is nice. That's not actually what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping between those mech clusters, I'm going to get one that's going to be easy to pick off some unstable power cores. Because if they land and they're just rough, we just leave. So I'm not too heartbroken, because this map doesn't have hardly any wood on it, so I don't have much opportunity to produce chem fuel anyways. And this room has officially gotten big enough that it needs a second light. Alright, well, I'm putting this off. Let's just hit the button. You are a prisoner. That's fine. We can go ahead and chuck you in this hallway back here. And we'll start converting you. Yeah, it's all fine. Let's go over here to some of the areas that just don't really have a need to go out here. And that's mostly to get the children to not run out and about where they're going to, you know, potentially have a mech cluster drop right next to them, ready to murder their face. Honestly, I have no business down here even. Lardine? Dinner bell's ringing, you need to get home. Sun's coming down. The streetlights are gonna come up soon. Bulk trades good ship passing by. How did you get hurt? Oh, social fight. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Masterwork kids pants. Some kid is going to be sporting some really snazzy pants. Alright. So what do you got for me here? I need the cloth. You can take the flake. You can take the goat juice. You can take that. You can take the tree, even though it's cool, I won't be able to use it. Medicine production, I'll grab that book. I'm gonna hold on to the beer for now. Okay, and I don't really care about the rest. Cool. Now, one other thing we need to do that I totally forgot about is stop making those helmets. That helmet, forget it. You're done. Because we unlocked the flak. We're gonna go under here and have them make all of the flak clothing and all that, so we can start getting some body armor on our people, so they don't instantly die every fight. Right, and there's just still, like, the kid's helmet. So, make it only count if it's over 90% health. 90% health. 90% health. Now, the catch of this is this does require cloth to make flak clothing. For the, I believe, yeah, both the vest and the pants and the jacket all require that. Okay, growth moment on Lardine. Okay. Great memory is really solid. Kind is very nice. I'm gonna go with great memory. We would have gotten We had the option of Brawler last time, and we would have gotten some good stuff. It's fine. I wouldn't switch him now. So, you're going to be Construction, Social, Intellectual, and Plants. So you're going to become a jack of all trades pretty easily. Okay, so let's see. I had you on max for hunting. That's fine. I was debating whether to make them another construction person. It kind of depends on what we get for the rest of their stuff. But they are slowly aging up, which is going to help us. Oh, also we should go zone. I need those in the close to home zone. The rest doesn't need to be. Okay, so we are burning through our food slowly. We got plenty still in stock. I've got like 3,000 food still in stock. But that's fine. Okay. Oh, our potatoes are dying because of winter. That's fine. Mad Ostrich. Okay, care about your business. I already set you to convert, right? You best not die here before we're ready. I just realized the person we brought in that I gotta keep here for like a season, was 80 years old. In RimWorld terms, that is a person who is very hard to keep alive because they'll keep trying to have heart attacks. How much bioferrite do I have? Ah, it's 56. I need more. Because if I'm going to abduct someone, it's 60. And then I need 20 for the chronophagy. And I'm pretty sure if I use the chronophagy on this person, it'll fail the quest and take a very massive reputation penalty. So next time we have a raid that someone gets downed and doesn't die, you know, we'll figure some things out. So we got a pigskin and a genie. Is there any of the traits I really want to go after for them? Because, like, robust is nice, but I don't really care. We've already got the poor cooking. So genuinely, I got nothing I want from the pigskin now. So there's no reason to harass the pigskin more than we already have. As far as the genie goes, elongated fingers is nice. Dead calm is nice. I've already got all the negatives there that I want. So yeah, there's no reason to pop them in there. We need to be getting other types of xenotypes to pop in. There's batteries. Gene processor. In that case, we'll shift that battery up one. I'm curious if they'll remove the power cable. Since they built over the power cable, it shouldn't. Alright. So another thing we can do in the meantime. Close up these gaps. Working faster, that's fine. So we have more than one layer of door because we've had problems where they breach the door here, then like the door here and just get in. This will at least buy me more time. Okay. I could definitely see where we have all these like little hallways going in here. I could definitely see cleaning up the shape of this to take more advantage of the space here. Because it just kind of did like these little hallways popping off. Alright, so we've got a raid that's preemptively going to prepare. They do have 1 sniper rifle and 1 bolt action. And 2 assault rifles. They got some stuff going on there. We have 9 days until these mech cluster or the shuttle's supposed to head out, so there's a good chance we're fighting this before any mech clusters, and you're what? You're just gonna prepare. So depending on where they go, we might try and harass them to take advantage of our range. That's not really a great spot. So kids are restricted to the ship. Everyone's restricted to the ship. I don't know if we're going to be able to do any meaningful harassment from this distance. I still have the orbital beacon. I've been holding on to this thing forever. Come on, just a couple steps closer. So the assault rifles probably have the longest range. Gonna put you in the front so they do take a crack at it. We're not going to worry about cover. Scooch on up. I'm hoping we'll have that one take a hit. Shoot that. Don't run in. Yeah, wasted the shield on nothing. Actually, just do it like this. Okay, they're beginning their assaults. They're running for their shield. Okay, so they should have sight on us. So I shouldn't have to worry about trying to drag them out here. So let's go and grab you two. And everyone else, there's not enough room, so just mash in here real fast. You also need to be running. That's how this works. So we did a bunch of random damage to them. They should aggro onto us because we're plainly in view and everything. We stayed close to them, so we're gonna run to our ship. Don't you go a different direction. Where are you going? Where are you going? Oh, you're gonna go after the geothermal. Or they're just going to trash the beer. A crime far, far greater than anything I could have imagined. You gonna move, Howl? Small children, get in the ship. Okay, we got them to pop another shield. We are way out of position. You get in this sniper rifle. Get back. Did you punch me to death? By Joshua shot. It's this guy over here. I was trying to get back because I saw the shield was getting low, and it was enough to punch through. You know what? Just get who you can out there. Man, we are not having good luck with our melee pawns. Because that's literally both our melee have died. Meanwhile, go back here, destroy that shelf. Now's our construction person, so Lunar, you are now our construction person. That's great. Okay, and we're gonna take this. Need to take the plants off and cut. Yeah, I'm not worried about the plants right now. They're just gonna burn. That's fine. Okay, so capture this one. Oh, I didn't say I was prisoner. Capture this one. We're not keeping them. Okay, we'll go here, close to home. You don't care about that junk. We have Dusty Nomads. 8 refugees will show up. That's a lot. Lunar's priorities are still set to grow and cut. Oh, yeah, I see. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Losing our construction person's pretty rough. Could you get into the hospital and get treated, please? Okay, colonists left them buried. Did you get that constructed yet? You did not? That's fine. What brick do we have? Marble blocks. Okay. So it goes, furniture. Misc. It's 60 marble. There's granite over there. Okay, so temporary plan, zone, dumping stone, do this. Storage, clear, critical. Human-like. Nothing but colonists. And haul that, and you haul the Zeus hammer. Okay, and there's still plenty of stone in range to be cut. Okay, and what do I want from you? Yeah, Ken. Awful mining would be good. Robust wouldn't be bad. Psychically dull would be really good, and awful mining would be good. So, you, sir, get in the machine, because you're not a pawn I want, right? Like 99% sure I don't want this person. Yeah, Slothful can kindly get out of here. Now, problem is we're rolling without melee, which is really not ideal. Was put in the wrong spot? Why did you not? Oh, because there's potatoes there already. There we go. What they're trying to do is give him a chance to build the bricks there. Here, and there's one way you could solve this a bit longer term. I'm going to deconstruct the granite shelf in the middle there. And that'll become an extension of this zone. And then we'll make another sarcophagus back there. That way they don't have to take the body in and out of that room. Yeah, that sucked. I saw his shield belt going down when I popped that corner and just couldn't get him back behind cover. For a moment, just the timing, I didn't see the shot. I saw the person melee and kill him. I was like, there's no way. But it is what it is. That is RimWorld. It is not a time to be a melee pawn in this colony. Did they put you in the machine yet? No. Ah, there they go. Now here's the deal, friend. If you give me awful mining, or psychically dull, without a bunch of crap with it, I'll let you leave alive. If you give me garbage, you go back in the machine a second round, and that's not good for you. It kills you. So all you gotta do is give me the right genes and you get to live. It's in your hands. Yeah, at least with this one, it wasn't a one-tap. For what it's worth. At least in that particular one, it wasn't a one-tap. Alright, so you can go to Misk, Limestone, haul the potatoes to a better position. No. No. Canceled my zone. Storage, important, clear, human corpse, but only if they're a colonist. There you go. That's what you want. That's what you should do. And let's go back here and get that one buried. You have the one tap? You see so many one taps on Twitch? Well, yeah, because a lot of people are playing in really high difficulties, and the higher armor penetration that the enemies have, the game will literally roll to see if you get one tapped, and it's not even like the calculation where it's like, oh, you know, you got this, or whatever. It literally rolls and says, you die instantly. Well, sorry. You gave me a bushy tail, and while adorable, that's not really what we're looking for. But yeah, it is one of those things. Where did you go now? Where is the corpse? I keep... Where did you put him? Are you standing on him? Okay, that's fine. Alright. False alarm. I was like, did you just do it? That's why now you know. Yeah, no, and it's just a mechanic. And there's mods that'll disable it. It's kind of a catch-22. On one hand, that does add a little bit of balance to the game, because you can get to the point where you can practically cheese the game. But at the same time, it feels bad to be like, I've done everything this game allows me to prepare, and I still just instantly lose this character. You know, where you're standing behind cover, you've got 75% chance of protection because of the cover, and then, you know, you've got cataphract armor, which is the best there is in the game, and it's like of a good quality and everything, and you still just get lancered shot right through the dome. And you're just like, alright, I see, game. I don't know what you wanted me to do. And you can always argue, it's like, well, you could have put down a shield. But, you know, it's just the way the game is. And it can be one of those things that's pretty tilting when it does happen, where you could tell it was like, okay, that shouldn't have been able to, like, one-tap him. New lovers. Donkey Duff tried to romance Kiona Chick by complimenting her forehead. Kiona Chick responded, became aroused, and has agreed to become Donkey Duff's lovers. Look, man, I don't care anymore. You do what you want to do. I'm just sitting here thinking, going, what the heck am I going to do about the...
Thank you, Pankrara, for subscribing for 36 months. 36 3 hecking years.
Hey, Pankrara, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub, and yeah, 3 hecking years you've been supporting the channel. I really do appreciate that, and I do hope you've been enjoying your advertising free viewing as well as access to the emote. And also, before I get anywhere else, I'm going to go ahead and do this, because for those who don't know, Pankraro, another fantastic content creator on the platform, plays a whole range of indie games and all that sort of stuff, and playing some Rogue Waters, some Helldivers, and a bunch of other stuff like that recently. So definitely check that all out, and I do hope you had. That is a lot of iguanas. I hope you've had a good time. All right, who here gets to stand in the door and pretend to be melee? Because we don't have one of those melees anymore. Who here has the highest melee skill that isn't utterly just going to get trashed? Zerx? Ah, you're a wimp. That's right. That's why I didn't make you melee. Canhawk, but you're industrious, very neurotic. We don't have anyone of the predisposition. It's, you know what, it's fine. Just get in here. Moosh them all there. Throw the kids in the back. And just do your best. Yeah, no, that was the thing. We actually had the opportunity for one of them to go that route. It just didn't end up happening. And actually, what we can do here is all the assault rifles. You take the lead. What revolver is that? It is a unique item. It's got a little bit worse accuracy than normal, but it has EMP rounds, so it can EMP stuff. I probably should be switching that out with a regular assault rifle and all that. You're shooting so terribly right now. Alright, retreat back. We just want to see if we can get some hits in before we're in here. Okay. We use the strategy of, if we throw enough bullets down the hallway, we're sure to succeed. Alright, we got... Oh, that's the refugees? Alright, this is probably not the best idea. I am going to accept the refugees. And they're all adults. So we are doing the policy, if every refugee is an adult, they all drop their weapons. And we can go to recreation, stay close, work. Okay. So many to set. Honestly, that's a lot of people who can warden. I do not want the refugees cooking. Hunting in this case would be fishing, so we won't worry about that. You can be welcome to help construct. I don't want you doing crafting, because you'll start stuff, and then you won't have time to finish it, and it'll sit on my shelves for all eternity. Okay. That's as good as it's gonna get for right now. Can you get an iguana to be a tank? Not really. Those are both terrible, so don't keep those. I shouldn't say they're both terrible. They're things I'm not going to use. So I temporarily have a small army of haulers. Okay, my pyromaniac is going to start burning things. Conversion. Oh, I forgot. That's a prisoner. They're just here for a quest. There goes my fire foam popper. And immediately Zax is like, no, or Zerx is like, no, I can't burn things in this room anymore. That's no fun. Oh, I didn't mark those as home. 1 second. Home, 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 home. Okay, and you can just burn anything out there you want, that's fine. Okay, so where are these two mech clusters we're waiting on? So we still got 6 days until they can show up. And the reason I was hesitant to accept all them is while I've got plenty of food. That's a lot of people now. And now that I've got... Now we lost our other growing person. I've got you pulling double duty between growing stuff and construction. Lunar's basically stuck trying to fill in all roles and cannot do that by themselves. So we're gonna need these kids to go ahead and age up, if you don't mind. If the kids could just grow up right now, that'd be great. I could definitely use the not children. And there was no ancient danger on this map, right? I was pretty sure we already checked that. Yeah, there's like barely any rock. Okay. Now the real question is when it comes to resurrection time, who do I prioritize? It'd probably honestly be, it probably was a Donkey Duff? I've lost track of that. No, it's the other one. Ducky Diana would probably be the one I'd prioritize. Ducky Diana didn't have quite as many serious injuries that we were going to need to recover. Alright. And we're just going to process all these bodies. And the other thing is going to do... Right. Grab your settings. And add them onto the list. Okay. So that way they don't pick up the bricks and load them up on here and fill up our inventory with junk I don't need. Yeah, and part of the reason we want to do this is one, plasteel, but the second one is we are kind of hoping we're going to be able to... Wait, health? Oh, social fight, that's fine. Who did you knock down? You're knocking down each other, refugees? That's okay. Alright, if any of them want to join, who would we consider? Probably not. Probably not. Honestly, for right now, for a melee pawn, I would be willing to take Sammy. Probably not. Maybe. If they join and I don't get anyone else, I might take them and force them to learn melee. Definitely not. Probably not. Yeah, so it'd be Sammy or Win I would consider. The others are not happening. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and, despite my better judgment, I am going to increase so we consider close to home. So I can keep trying to grab this wood to keep all that moving along. The challenge is gonna be, if I don't manage to resurrect one of my melee, starting this late in the game where you have people with like 2 or 3 melee and trying to train them up to having high melee, they usually don't survive to get there. Don't forget to convert peeps. Not super worried about that. Like just converting the random refugees. I'll probably just leave them alone unless they join. And if they join, I'll deal with it. I'd rather hold that in reserve for if I have to, you know, use healing on someone because they get an infection or something. We are tearing through our food. Doesn't help, I think there was 2 gourmands in there. I doubt we're getting any of these crops up, but just do it anyways. Because most likely, the mech clusters will drop down here. This area is probable, and that area is probable, which is most of the map. It's basically, this area here is probably out. This whole area here is probably out. So I don't mind them mining over there. And even if it isn't out, the chance it drops where I can't just run around the rock. You have no starting research and semi-research, but nothing has been selected for first research, and you cannot start it. If you have the semi-random research, what should happen is it'll say select automatically down here if you got it added, and that should work. Like that one, you don't have to add it to the scenario or anything. The semi-random research. But if you just tick, there'll be like a little X down there. You just tick that and it'll automatically choose one. Otherwise, it'll list like 3 research. If you don't see that, then I don't know what's going on. Because I can't go back to where you can see it, but you should see like 5 researches here until you tick that. And then it'll automatically choose one. And then once you tick it, it'll just, the first time, it'll just do it from then on unless you override it. Alright, let's have a party. You got the Forked project? I don't remember which one I got. So we're having ourselves a party. Unforgettable. Reform ideology. Sure, why not? Okay, so reforming. So the question is, what are we doing? Memes-wise, I don't think there's a meme I'd particularly go towards, because Pain is a Virtue is nice for making it so Pain gives a move bonus, but it does heavily pressure you into Scarification, which lowers your maximum health. Guilty, Prolicizer? I mean, at this point, I've got enough people I can just... Like, we're not having a problem dealing with that, because that's a pretty neutral one. I'll usually start with that one. Shipborne doesn't do us any good right now. I mean, that would give us tough temperature resistance and indoors preferred. Getting rid of the grizzly bear? Yeah, that's right. That's right. You're no longer venerated. Get out of here, grizzly bear. You smell funny. And I'll also go here as a second one and change it to any day. It's only Psi Focus, so it's just a thing. That'll be good. That way I have another celebration I can use for a mood buff in a pinch. Alright, 4 more days. We should be getting those mech clusters relatively soon. Oh, I missed those 2 shelves. We'll get there. So one thing I'm also going to need to do is get a smelter built at some point. But I'm trying to not, because smelter's 750 watts, I'm trying not to add anything high wattage until we reach a point that these unstable power cores, or when we get the grav cores. Ooh, I didn't notice that you're damaged. A Masterwork flak helmet. Love to see it. Okay, so there's 4 of them. That one back there took some damage at some point. Let's go ahead and tear down that wall. Let him repair that, and put the wall back. Alright. And we're stocking back up on steel, which is nice. How's our components going? Those are still pretty good off. Yeah, I don't necessarily want to mine that one. We got to run around and then come back for it. Your hero returns. Hey, Jess, how's it going? Alright, so all the refugees are healed. How long are the refugees going to be here for? 10 days. Well, the good news is the mech clusters should hit before the refugees leave. Which does mean I can use the refugees to help. And that's not saying let's throw the refugees into the fire. They're just going to have to contribute in the battle as well. And being we are completely and utterly out of melee pawns right now, they're going to have to step up and tie up the enemy as much as possible. Yep. Yep, that Zeus hammer sitting all lonely on that shelf. It thirsts for blood, just waiting for its turn. What was I gonna put there? I cleared up that spot for something. What did I... Oh, it was the gene processor. Right, the thing they're actively going is I could put the gene processor here for when we want to make a little bit more complicated things. Okay, and we did plant a whole lot of potatoes. We're just trying our best on that. This is kind of making me wish we had the equivalent of oxygen not included, where you can go here and be like, hey, watch this resource, like tag that resource, so that even when you collapse, it's still visible, or it'd have some like alert here. I'm sure there's a mod to do that. But like for those handful of resources, like the components, the like steel and plasteel, and just like one or two other things, just to have them always available so you can kind of see what's going on there. Alright, where are these mech clusters? I should be here any time now. I'm trying to not pull my people back from planting until we really need to. Granted, my luck with two of them, they're going to drop down. It's going to be immediately like toxic spewer, black out the sun. Alright. Okay, here we go. So the first one here has an auto mortar that will be coming on in 10 days. That works for me, because do you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to leave. I do not have to deal with that one at all. Let's go ahead and say from here. That whole area, the ship just became unavailable. Yeah, because that won't turn on for 10 days. As long as I don't aggro it, I don't have to worry about it. They got a couple of centipedes in there, Cyclops, a box with who knows what. No, there's a drop beacon as well. No unstable power core, so the point is, we're not touching it. And it doesn't even activate for 8 days, and my quest is done in 2. So, they arrive, we ship the thing off, we get our reward, and then we leave. Because the whole reason we accepted that was 1 for the plasteel, and 2 was just in the off chance we get one of these, that there's unstable power cores I can get my hands on easy. So like if, for example, it was very, very sentry heavy, and not a bunch of mechs, we could pick off a few mechs, and then just roll in there with smoke grenades and systematically disassemble it to get the unstable power cores. At this stage in the game, we're not going to see that very often, most of the time. The refugees? What about the refugees? Because there's no reason for me to throw them in here either, and they're already zoned. Like, this offers me nothing I care about. So it can just sit there and do its thing. Please stop social fighting each other constantly. Betrayal. Well, that is very suboptimal. Alright, let's consider where people are. So first, get into combat. Don't they have like 10 days also? Yeah, but we're just gonna probably leave. Okay, so get you here. Get you two there. Get you to the door. You two are apparently fighting each other already. You got Canahawk here. And then them start working their way down there to defend themselves. Lardine, you start working your way over there. STDV, Vitez. Oh, you can deal with Kiss over there. Earth Rush. You're ready to throw in some support. Okay. So we got Moose here. You all run up here to respond to this one. Alright, let's bring everyone up here. Okay, so we got everyone sorted. Alright, so of the survivors, were any of these ones we cared about? Anudis Night Owl, not really. Meandra Sickly, not really. So unfortunately, the two I was saying, hey, I would potentially take them if they joined, or if they tried to join. Neither of them were the survivors. So now I do have like a little bit of an awkward thing. Oh, you know what we can do? It doesn't need to be awkward. Let's put the stockpile back here now. Where are you going? What are you doing? Oh, you're cowering? Why are you cowering? Oh, Bren is back up. There we go. Okay, so get the body out from there. So we're getting the corpses off the ship. Stop getting back up. Try and just clean up my ship and deal with it. Hey, Brent, if you could stop bleeding all over my floor, that'd be swell, friend. What are you doing down there? Alright, so everyone's patched up, right? Bruises. That's fine. Okay, so we still have another mech cluster that's supposed to arrive. Likely very soon. Could you start by just getting these corpses out? Sitting there sweeping around, which is important. But I think right now the bigger problem is there's corpses all throughout the ship. Honestly, the most disappointing thing about the betrayal isn't even the fact that it's like, oh no, I've got them dangerously close, they're potentially able to kill my people, or anything like that. It's, aw man, I don't get the cool prize at the other side if they survive the whole thing. Okay. So we got all the people who died off the ship. And you're just taking your time. $14 hours. 2 mech clusters of 2x size deployed nearby. We're supposed to get 2 of them, and that's only 1. I'd expect the other one to happen anytime now, because otherwise, like, the quest will be done by the time it arrives. And I guess it wouldn't, like, if we were playing where it wasn't a, the ship, I would then still have to deal with this garbage. Have you grown up yet? You are 10. You are older, but you are not an adult. Not for 3 more seasons or whatever it is. Delete that zone. And delete these little zones over here. There's the other one. Another auto mortar. So the good news is it's not firing yet. Yeah, so not even a single unstable power core in the whole thing. So we're just going to send this thing on its way, and then we're going to skedaddle. And I'm not going to wait for this stuff to grow because it's just too long. Visitor, don't you wake them up. Hey, 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 hey. Stout? Listen to me, friend. We can live a long, happy life here. A long, happy life without being blasted by mortars. I just need you to not go that way. Alright. Take the go juice. And let me give you all these guns we got laying outside in the ground. And the random helmets and all that. Speaking of which, you're not still making regular helmets, are you? No. Okay. Alright, so everyone stop what you're doing. Every single person stop what you're doing. Haul in that plasteel before this dude runs over there and aggro's all the mechs, putting all of our lives in jeopardy. So get out there, get all that plasteel in here before things kick off. How much is left outside? Get that stack. Get this stack. Get this stack. Shamblers approach. New plan. We go. The auto mortar is live. We go, we go, we go. Get on the ship. On the ship. That auto mortar has 1 minute. And it's going to open fire. And I am not wading through all those mechs without any type of... Where are you going? Why would you go this way? Well, yeah, no, it was 1 minute left. Yeah, I mean, okay. It was 100 seconds. Launch. Alright. So the problem is those refugees obliterated our food. It's always desert. The thing is, I need a place I can actually get some food going on. Ancient chem fuel refinery. Well, we're not hurrying for chem fuel. Yeah, it's very high elevation over there. So it's a much shorter growing through. Yeah, no, it was fertile, but mixed biome. This would be mixed biome desert with temperate. It's probably fine. And part of me feels like I should just go for the infested settlement, but it'll also be mountainous, so less grow area. But it is a valley. Yeah, that's fine. We'll do it. Okay. Because I need more wood, and we're trying to work our way up here. Like, I wanted to stop at the ruins for a potential mech resurrection serum. But we keep ending up with all these desert tiles, and I just don't get enough chance to recover my food. Like, we had good food up until I brought in the refugees, and they just... So many of them ate so much. Yeah, so I've got these 3. 4. Where's number 5? 5 is right there, so that's probably my best bet here. Yeah, no, this is still fine. Thruster breakdown. Okay, so a bunch of my thrusters broke down. That's totally fine. For a moment, I thought I parked too close. Alright, so power. And meanwhile, go zone. Potatoes. And cotton. And heal root. Okay, meanwhile, let's see if we have any obvious, like, ancient dangers or anything like that going on. Little jade. Little steel. Okay, so the real trick here is we don't know if we've got any, we've got any ancient dangers tucked in the mountainside or whatever. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use our little trick here, where if you take a melee weapon and you proc it up like you're going to hit stuff, yeah, it's not going to be an ancient danger over there. You proc it like you're going to hit stuff, you can fish for hollow spots in the mount. If there's a hollow spot, it'll give you like the cannot hit here thing. Just being a little fast about this. Alright. I'm gonna accept that there is not. So no ancient danger as far as I'm concerned. Alright, so here's the question. When does it say your season starts? The first? We're in the grow season now. I was going to be like, if it's not the grow season, we're moving on. But it's the grow season. And the other unfortunate reality is I do not have that many people I can prioritize growing on. I mean, I have a lot of people I can prioritize growing, but it comes at the cost of something else not getting done. The big one is losing our main construction and growing pawns because they were our melee pawns. Oh, yeah, it's on me. There, that'll free them up so you can get out there. All right. Yep, so the batteries just ran out. Nope, keep on it. I know it's your bedtime, but I need that stuff. Let's see, can you hunt for food, or does your ideology prevent that? I can hunt for food. That is a thing we can do. Bladed monitor... Okay. Breathless. Huh. Mech Resurrection Serum, we want that. The challenge we're going to run into with that is fighting that many animals where I do not have a melee pawn. But if we're lucky, we can get them to spread out, pop out, kill a couple of them. Cool, thanks man, real helpful. Team player right there. Anyone else able to do construction? Hey Lardine. Can you work on building the wire? Well, at least you carried the material there. Alright, get back on the generator. Because with the AC off, those bodies are going to go. They could run around and fuss with all the power on the ship, but it'd be easier just to get the geothermal up as fast as we can. Alright. Okay, finish it up. Power's back online. No, it's not. You botched 2 of those. Alright. No, finish it, man. Okay, power's actually online. Alright. So we need to accept this. We can get it for a Mech Resurrection Serum, so... everyone's restricted to on the ship. And we're going to go to quests, accept it for the Mech Resurrection Serum. Alright. And if we can get this to work, we can get one of our melee back. which will be really, really good because running with no melee is not a good time. So it should be in less than a day, so we should manage to get him like mid-afternoon the next day. And like I said, the plan is going to be basically to try and take advantage of the fact that they're not going to necessarily stay all in one place. Shoot a bunch of them on the way in, retreat into the ship, try and pop out on our side, you know, deal with them there. There's enough of them that could be hard to manage. I'll probably use the kids to hold some of the doors open to scatter them a little bit. Because we got these doors here we can pop open for someone to hold at. I don't really know why I built that door. It's fine. Honestly, I should have built another door here. Well, actually, probably back here. To give me a way out the back of the ship, too. Because we had that before. There we go. Give myself another way to pop in and out of the ship. Like, honestly, at this stage... Oh, no, because it's going to put the, Right, this door is going to go away. We're going to put an engine here. That's fine. Alright, so that quest should be... Any second now, they should be arriving. Manhunter Pat coming up from the behind. 23 monitor lizards. Okay. So grab everyone. I'm going to have you run up here real fast. And then meanwhile... You are going to be the bait for when we ditch them. So you hold that door over there. And then they, Leon, you get over here to be ready to pop that door. Yeah, so you should be coming up this way, most likely. Okay, you hold at the door. You back off, let that door close. Oh, don't hold the door open. You were supposed to go for our main course here. Because I'm denying you targets on these other doors. War merchant caravan is approaching. Heck yeah. Yeah, so basically I think they're trying to get they Leon. And just not quite able to reach them. But I can live with that. In this case, you go up here, and then you join them. All right. This is going pretty swell because they're just trying to get they Leon and it's not doing me good. Alright, so now they Leon can join the others. I don't need him drawing them that way anymore. It's not exactly how I planned to do it. My plan had been to draw them all up here and then have this door here. And so, you know, I would fight them a bunch, duck in this way, move around over here to try and fight them from here. Then I'd step the one through here, pull them back, and just kind of do a rotation. Okay, and with that, they're all sorted. It'll take them a minute to actually die, but that's fine. Alright, and we can go to you. So this is the one with Ducky Deanna. So we're going to open that one up. As soon as those die... You need a healthier negotiator. What's wrong with you? Oh, Agony Pulse? You know what, that's fine. It's going to last 2 days, so we're just going to deal with it. Give me the medicine. There was one in here we didn't want. Yeah, it's the Naked Speed. Get that out of here. We don't have that. You don't have anything we care about here. We're keeping the Zeus Hammer. Those are all fine. Okay, meanwhile, while someone's opening that, let's grab someone here to... Why does it not let me have anyone hunt it? Like, the whole colony is set on hunt. It's fine. They die in, like, an hour anyways. Storage. Clear all. Just leave that body right there. It's still fresh. It's still good. Oh, zone? Yeah, that's right, because we re-restricted him here. That'd do it. Yeah, do we still have Furry Tail in there? There we go. Alright, pods arrived. Use the Mech Resurrection Serum on Ducky Diana. Welcome back. So thankfully that gives me a melee pawn again. Granted, it'll take 2 days before they're ready to actually do stuff. But that's okay. Sometimes after you die, you just need a little nap to get over being dead. All right, and that does free up a little bit on the construction or the growing. We still have those two set to construction first. I'll leave it the way it is for now. Now I need is one more to bring back yet another person who won't actually have a weapon this time. Alright. Oh, we're gonna be here for at least a little bit. How do you display Fahrenheit and Celsius? I have a mod called Fahrenheit and Celsius. At least I believe that's the name. If you do ! Mods, it'll be listed in there. But yeah, no, it's a mod that shows both. Ooh, that is not gonna get used. That is right on, like, that couldn't be close to the edge of the map and spawn, I don't think. It is 9 tiles from the... Actually, no, because it widens one more time. It's 7 tiles from the absolute closest that could possibly spawn, assuming it doesn't have any padding. Wait, do I not have it listed? My apologies. Where was it that... There was somewhere in here I could show the list of mods. I don't remember. Yeah, no, it's something like Fahrenheit and Celsius. My apologies. I need to get that added to my list of mods. Because there's that one's missing, and then I have follow me as missing from that list because I just added it today. But huh. I'm sure someone could pull up the exact name for me. Like I said, it's something like Fahrenheit and Celsius, or like F and C or something like that. Or it might be Celsius and Fahrenheit. I don't know what the order is, but yeah. It doesn't have a fancy name. Mechanoid Cluster. So it does have a drop beacon, and is going to cause fog, which is going to make things grow slower. It's not a very big cluster, so what we might do here is restrict everyone from in there. Fahrenheit and Celsius exists as mod. Yeah, you won't be able to link it. I do have the links turned off. Just unfortunately these days with how aggressive the bots get. There was a mod that made the currently listed of installed mods available to Twitch chat, but that might have been part of a larger Twitch integration mod. I'm willing to bet it was a Twitch integration mod and all that. Because I've mentioned there's a couple of times I wish I had a mod that did that where I could just like hit a button, or like people could just type in a command, it would just detect. Alright, so this is going to awaken soon. Like shortly soon. And unfortunately, Ducky Diana will not be through the resurrection sickness. No, actually you might be. Because honestly, if we rolled in with all the firepower... Oh, no, it's Centipede Blasters. So we'd be up against at least 2 Centipede Blasters, plus whatever this is going to drop in. And then they have a Fog Machine. The Fog Machine will slow down our grow time. Very understandable, but it shows for you, if you had posted a link, is possible to shadow block links in chat now? No, that's not... So it's not a shadow block thing. By default, when someone posts a link, if you put link filtering on, it just shows 3 dots. So it's not like some shadow ban or anything like that. It suppresses links just in general. That's been when you have the Twitch link detection turned on, that's been that way for at least 5 years? 4 or 5 years, whatever, that I've been streaming. It's always been that way. At least as far as I remember. Yeah. Because it's also a good system for dealing with bots, because the bot is blissfully unaware that it's, that stuff got modded. Now, granted, someone can make a bot that's smart enough to join 2 accounts to a channel, and then the one posts the link and the other looks for it. But most... Cassandra, could you calm down? I just want to grow some plants, man. You're all like, fog. I'm like, yeah, I could deal with that. And you're like, fine. Toxic fallout. You were all like, man, I could deal with the fog. Alright, so, cool, man. Get back on the ship. We're leaving. Because the toxic fallout's going to last at least 7-8 days, and that's an entire time to grow some of these crops. So, we're just going to make like a tree and get the F out of here. They added around 2019. Alright. So problem is I'm growing farther and farther north of the grow season. Are getting shorter and shorter. High geothermal activity, caves, hot springs, mountains, all that. The hot springs are cool and all that. Just features hollow, nothing else. Yeah, let's check it. Because, like, if, for example, it wasn't Toxic Fallout, like it was EMI or something like that, I could see staying for it. But the fact that Toxic Fallout took the entire reason we were hanging out there, the entire reason we were hanging out there was to give me time to grow some plants to recover our food. And I need to not go farther north than this, because we're already going to have a very short grow season. But I'm also trying to vaguely move in the direction... Fit. Can't tell if that's wall, like, rock or whatever. I will say, this would be a good tile for if you're keeping a base that you don't get rid of. It's a hot map. Yeah, I believe it said it was called Valley for the map type. So I'll try this again. This time was planting potato. We're skipping to rice. Alright. Let's see what we've got on the map. Okay, there's no components available that we can see. We have jade. Gold. Silver. They've got tons of uranium already. Yeah, that's not an ancient danger. That, I think, is literally just a section of 3 wall. That doesn't look like an ancient danger to me. Oh, there's recon armor? When did I get recon armor? I grabbed the Zeus hammer. Alright. So using our trick again to see if we have a hollow spot show up. Because we're looking just to see if there's an ancient danger hidden inside the wall here. A little bit of a cheesy thing, but honestly with as valuable as ancient dangers have become now. Well, not that they become super valuable. Because of how much I want Lucifer and Mech Resurrection Serum. Yep, so that's probably a nope on the ancient danger front. Alright. They've got the power mostly wired. Okay, so you're already on getting that on board. Do you know if ancient dangers spawn on tiles with complexes or treasure rune? I think they can. Like, it's one of those things I've asked myself that a couple of times, because I'm pretty sure I've seen them on those tiles. But at the same time, I'm also like, was that just my imagination? Gene processor. Oh good, we're getting gunsmithing. Shambler Assault. I've been on the tile for like 30 seconds, if that. Alright, so we got 18 Shamblers up here, 17 there, 17 there. It's gonna be a lot of Shamblers. Let's see if we can't get into position to knock these ones down on their way in. We are going to be late to this party. Okay. Fall back. Okay, we managed to draw most of the Shamblers into the corridor. And a couple stragglers here and there. Cassandra, just let me grow some crops. Jeez, lady. We haven't even started growing, and she's like, cold snap. F your crops. Okay, we got a couple hitting on that side. We did have them kindly just break the door and didn't go after any of the equipment, or actually the wall. Now, one downside is I will probably break the equipment trying to hit them through here. They're just going to keep banging on the wall. Actually, maybe they won't. Okay, they're making their way to that side of the ship. So all in all, it looks like I'm just going to lose 2 pieces of wall. Oh, that super coagulate doing its work. I didn't even bandage them, they just got better. Cool. So, Ducky Deanna is the only one who took any injuries. And they were mild enough that the super coagulate just took care of it for me. The schedule, everything else is fine. Didn't miss any. Alright. Meanwhile, all of the crops are not going to get planted for even longer because cold snap. We're not going to bother moving on to the next spot because it's just going to be a whole thing there anyways. So let's get our power back online and get these 2 holes patched. Watch all the plants on the map die. So wildlife, we're gonna have a little bit of a desire to nibble. You're made out of food, so you know you might have decided not to do that for your long-term survival. All right, let's seal that up. Seal that up. Why? Oh, you didn't finish. Come on. There. Okay, so the ship's all closed up. Legendary work of a steel flak helmet. We did get a uranium ore asteroid. I actually don't really need uranium, so I'm just going to leave it there. But yeah, this means we're basically going to have to wait out the cold snap. We're going to hunt to supplement our food until we can plant again. One thing I'm probably also going to do is once everyone's not in a bad mood, we're going to kill that cougar. Actually, I'm going to do it now. I end up firepower because the only one who's needs a mote to heal is our melee. And the amount of assault rifles are bringing against this poor cougar. Alright. Because of that, I don't have to worry about anyone being hunted for a minute, so you just have them go out and hunt. Alright. So yeah, and that Luciferium should cure those 2 scars. You're still on a peg leg, but that's okay. Alright, is there any additional stuff I want to... Any additional stuff I want to add to the ship right now? Because I have more tiles, I could build more ship. I got 140... Yeah, I could build 140 tiles of ship, but I don't have anything specific I want to build. Sad Wander. Oh, close that door. Close that door. Now all I need is yet another... Oh, we still have these. I have no idea where those are. I do wonder if we do Arco Nexus, like, what I would bring, because there's certainly an argument for getting really good unique weapons and bringing them. That would be, honestly, probably the biggest one. Yeah, that'd probably be the biggest one, because even if you want to do something silly like bring the gene packs or whatever, very genuinely you wouldn't be able to get what you need online in time to power them to not go to waste. But if you had someone who already had, like, a full kit out of all the important stuff, you could just wait until you can get to the point of bioteching it out of them. Yeah, part of me wonders if I should just, like, have them dig lines into the mountain just to see what we can find. See if we don't strike any plasteel or anything actually good. We can go ahead and grab you. So I wouldn't be surprised if we have some people start going idle soon. You'll have passions for it, it's fine. Wait, were some of those not passions? Yeah, no, it's okay. Alright, so we got a research going. Unfortunately, they're not planting anything. Like, we just entered the season, but this cold snap has effectively delayed the season. Alright, so I'm gonna need... I need some people out there actually blasting. So for right now... Give you slightly higher priority. All the people who are supposed to be growing who can't grow stuff right now, just start blasting, man. You're allowed out. Why is no one hunting? Okay, so let's check. You're a crafter. That's fine. It's understandable you wouldn't hunt. You're a grower, but there's nothing to grow. So you'd handle, you'd hunt. So you should... Oh, you can't hunt. You're melee. You would craft. Okay, I am hearing a gun popping off. You three just... Actually, you two just start blasting. The kids start blasting. Then Earthrush start blasting. Bring back what you can. Cool. And with that, Ducky Deanna had one of their scars just got healed. Alright, who else do I want to put on hunting? Vitez will also get on it. So I'm assigning probably way more people than I should be assigning to hunting, but we're kind of doing the thing of like, let's go hard on the hunting for a minute here. Because that's what we're gonna get for food, and that's all we're gonna get for food. And with the cold snap, there's a good chance a lot of these animals will leave as there's no more food to eat here for them. And we've got them getting butchered pretty quickly and cooked. Alright, for right now we can open these back up. We were using those for cells. So open up all those doors. We can leave these open most of the time. And close them up when I'm ready for raids or whatever. Yeah, and while we can fly into the next location, I want to keep going north. Hey, Rachel Sweeney, how's it going? I would want to go north more, which is going towards more of a cold climate. So I think we'd rather just kind of ride out this cold snap. We've already been in a couple of days. Get our quick harvest of crops as best we can to restock our food supply. And then once our food supply is restocked, you can start heading on to the next spot. I don't imagine hardly any of that's going to get a chance to grow. Hey, cold snap's over. Which means we'll finally be able to actually get some work done on this. Oh, you're still turned off? Turn that back on. Alright. So now I gotta balance out the growing and the hunting. So we're gonna let that go there. To let them start getting the plants down. Man. So I got a lot of people who can let's keep the children on the hunting. As well as Lunar. And that'll let Ducky Deanna get started on the growing stuff. Well, again, everyone else just keeps blasting. Right now, disallow cutting. Just plant. Get the first ones down. And then once we get a bunch of that in place, you can go back to cutting. Because for whatever reason, a lot of times they will cut down all the trees and then start planting. So when you do a giant area like this, which you really shouldn't do, it just makes things worse. Okay, so we're allowing it again. We're just going to let Ducky Deanna work their best. Yeah, even with, like, everyone hunting and bringing back animals, we're barely treading water on that. We gotta get the crops properly going. I mean, this is a big colony at this stage. We got 12 people. All right. Not that they plan to do anything with that long. We have one of our construction people free. It's something that they can work on. Okay, so I need to get a bunch of them no longer set to hunting. That's fine. Because we got a bunch of corpses piling up here. And they're not going to last very long, so I need to delay them getting more and more of those in there. Meanwhile, Cook, you're going to bump up to being higher up on the cooking list again. So that way we hopefully keep them processing those corpses. So they don't just sit out here and rot. Inspired creativity. Yeah, so you're gonna be stuck on the cooking. I'll probably make you my construction person. You're gonna grow and you're gonna grow. I need these kids to age up. The good news is, let's see, how many meals are they set to make? As far as the meals go, I want to say with meat, I told them to... Ooh, are you set to make meals forever if they're meat? I think we got rid of that so they'd make packaged. Let's see here. Yeah, you make 30 regular meals, and then you start making packaged meals. Which 30 is not really enough, but it's what I want packaged meals after that. Alright, you can take all the bits of fabric from all the animals we're killing. I'll take your traces of herbal medicine, because why not? You don't have any books I care about. I can get all the wood I need here. Get rid of some of our worn out helmets. Get rid of some of our not as good clothes. And we'll just keep the meat. That's fine. Alright, gunsmithing. Multi-analyzer. Finally. After all this time, we're 9 years into our run, if I'm not mistaken, and we're finally getting multi-analyzer. Keep in mind, we are playing with heavily penalized research. We are a tribal colony, which means 50% research speed, and we are a ritualist ideology, which means 25% research speed. They do stack, which means about 12.5% research speed. And then on top of that, we had no research, random research. So we are only just now getting our multi-analyzer, which will be huge because that opens up fabrication, which opens up the possibility of getting the advanced stuff for the ship. If nothing else, the multi-analyzer will speed up research speed. Alright, so it looks like we're actually getting plenty of meat now and all that from the deer and whatnot. I think we're going to lose some of those corpses to rotting, unfortunately. It's going to be close. Are you in Night Owl Earth? I can't remember. I'm hoping you are. You are. Excellent. That means we have 2 shifts of people butchering. Yeah, so we'll probably get all of them. If not all of them, maybe we lose one. Royal Tribute Collector, that's fine. Getting a little bit of construction done. Like I said, I don't actually expect to be using this defensive wall on any real capacity. But I do want to get... I want to get the rice harvest up here to help with that. It'll be, honestly, a bit of a waste, but it is what it is. Let's make sure that, the entirety of that wall is considered in the close to home zone. There. That way, because Lardine, I believe, is the one I've got doing the construction. They're a child. And I'm just letting him cut loose. Unfortunately, it doesn't really look like any of the kids are particularly close to their next age up. We'll go ahead and accept that. My Lucas is going to appear right down here. I'm guessing it's going to be right down in this area. Ideally, it'd be up here. I mean, actually, ideally, it'd be, like, right there. But, realistically, it's down here. That's still dangerously close to the map edge. I'm not going to bother with it. Because the problem is I start studying it, and I got someone standing right here, and a raid shows up there, and they just shoot at them the moment they spawn in. And you just don't even get a chance to react. I've lost too many colonists to that kind of thing. And honestly, for the advanced research, the advanced anomaly research, the only thing I'd care about is the bioferrite generator. And honestly, where we're at now, I don't even think I care that much about that because we can get the grav core thing. Oh, that was what I was going to make the comment is part of me is tempted if we were to do an Arco Nexus to use almost all of my item slots just for not the unstable power core, but the grav core energy. So like deliberately shut down the ship, grab all those, and then Arco Nexus with like, 7 of those or whatever it is. So that you're just sitting there with like 10,000 watts of power to just use whatever before you even have electricity. And it's limitless, like it's power that doesn't require any type of repairing or refueling or anything. Now granted, I wouldn't even be able to use it, I'd have to shove it in the closet until we have enough tech to do it, and I'm willing to bet they're worth probably 1,000, wealth each. So I'd be starting a colony where you've got nothing and you're already sitting on, 8, 9, well actually with your pawns being juiced up, probably like 15,000 wealth just in your pawns and those cores. And even then, probably the more correct option is to grab whatever really high-end weapons you've got. Okay, I could have the kids out there hunting to build up their shooting skills, so when it comes time that they need to fight, they're not starting too low. The thing we genuinely have enough rice down, I just zoned the whole thing, I was like, to heck with it. Yeah, because you're helping sow the area. Let's get you helping with that. That way we have an adult who works consistently on it. What happened to you? So this person was so compromised that literally one punch to the leg killed them between their bad back, their frail, and their torso injury. Did they start it? Galmo called Kurtkos a finch. This drove Kurtkos into a rage and began a fight, and then got punched once in the leg. Galmo died. That is the very, 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 very health compromised person yelling, "What are you gonna do? Fight me?" And then getting fought. It's one hell of a Charlie horse. Yeah, died from pain. For those who don't know, in RimWorld, there's a number of ways you can die. 1, any important body part gets destroyed. Fair enough. Your heart gets destroyed, you die. 2 is you bleed out. That you've lost a certain percentage of blood and your character stops being alive. 3 is you can actually have your consciousness hit 0%. If it does that, they die. Or 4, which is the one that catches a lot of people by surprise, is if the pain goes high enough, they can die from pain by itself. Which is what I'm guessing happened here, is I'm guessing between all of these going on that they probably have a bunch of pain multipliers and everything going on here. And so that injury may have done it. Are you also a wimp? No. Because I can't, none of these would affect your consciousness. So it's not consciousness. That doesn't bleed, so it's not bleeding. So it's got to be pain by process of elimination, because they're not malnourished, they didn't starve to death. I can only assume that they were just in such a dire strait. Died from being too itchy. Look, okay, well there go the crows. Dang, crows, just... You about ate the whole thing. Took the head, the arm, both feet, and a hand off. All right. Isn't there some storyteller enemies die on getting down thing? Yeah, so there is a thing, and it primarily affects your enemies, that as you get more and more colonists, the game will do stuff to try and resist you getting even more colonists and that kind of thing. So what will ultimately happen is as you get farther along... Oh, don't be a lot of them. Six is manageable. 6 is fine. Hey. Ducky Deanna, you're about to spend a whole lot of time inside the gaping maw of things. It's gonna be great. But yeah, no, it's one of those things that the game does have a mechanic where as you start getting more and more colonists, you will have more and more colonists arrive who are unwaveringly loyal. Many who should not die from going down, will just straight up instantly die even though they should have just been downed. And it is all a mechanic to kind of, you know, limit the number of colonists. And I think a big thing is a lot of that decision was on the side of balance as well as a bunch of other stuff late, you know, in the past. All right, it's all hands on deck. Do I wanna? I need to get a new leader because I forgot one of these colonists is our leader. Yep, so it pops in there. You're taking too long to pop those. You're taking too long to pop those. Normally I have way more firepower. Alright. So, how badly did people get hurt? You lost a kidney. Wait, what's going on up here? Why are you destroying my generator, you big jerk? Okay. So, I hate all of this. Earth Rush. So what we need to do is, I can't see... Where are you? Okay. Earth Rush. Start tending to them now, don't wait for assistance. You all, start shooting the Devourers. You, start hitting that Devourer. You, start shooting this Devourer. Start shooting that Devourer. Okay, are any of them... Okay. So we've got all that. All of you, except the children. Children, go about what your business is. So I've actually not had problems with devourers in a long time. Sacrificial hauler bots. I don't have mechanoids set up. Yeah, I knew you were gonna get to that first. Yeah, usually I have so much damage it's not a problem, but that kill box thing I've got in the front there is actually pretty lousy. It definitely needs to be reworked. Because what's ultimately happening is it's more taking our time from actually shooting, because if I was using chain shotguns throughout the whole group, it wouldn't be too bad. But with my group, don't, small child, run. Run, they Leon. Yeah, because of how close they were just meleeing it a lot of times. That's the reason I kept trying to back him off. Alright. Get out of here, all of you. Okay, we got that body back there. So schedule, everyone else is fine. Major break risk. How's people's injuries? You lost a leg. You lost a kidney. You lost an arm and a leg. Yeah, like I said, normally what happens to me with most of the time is I've got the range, but this is a bad setup here. If I was going to use this setup, this needs to be longer. Otherwise, I need to open that up more. You had to turn anomaly events off and stuff. After the second run for the DLC, you couldn't do that content anymore. That's fine. I know there's a lot of people who don't like it, and for the record, I'm not really into, like, the SCP, horror, whatever. Oh, no. Ducky Diana has resurrection psychosis. That means they are going to die. So even though I resurrected them, they are just going to die again. Because there is a chance when you do resurrection that they don't make it. And their body was fresh, too. So, that sucks. And the only way to get around that is unnatural healing or healing mech serum, which I don't have either on hand. And I can't just rush off to the next thing. I need more food. This has been a treadmill of not... Like, we've been just losing one pawn and then rezzing them, and then one pawn and then rezzing them. It's just been a slow losing battle there. Okay, meanwhile, deconstruct that shelf. Content storage. Bury them. Yeah, I mean, honestly, getting a resurrection serum in a run is pretty big. Getting 2 is just pretty ridiculous. Alright. Wifey.
I head downstairs.
Okay, you sleep well.
You sleep well. I
Yeah.
love you.
I love you more.
No, you sleep well.
No. Or not res. Yeah, nah, I mean, that's the thing. Very genuinely, new leader also. Man, I don't know who I'm making the leader anymore. Probably you. Operations add. Oh, I have multiple new leaders we need. Because we did lose our other one too. So there's our moral guide. You're my new moral guide. Congratulations. We've just been in this, like, it's not been bad. Like, the colony is still in good shape. Objectively speaking, we're hurting on our melee front. But considering all the fights we've had, that we've only lost, like, 3 colonists this whole time, is not really the worst. Okay, so we've got you. You're my highest social, so that's good. And then Lunar's probably my next. So once Lunar's not broken, we'll get them to be our leader. Yeah, and I gotta wait for you to be not in nearly as bad of shape so we can get you a new leg. So prioritize deconstructing that. Hey, don't sweat the fact that I am making a sarcophagus, Ducky Deanna. There's nothing to worry about, friend. I'm sure you're gonna pull through, and you just shouldn't have to worry your little head on it. I'm sure it'll be fine. All right, social chief. You need your power fist. Does a power fist replace the whole arm? I know some of the other ones will. Actually, I thought the power fist was a hand. I could be wrong. About the only time I use power fist these days is when I do ghoul shenanigans. Alright, and now I need you to go over here and rebuild the generator before we start losing all of our food. This sucks. I need to get rid of this. This is costing me more lives than anything. Because, like, I've done this style, but usually what ends up happening is to make this work properly, it needs to be like that. So that the enemy has a long time down the corridor. But the problem is I can't build it any longer. I can't make that farther out, and that's as far as we can. So this here is just hurting me. What I could probably do, actually, is deconstruct that. And we'll build it off of here. Alright, operations add peg leg for the right leg. Shift the barracks over to the left and move it back a bit. Well, no, what I was thinking is just straight up moving the whole... Oh, you're right. Yeah, because I'd still have the problem with the inability to make it as long as it needs to be. I mean, genuinely, I probably just need a different type of defense. We're good on medicine. I'll take your components just because I can. I don't really need your reinforced barrels. Have this revolver, it's junk. Have these worn clothes. Yeah, it's gonna move it back here, but that's still not enough distance. What I could do is have it... I know what we can do. So it's going to take a little bit of work to get this sorted. What I'm going to do is I'm going to bring it out here as wide as we can. Do the cores have to be within the range of the engine? Yes. So I can't daisy chain one core down here after the other. Alright, so you got your peg leg. So at least you're a little bit better shape. Can't do anything about that arm right now. So So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to widen this out as far as we can, and then make it a one-tile choke point here. So that way I can put my ranged on both sides. Get rid of this garbage. So not shoot as they all come into the main entryway. How does it get dissolved out? Devours. They swallow you and they slowly burn you up in their mouth. Because that's basically the design I have here worked against me, that once the Devourer got here, it shut down almost all of my... Oh, you are in trouble, small child. And I did not put a replacement door on this side. You just do your best to try and get back here. I don't think you're going to make it. You might make it. They got distracted enough. I need you back in position. Go for the door, kid. Please don't set my field on fire. Okay, you made it. Oh, come on. Got 2 left. Is there a good way I can get back out of here? I just need these last 2 to get over here. You haven't messed with Anomaly? Yeah, no, it's good stuff. I like Anomaly. I know there's a lot of people. I would definitely say it's the most divisive of the DLC. There's just a lot of people who it's just not their jam, which is totally fair. Stop burning you up here. Incapable of firefighting. Actually, wait, this works. You, up there. Because I've got you the fire foam backpack. This is a smaller fire. I really like Anomaly, but it's just a horror flavor. You don't want to deal with it, everyone. Yeah, no, that's fair as well. There's just a lot of people who, they played like 1 or 2 rounds of Anomaly and like, hey, it's not for me. Then again, fair enough. Okay, so we've got the generator handled. Now, next thing is I do need people to get treated. And we need this fire under control as fast as we can. The end's really nice, though, especially the flare stun thing. Oh yeah, no, I like the flare backpack. Easily one of the best utility slot items in the game. People grossly underestimate what you can get away with it. Like, in just big groups, being able to just drop the flare in a group of like 15 enemies and stun them all can spare you so many hits against your people. Well, the metal horrors don't pop out of random raiders. You missed a fire by the generator? I don't see one. No, it looks good. Shambler's approach. Game. Calm down. It's only 2. It's a minor event. It's the 500 people who show up and give me denial buffs. Oh, the creepy joiners? Yeah, no, you get one. Like, you probably get like 1 or 2 of those an in-game year on average or something like that. It's definitely, they definitely do add up as an annoyance. Alright. Could you please haul these away before everyone starts getting mad because of seeing rotting corpses again and again? Honestly, where those are, because there's no path back here, I expect them to go out and around. Plus, that bulk trades good's gonna take care of it. Okay. Or not, that's fine either way. What is your deal right now? Oh, anesthetic's wearing off. Yeah, you deal with it then. Okay, so let's see here. We've got the meat. That's fine. I'll take your components because I have more money than I know what to do with. Here have the bits of leather that I don't, or bits of, cloth I don't need. We already are researching multi-analyzers, so that book won't do us a whole lot of good. I'm still holding on to that beer because Canohawk is currently blind, so it doesn't have many options for recreation. So we're just making do. It'd be interesting to see if a rejected joiner wander on the map as a wild person. Had it happen with the next lover pawn as part of the royal entourage. Gotcha. I do know a bunch of them will come back and all that. I do remember there used to be a really trolly thing. I'm pretty sure they got rid of it. But there used to be a really trolly thing that if you wanted to have a bunch of colonists on Luciferum, what you would do is earlier in the game, you would get a hold of some Luciferum, and then as you captured raiders that you didn't want to keep, you would hook them on the Luciferum to get them addicted and send them on their way. And when the game rolled to bring them back, they would still be addicted to Luciferum, so they'd carry a stack of Luciferum on them, or like 12 or whatever it was. And then, you know, you'd of course take that Luciferum and go to the next raiders you'd get, and you'd get them all addicted and send them out. And the idea was you'd use them as a means of farming it. It wasn't super reliable, but compared to like those days, about the only place you got Luciferum was like Ancient Dangers and the Rare Quest. Lucy was pretty hard to get a hold of. Like, if you went out of your way for it, it wasn't too bad. But you had to go out of your way for it. Yeah, that used to be a pretty silly tactic. What is... Oh, it's the blood torch from the Sanguiphage. Yeah, the game cleans up world pawns too much. That seems unfeasible now. Yeah, that's the thing. They kind of nerfed it by that. That they cleaned up the world pawns. That you wouldn't just endlessly see the same pawns coming back again and again. So Earthrush is still hunting. We don't need that anymore. So Earthrush, don't worry about hunting right now. You can go back to crafting. It sucks that we basically already have another dead colonist. They're just haven't done the dying part yet. Because the Mech Resurrection Serum didn't take. Okay, what are you working on? I'd like you to quickly go up here and get that sarcophagus built. Yeah, it's fine. Wasn't the same true for ideology? You mean the cleanup? That might be a thing with the cleanup. Or do you mean where you would take people who were in ideology, you would convert them and then send them on their way so that more and more people were your ideology out in the world? Because yeah, that's kind of the same thing as like, it makes sense that they did the cleanup because otherwise anyone you saw would almost guarantee to come back. And while there's a certain fun in the story with that, having it so you just kind of constantly got the same people again and again, after a while, like, it was just, there was a lot of abuses you could do. Again, as I said, deliberately addicting people to Luciferium so that they'd come back and bring you Lucy, stuff like that. Yeah, so plan here is I'm going to wind this whole thing. You had a pawn quit a colony and returned as a raider. Oh yeah, that happens. Replace all their legs so that every raider is now legless. Well, you couldn't send them out legless because they had to be able to leave, but you could send them out with one peg leg. You could disarm them. They should bring it back, drug dealer gameplay. I wouldn't be surprised if people have made mods to adjust it. Because like I said, there was a lot of abuse, like Burning Sun's talking about. You'd have people who would basically mutilate the prisoners and then send them out there, where they would come back and just get absolutely murdered. Because it'd be like they would run up, have no arms, and like one peg leg or whatever. It was never something that you could get all of them to be like that, but you could get probably more than you should be able to. If you're hungry, eat. Okay, they're having a party. Remote protection. Okay, now give me another grav core. It's interesting they're gonna give me a grav core for that. Honestly, I'm gonna go ahead and accept that. So survey site is genuinely on the way to the other grav core, so that works out even better. That's probably in my jump range. So I have 17 days to kind of get over there. So that's enough time for us to basically pull up enough rice to fill this thing up. Get this sorted out. Oh, you're just endlessly cooking survival meals right now. That's fine. Lardian can slowly work on this as well. But yeah, so instead of having all my people line up behind the cover here, pretty much I'm going to have this open here. The enemy comes through the middle, and then everyone's off to the sides where they can shoot from one side or the other to give me at least a little bit more to work with. It has its pros and cons as well, but that should be better for when we deal with stuff like the Devourers, because that was basically bad kill box design, just wrecked us in that one. Grid access minus 25. Ah, we got a split grid here. Gotcha. So what I thought was going to happen did happen here, where when I pulled up the battery, even though I had run a cable underneath there, it removed the cable that I had run. Now the downside is I'm not going to be able to use the full cover for a lot of it. It's just going to be like your regular old security cover, which I can't remember what the security, the sandbags and all that. That is 55% cover effectiveness. Yeah, versus the wall is 75. All right, Luxray, you take it easy. Thank you again for tuning in, doing the mod stuff and all that good stuff. All right. That's fine. Alright, how wide is this now? 11? So this will be the center here, which works out. So then we'll want to go here and deconstruct all that. Deconstruct this and this and this and this and this. and build a tile there. Okay. We can also go here and say security. We'll make them out of uranium. Put it like there. Oh, I see what I did wrong. Alright, that's fine. This will work out okay. And then make it that way, and then put another one back here somewhere, back there. Alright. We can also go over here. And that's how far up I'd be able to go up this side. Okay, so got a bunch of stuff being constructed there. We are just, right now, letting our food get built up. It's all rice, which is not as good. Safe to say, don't sow anymore. But we're just trying to get our freezer filled up. And the reason the rice isn't as good is it grows fast, but nutritionally, what I get out of 1 unit of rice here versus what I get out of 1 unit of potatoes is just not the same. The potatoes will give you way less. So we're just going to try and grab what we can. That's a big ship. Still about 70% of the max size you can get it. I just haven't been building a whole lot onto the ship in a while. Because it's already big enough, it can be hard to land where I get any type of choice. Oh, you're still building that granite wall I wasn't going to worry about. It's fine. Okay, trading meals. We're not trading meals, making meals. Medium psychic drone, cool. I'll take your medicine. And honestly, that's it. Yeah, so we're finishing walling that off, which would have been nice for the Devourers as well, because I could have had a much better defensible position. And how is your Resurrection Psychosis? The good news is Resurrection Psychosis does take a while to happen, so we could get lucky and get an unnatural healer to pop in. That would be a huge one. We could manage to get a quest for the Heal Mech Serum. That'd be a good one. Technically, I could also get a Mech Resurrection Serum, but we're starting to build up a list of people who's waiting on those. And you don't find them enough to have the ability to have a full list of people who are waiting on those. Very cool, the room's growing out of the main body, like some kind of organism. Yeah, and that was the entire idea, is like, I like to make my ships asymmetrical. Like, it's a deliberate decision to do that. Nothing wrong with the ships that, like, you know, look like starfighters or look like boats or anything like that. I just find the asymmetrical has a bit more character, a bit more interesting. And we leave once this is full. Like, I would like that to be built, but we leave once that's full. Because I'm hoping if we move fast enough, we might be able to get a Heal Mech Serum before this is too late. Or if not that, something else. How close are we to, like, finishing the monolith, by the way? 5 more advanced. That's fine. And research-wise, we have the multi-analyzer we're waiting on. That's fine as well. Okay, so slowly getting that all converted over. Shelter for nobles. I don't have a room that satisfies it, and you have not offered me something I want. Actually, don't build these ones. Okay, so now they should be able to start tearing that apart. Get this last little spot down here built. So how does one get the Odyssey ending? Because you've been hunting graveship cores for like 2 years now. What'll eventually happen is when you look at your list of stuff here, you'll get one that mentions like the actual hive ship, but you will get a quest for the hive ship. And then when you zoom out to space, you'll have one. It almost looks like kind of like a skull. But you'll have like a special one to go after. Like, I don't know exactly what the things that determines it are, but I do know going after the grav cores and all that will eventually lead that way. I got a bunch of really worn out armor. Cat ears plus sleepy plus fertile. Blue skin. None of those are what we're looking for. They're just gonna take the money. Oh, you thought you had to beat them all? They just keep regenerating? Roof collapse? Why is there a roof? We can go here, Odyssey. Remove these foundations. Oh, that's fine. Okay, and we've got that rearranged. Okay, so the idea of this one's pretty straightforward. We put our ranged over on the sides here. They all come in. When they hit this tile, everyone can blast at them. Our melee are camping right here and here. You know, we step on or off as we need. This door isn't exactly the most useful anymore. In fact, we could deconstruct it. But that should work better than what we had, hopefully. Because at least with that one, I can maneuver my people a little bit more around, where if we have the Devourers, for example, we can have our melee tie them up here, we're shotgunning them there. If one jumps over here, it's only taking a couple of people out of the fight. Because it happened in our last room, was it jumped in the middle, and it's only the 3 kids in the back that could fire at range, so I had to like try and push people off to the extremities, just to be able to continue putting actual damage in on it. Alright. Do I think it's a good box? No. Do I think it's a workable box? Sure. And the only reason I have it like this is so I could have a couple of people back here doing the assault rifles as they go in, and then I can throw them off to the sides as needed. This is definitely a box you'd much rather have short-range weapons for. Like lots of chain shotguns, lots of that stuff. Alright, so our room's getting full there. And we still have 13 days of remote protection. So honestly, it's just waiting on them to haul. Okay. I'll take your herbal medicine because I can. I got nothing else I want. Okay, and those will finish that one, then they should just start they'll pull up these floors and then they'll start replacing. Oh, that's interesting. You prioritize replacing walls over pulling up floors. I mean, I'm fine with that. Okay. Alright, we'll need to get out of here soon. And then the hope is that we can, yeah, the hope is that we can get ourselves a healing mech serum and resurrection mech serum. Alright, I'm gonna quickly use the restroom on this ad break real fast. I'm gonna do that, stretch my legs, stretch my arms, do all that stuff. And I'll be back here in just a bit, and thank you again for tuning in. No, 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 no. Oh, jeez. He didn't make any noise. And I just turned and there were lights. There were eyeballs. And in a game where a single hit can be the end of it, 95% is still not good enough. Did I... Someone clipped that? I'm pretty sure we just pushed him and it counted as a spear stab. And since there's two sides of that airlock, this shouldn't be really that bad. Well, we've lost. I thought we had depressurized it. So that's the thing that confused me, is we depressurized it, was exposed to the entire opening. Well, and that brings the end of our hard space shipbreaker run. Yeah, you know, it'd be awfully... Alright, you know what? Okay, and I am back. Like I said, basically what we're doing, we're trying to collect all this rice real fast. I much prefer getting our stuff. Rice is nice in a pinch when you need something quick. But I'd much rather get other stuff in there, like potatoes. Ideally, corn. Corn takes longer to grow, but once you get it, it's got like the highest nutrition and all that. It's just more susceptible to stuff like blight, because it has a longer growing period, so you get nothing out of it. It gets blighted or cold snapped. Okay. So we're just going to try and get that last little bit hauled in. And then from there, we move on to trying to get that next grav core. Which is interesting, because technically, I can put my ship to its max size. I have enough grav cores to do that. I'm trying to remember if the last time I played for like the Hive Mind, if I did max out the number of grav cores or not. Because so I've already beaten the Odyssey ending. I don't remember exactly what I did to trigger raid. Alright, they're gonna prepare. 8 Neanderthals up there. 5 Neanderthals down here. 3 Neanderthals right there. This is one we initiate on them. Where are you going? You're starting to worry me that you're gonna just rush in. Because 3 Neanderthals with all of our assault rifles and everything, we should be able to shred them really quickly. And then same for the 5. Because they're all melee, Okay, that group's pushing. That's fine. We got the one that had armor on. Okay, that one's done. That's the big one up there, so we should be able to shred a lot of them on their way up. What weapon do I have that's slight? Oh, we have that one unique assault rifle. And that's going to be the main attack there. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay, and this one we're going to try to kite a little bit. I wanted to get to that door, but no such luck. Oh, we don't have my vertigo pulse anymore. Oh, I was actually planning on using that. This is gonna be a lot messier than we had previously planned. I was planning on dropping the vertigo pulse to slow them all up and then just thin their numbers. Okay, luckily we just had enough firepower. I used the shout because I was really worried we weren't going to get out of here. Okay, any of you amazing melee people? You are super immune. You might just be a candidate. Alright, well. We are gonna bring some new people on board. Okay, Earth Rush. Capture them. Lunar. Unwaveringly loyal, so you're gonna climb in the machine for multiple rounds of gene therapy. Not a healthy kind of gene therapy, but gene therapy of the form that I desire to do. Okay. So you lost your ear, but you're super immune and you have really high melee. So, welcome. You will be joining this colony before we're done. Well, at least that's the plan. Meanwhile, you, on the other hand, you are going to be unwilling to cooperate with me. Oh, I wonder if I... Yeah, it's fine. So we'll go ahead and have you climb. You know what? What all traits do you have? Stuff that I want. Poor intellect to be a really good one. Poor shooting to be a really good one. Robust is always nice. Yeah, it's probably poor intellect and poor shooting to be the ones I'd want to get out of them. So I think in this case, I'm going to release this one to improve that. We're going to recruit this one into the colony. What else do we want to get done here? Oh, right, I need to de-age people. Hey, Bacchus. Canahawk here. You have a psychic sensitivity of 190? Oh, okay. I missed when that happened. Yeah, and everyone else just has 100%. I knew you were 140 before. Alright, so that will reduce Canahawk's age, and they're hoping that that will cure their blindness. Because that's an age-related condition. So yeah, so we're gonna... Where I was gonna release them to make the Neanderthals not hate me as much, we're going to be using this person for de-aging, and then 2 rounds of trying to get good genes out of them. Okay. Did that help with your blindness? It did not. That's fine. So I did that for nothing but harm. It's okay. Sometimes that just happens. Alright. Because, yeah, like I said, we're hoping to get poor intellect is probably the big one. Poor shooting would also be nice. And that sounds weird. I'd even settle for poor study, but that's pretty slow study, but that's pretty rough. If you're wondering why I would want these, is I need negatives to offset the positives. We got some fun stuff we've got going on here between super clotting and very fast runner. I also have never sleep in there, which I don't probably want that one. What I would like to do is get a hold of a Hussar now, because I get the very fast healing. And the blood clotting fast runner very fast healing, it doesn't matter who you are, that's amazing. Because basically, as long as you don't get brained, the odds that you are like up and ready for the next fight are pretty high. Meanwhile, you're our moral guide now. Let's try and knock them out. Yeah, one conversation and we'll have them all set up. Honestly, start recruiting them. I'll just use my next conversion thing on them. Never sleep is such a disadvantage? Yeah, because you don't get the bedroom bonus. You can't get loving. Slow runner. Nope. That's the problem, man. If you give me a bad one, you go back in the machine. And the problem is, it's really bad for your health if you go back in the machine. Yeah, because we're going to bring this person in, because I'm mostly looking for... We're going to lose Duck Diana again. She's got Resurrection Psychosis. So, unless we get lucky, she's gone. So I'm trying to get my next melee already lined up. Let's see, how long did it take you to get from Tribe to Space? Well, I'm running a lot of stuff to get much slower. Actually, we haven't gone to Space yet, to be fair. We still don't have her vac suits. But we are running a Ritualist colony, which means 25% research speed, plus the tribal colony, which is 12.5 research speed, but when you put those two modifiers on top of each other. And then we're also running no research random research mods. So I started with no research, and it takes me longer to research, and I don't control what I research. You are berserked because you're in this interior space. If I shoot you... Or sorry, if I hit you with that, you probably go down, like, forever. So what we're going to do is we're going to have you drop your belt, or your Zeus hammer, and I need you to punch this person. Because my hope is as much pain as you're in, I just got to give you a little love tap, just a little dink, and you should go down from pain. So you're my best thing, and this person, because they're going to die anyways, if I'm going to risk it. No children. Bad children. Come on, knock him down. Knock him down. Knock him down. Nicely done. Didn't even kill them. You didn't lose a limb, did you? Good. And who is cowering? Oh, you already sorted yourself out? Alright. Meanwhile, we can open these again. So we're getting pretty close to time to get out of here. Yeah, so got them in a cramped interior space. That is what it is. Oh, you, before I forget, go get your Zeus hammer back. Because I could have easily left without it, not realizing it, and then when it's gone, it's gone. Alright. Yep, so you're pretty upset. 4 shooting, strong immunity, standard body. I actually don't know where that puts it. Total complexity +2. Okay. So it sounds to me like that still works out alright. Oh, that actually goes even. I mean, I could live with that. That just means if I have the complexity module thing, I could just add on that, and it doesn't cost me anything extra when we get strong immunity, which isn't something I'm particularly after. But if I'm going to kind of get it for free, why not? Especially on my melee pawns, where they're going to get a lot more infections because they're going to get hurt more. That'll go a pretty good ways. Okay, so let's see here. We're going to go ahead and call that full. It's not technically full. But I got like 6,000 food in there, and I want to get on to the next tile. So let's get out of here. Okay. So I can't quite reach this in one, so we're gonna hop twice to get there. So this next tile, we're not doing much of anything at it. We're landing, we're looking for an ancient danger, we're waiting for the engine to cool down, and we're on to the next tile after that. The only thing I'd slow down for is if there's a big old chunk of plasteel, I'd quickly mine that. But I want the ancient danger because either a mech healing serum or a mech resurrection serum would help out with what we've got problems going on right now. The shame I don't have a cryo, like I don't have the cryopod technology, because that'd be another thing I could do, is for the person with the resurrection psychosis, immediately cryopod them. Okay, there's a geothermal right there. We can live with this. Because even staying here for just a day or two or whatever the cooldown is, I still kind of need to chuck down the geothermal. And go power. Alright, so while they're doing that, compact. Okay, so we don't have any plainly visible plasteel. Steel, we're in good shape, so let's not bother mining that. Looking for ancient dangers. We got some components there. I don't really need them, but I'll mark them because why not? There's gold back here. I doubt we'll get to that. That's fine. More steel. Okay. Quick test. Looking for hollow spots. I mean, honestly, there's a hollow spot back here. I probably wouldn't go for it anyways. I don't think that's remotely big enough to be an ancient danger. More or less, it's... Yeah, I think that's just caves back here. Alright, well, even though it probably won't get done, I'll just queue them up to go path through there. Path through there. I don't remember where the other one was. That's fine. They won't end up doing that. We're just going to plop down that. How are we doing on components? 172. Yeah, so just prioritize plopping that down. And then our mining people are just going to zip around and mine and see if we hit anything. Because right now we have all these batteries and they'll slowly drain. It's not actually that slowly. Let's go to you and reduce the priority on that. Okay. Yeah, so that way you do construction first. Alright, so you're already working on it. How long do I have to cool down? 3 days. And the quest, I got 10 days to get there. Inspired trade. Something else came up. Royal tribute collector, don't care. Alright, build a generator. Get that back online. In the meantime, something we can work on is deforest this area. So I can haul all that stuff in. Please don't you step on where I'm trying to construct this and interrupt it. I think it's only doors that's a real problem and walls. Okay, so before batteries managed to fully drain, we did get this powered back up. We need a dumping stockpile and a regular stockpile. Set them both to low priority. Yeah, you're still in early, but it's not going to be long before we're at the next stage. Okay, Ducky Diana's gunshot aching is healed. So they are getting rid of all their health problems one by one, except for Resurrection Psychosis, which is mech healing serum or mech healing serum. That's the only way. Or they die and then you resurrect them again. That's another way. Really guessed the wrong place. Yeah, it's all fine. Like I said, I'm not actually expecting to find anything, and even then, we're not waiting to see if we find anything. We're only staying here as long as it takes me to recharge the engine that we're on. You know, on our way to the next stop. Because the next stop guarantees me things versus this is gambling. I just need to lay over somewhere and we're just checking what we can while we're here. But what we'll try to do is up until Ducky Diana dies, once we grab this thing, I'm just going to try and go from place to place so we can get any type of like ancient danger, ancient complex, anything of that sort. Because that's where we have the tiny chance of getting, you know, mech resurrection serum, healing serums, that kind of thing. It's a long shot. Very, very genuinely the most likely reality is Ducky is dead. But that's my only play to potentially saving them. Meanwhile, we can go to you. And in a minute I can convert you. We have set people set to warning. Oh yeah, let's take Zerks off warning. Just entirely. Try and keep it to the people who actually have some level of social. Because who we're counting on to potentially take over the spot for melee. And Neanderthals are a very good choice for that, between robust, strong melee, reduce pain. They're pretty durable, but there are negatives with some of the stuff, like reduced pain does have the negative of you're more likely to be killed than downed. Strange signal, not going to worry about here, we're not going to be here long enough. Okay, one more day. Then again, all the wood turned into chem fuel, which is nice. Okay, with that, we can finish converting you. Alright, they're converted. Okay, so we're knocking out about 1.9, not quite 2 per time, so it should be about 6 conversations. Should get them through where we get them converted. Or get them recruited. Unless, does someone have... I should have checked this before. You have inspired... Man, I always forget where this is at on the profile. Inspired creativity. Inspired trade. Shoot frenzy. Inspired trade. Area revealed. Okay, needless to say, that was a bust. I figured it was going to be. And we have a shaman merchant. All right. So what do we have? Because Shaman Merchant's got some fun stuff here. And they do not have anything I super care about, which is really a bummer. Yeah, the poor shooting super mutant, I'll actually hold on to that one. I don't think we'll end up using it, but it is one I could arguably see using. I've got our Lucy. I'll grab the tiny bit of medicine. I can't quite use Nutrimine for anything meaningful right now. So that'll do. I was really kind of hoping we'd get something like a bionic arm or leg, or missing, like, what was it, a liver, kidney? I think it's kidney we're missing. Kidney, stuff like that. Eyes. What I need is I need a unnatural healer to show up. That'd fix all my problems. Because short term, I could just put him in the back, make him do whatever, have them deal with the psychosis, have them slowly go and work on those eyes and all those other things, and even if they betray me, whatever, I still get the things fixed I need fixed before that happens. I got a bunch of gold back there, I'm not even worried if we get it. 8 hours. Let them both haul some of that while we wait. You've got about 9 more conversations in you before you're done. Not even, like, okay, that's fine. Not even 9 more, it's like 5 or 6 more conversations, so you're good. Okay, so we get out of here 3 more hours. We get to the place I need to defend for the next core. By the time that's done, we'll have the Neanderthal recruited, or things will go wrong and someone will die. I think Ducky Diana will still be alive on the other side of this. I don't remember how long Resurrection Psychosis takes to actually kill people. It does take a while. I just don't remember how long a while. Alright, let's get out of here. Okay. Yeah, so you got a junkyard, the oxygen trees, and an abandoned colony at the signal thing we're doing. So it gives me at least some opportunity to maybe get a mech resurrection serum or mech healing serum. Honestly, if we're going to be here for a while and we see an ancient danger, probably put Ducky Diana into cryo until we're ready to leave. Just to kind of prolong how long it takes for the psychosis to take them. Give me more time. Okay. Just taking a quick peek for potential ancient dangers. It's looking like a no, unfortunately. Alright. That one might be usable. Yeah, I think that's our best bet there. Where's this antenna I'm supposed to protect as I'm immediately running over here? Way the heck down there. That's fine. I'm gonna wall it in and just hope it works out. Okay. So I won't be able to plunk that right there immediately. I'm gonna have to have you rip down that. We got a bunch of good soil over here, so I'm gonna go ahead and tell you to plant potatoes there. And there. And a field of cotton here. Okay, just taking a quick peek into all these rooms. Okay, so there's anything we actually do want. Oh, wait, we missed one. The odds it gives me anything I care about are pretty slim. Okay. I really wish you'd get down here and deconstruct the last spot of wall so we can get this built. Because we are expecting to face an attack here. We'll have a little while before it shows up, but you know, it is going to show up. Alright, meanwhile, we'll need to go over here and go zones. We can go to stockpile there. Dumping stockpile here. Low priority on both of those. And we'll say fishing zone. Would be a good place with fishing zone. Fishing zone here and here. Yeah, so it's all one body of water, so you can fish in the safety of the ship hull. Okay, and how are you doing? You're still on early resurrection psychosis. So the first thing we probably need to do is, once we get some bricks starting to get cut, I'm going to need to rush down there and get that all sorted out. You're escaping. Oh, come on, man. Delete that zone. So they dropped a fish in the doorway. That's what's led that to happening. Okay. Did you not haul the fish out of the door? Because that'd be pretty salty if they had actually gotten away. Growth moment on Call Me Doc. Alright, so let's see what we got here. We got Nimble is the one we're going to take out of that list. I'm going to assume that we're going to be training this person towards being melee, since that's what's hurting. I'm going to grab construction and mining and art. And animals, I don't know. So you're being able to do a little bit of everything. That's fine. Major break risk on you because you are tired. Observed gibbet cage and a whole bunch of other stuff. Cool, man. Yeah, so it's an abandoned space platform we have to do in the next 5 days. We won't be there in time. Are you, like, ready to build this? Because I need you on top of that. The power's starting to flicker as the batteries are dying. Please actually build the geyser. Or build this thing. Because then I still need them to get a bunch of brick cut so we can wall things off. Berserk from confined area. You are still hurt bad enough. You're up to moderate. Where are you at right now? I need you to run over here really quick. And you are going to drop that on your way in. Don't you go in there. Because you're going to melee them again. Come on. Don't take... I need you to take less damage, Ducky. They're already badly injured. Just knock them down. You're really getting wrecked. I'm really starting to worry about your health. Oh, you are in sorry shape. That's bad. I need someone else to throw in here. You all, get involved. Don't kill him, just knock him. Children, please stay out of this for a minute. Come on, knock him down. How badly you get hurt? Okay, nothing serious got added onto the list. You got knocked down again. Okay, prisoner subdued. Oh crap, did you actually kill him? Oh no, that's your weapon you dropped. Okay, that's fine. And you lost a toe. Okay, we're getting everyone patched up. You lost a leg. Disease, gutworms. Cool. Excellent. Alright, so you're already building the generator and all that. Okay, so you're getting patched up. You're already patched up. You go grab your Hellcat. We almost had 2 people die there. You go grab your Zeus hammer back. I'm not gonna get him set up with a peg leg yet. We're gonna wait. Halt, escapee. Unnatural healing, unnatural healing. I don't need to twist people into amalgamations of flesh, please. And my guess is you're going to absolutely betray us if I tell you to piss off. Which is what I'm intending to do, because I don't... Unless you're bringing something amazing to the table, you are not. You're bringing awful to the table is what you're bringing. Alright. Grab everyone. Sad wander. Alright, grab everyone except the one person having a sad wander. Hey, Cringe, could you stop running away? We just wanted to bring everyone to meet you. Get out of here. Okay, luckily they went without a fight. I was very excited. Thing is like creepy joiner, unnatural healing. It just had the thing where it'll turn people into flesh beasts, which is cool, but I don't need it. Let alone do I need... Is there a wire not built? Yes. 1. Oh, I'm sorry, this is my fault. Ah, man, I thought we were gonna get just, like, really good RNG when we had the creepy joiner. Which means we're probably not gonna see another creepy joiner for a long time, so that kind of takes that off the table. Okay, so we've got granite blocks. I don't know which blocks we're gonna get more of right now. It's probably the limestone. So let me go ahead and start getting this built down here before we have a raid just knock this thing out with no effort whatsoever. Okay, you're back in it. So get this thing sealed off. So at least it won't get targeted as easily. Ah, man. If that would have been unnatural healing, that would have been perfect. Because it would have been, like, even if they were, like, an absolutely wretched pawn, if they had unnatural healing, I would have absolutely taken it, because that would have saved Ducky here. And a bunch of the others. Okay, so we got another growth moment. We're gonna choose all the different ones we got there. Quick Sleeper out of this set is probably what we're gonna go with. Okay, so I actually get to give you double passion in something. I feel like on this particular case, let's give you double medic. Because medic is always good. That's fine. So that way if we lose our medics or anything like that, we can rebound. Because they've already, that one's already pretty far along on the shooting side of things. You are picking out because you're Resurrection Psychosis. You know what? That's fair. Hey, Nethercloud, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. Let me go ahead and get you a shout out. That is not how I do that. Nethercloud also playing some RimWorld. I hope your colony is going well and all that. We are having a revolving door of melee. We are resurrecting and losing melee again and again. I've gone through 2 Mech Resurrection Serum and all that. We're, like, objectively the colony is doing well. To be entirely fair, objectively the colony is holding up all right. We've just had a couple of, like, we've had 3 losses today, but it's been like staggered out slowly. One got brained, just whatever. Kid soldiers. Well, usually I'll just have the kids. I'll keep them out of most of the fights, but I do arm them just in case they get caught by themselves. But yeah, the bummer is one of them got Resurrection Psychosis, which sucks. So one of my 2 Resurrection Serums went to waste. Which granted, I'm hoping we find a Mech Healing Serum or Unnatural Healer, but we just had an unnatural. We had a Creepy Joiner just a minute ago, was not Unnatural Healing, so I'm kind of writing that off as probably not happening. But yeah, so we're trying to do this. I do have a well, could you not right now? I'm busy trying to get my defenses prepared. Oh, you are way far from everybody. There we go. Okay, take this apart real quick for me. But yeah, so we're trying to get through all this stuff. But first, also, if you're looking for RimWorld, you can find that with Nethercloud and all that. Also playing, fantastic time over there. Go check him out. But yeah, so we're trying to like get our melee situation sorted, and ultimately the thing that got our melee in trouble, was one, I had a Neanderthal running away that I could have easily just left alone, but was like, you know what? I don't want him to break my wall. So I've got all my range in there, and I had my melee go up to do it, and the Neanderthal turned and just torso destroyed dead. Which is what Neanderthals do. So it's definitely one of those ones that's like, man, I even thought about that I shouldn't do that, and I got punished. Then I had another one where we had stepped out to get an enemy tied up in melee, and I went to step back around, because they started getting shot at, because of like, oh, their shield belt's gonna go down, let's back them out. And they just got plugged the moment the shield belt went down, because I just couldn't get them to break out of the melee. So that was, I wouldn't say I misplayed that one necessarily, because I did need them to tie up the ranged target, so it just, it just didn't work out. And then we had one that just got brained, which was just kind of like, alright. Alright, RimWorld. I see you. Alright. Please put out that fire. That one's actually going to burn my stuff. But yeah, so we're trying to get that back. I captured a Neanderthal here who's super immune and has some melee. Since we're gonna lose my only remaining melee to Resurrection Psychosis most likely, I needed someone to be able to step in when they die. And then we're just kind of hoping for Healing Mech Serum and or that's fine. Have fun. Healing Mech Serum and or Unnatural Healing. Okay, well that was perfect timing. Got inspired, immediately recruited, no longer inspired. Cool. So with that, we got our brand new colonist. Been slacking getting relics? Yeah. So you go ahead and get your armor and all that. And your shield belt and whatever else you want to acquire. I don't think I have a backup melee weapon right now, but one is about to become available. In the meantime, once your torso is not toast, let's go ahead and replace that leg you lost, fighting as it's trying to recruit you. And with that, we're going to have a brand new melee pawn is going to be Lilypad. So let's go ahead and get you in the colony. So welcome to the colony. You are going to be on the front lines. I don't think I actually do have any melee weapons. Were there any in these buildings? Actually, they would have drugged them out over here, wouldn't they have? No. We can go to... Oh, wait, I'd have to have an actual smithy, and we tore that down when I put the machining table there. That's fine. Honestly, I'm not super worried about it. You can grab whatever melee weapon becomes available. You had a hammer? I think we got rid of the Warhammer a long time ago. We did have one, but I think I sold it ages ago. And then I did have a, not a sword, but a Gladius. I had a really good Gladius, but after we lost a bunch of our melee, it's like, you know what, just get it out of here. Alright, so we're going to go to Lilypad, and it was your right leg. Yeah, add, install peg leg, right leg. Now, with all that said, I am running the random research mod, so I don't actually control my research. It's kind of like I gave Randy the keys. We also are a ritualist and a tribalist colony, so it is just one of those things that I have very little research, it's very slow, and I don't have control over it. So we are dealing with very unusual breakdowns on our research. And we're getting that started. Oh, did you get it in one? Thanks, man. I mean, at this point, I've got, other than the two children who are just now starting to be doctors, I got a bunch of good doctors. Yeah, I'll be fine. Okay, and we can go to your schedule. Recreation on there. Assign you to fight if something comes after you. Did I not have a spare flak vest or something? Oh no, they just haven't crafted it yet. We got people capable of crafting that. Yeah, and you've got to be the priority here. Oh, you're making wood into chem fuel. That is useful, but not really what I need right now. We should have other people crafting. Okay, you're growing in Planka. Let's deprioritize you and get you back in crafting. So that gives me 3 crafters, 1 that part-time cooks, and then you 2 can grow, and you 2 can grow. Yeah, that should be good. Because I keep splitting people between tasks. Alright, I also need... Yeah, I need my crafters up so I can cut brick to get things going. Because I'd like to wall that off. Before I forget. No roof. So I'd like to wall off at least that. And I'd like to wall off that. Before the attacks happen. And we are well behind because I'm dealing with a lot of people with a lot of problems. Oh, you're still under aesthetic. It's like, man, 30%, 36% movement speed, but that makes sense. So you just put on pants and a helmet. And you got Disruptor Flare Pack. Alright, let's go to our clothing assignments. Manage apparel policy, melee. Oh, I already have you all configured? That's my problem. I just need to set you to melee so you grab your shield belt. Because at a minimum, they could stand out there and absorb a couple bullets with a shield belt. Okay. Alright, so you got your shield belt at least. Now we're just stuck here waiting for hopefully getting some clothes crafted. Because we don't have enough people running around. Because you running around with no shirt and all that, I'm honestly amazed you're not getting props. Oh, I'm out of cloth. That's why. Which I did tell it to plant a bunch of cotton because I knew I was running out of cloth. But, we're going into the winter now. So I'm probably not going to actually get that much grown. Which is fine. I've got plenty of food on standby. But it might just be after we do this thing. We might be able to... that's probably 2 jumps. It'll probably be one of those ones where I have to back off. Unless we get some stuff going here. Alright. So we got 3 pikemen, 2 lancers, the cyclops... Oh, they're not all here yet. 2 cyclops, 2 scorchers, and a tesseron. I hate all of it. Okay. Part of me just wants to orbital beacon it. I've been holding on to that orbital beacon this whole time, and part of me is like, you know what? You know what? I just don't want to deal with you anymore. Who has it? Hey, scavenging mechanic. Thank you so much for the raid. There you are. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that. I am going to make terrible decisions because I just don't even want to deal with this mess right now. But how is your stream and all that stuff? Also playing some RimWorld. So how's your colony going and all that stuff? Back with the foods? Well, welcome back. All right, so let me go ahead and snooze the ad break that's coming up. All right, so what we're gonna do here, got worms, and a peg leg and our leg injured. So I just don't want to deal with these mechs. I've been holding on to this orbital beacon charger. You have a thing? Oh yeah, no, but I'm protecting this. I want the things we have here. Okay, and time for you to leave. Did I do a dumb? I did a dumb, didn't I? Because you burned things. I was thinking at the other one. So literally I woke them up for absolutely no benefit whatsoever. Well, you know what? That's fair. What am I getting out of this? Do I care that much? A fuel optimizer? No, that's not the fuel optimizer. Which one? Remote protection? Grav core? Hey, you know what? I'm getting the hell out of here. I just don't feel like dealing with it. Yeah, that was the thing. I forgot that that one's all fire damage, because I don't get those very often. I usually don't go after them. It's fine. I've had that stupid thing on me forever. What climate? Hare habitat. Abandoned colony. So we gotta jump down here. I think versus getting the grav core, those aren't as hard for me to come by. I think genuinely, I'm more concerned about seeing if we can't get ourselves a mech resurrection serum or a heal mech serum to try and save our people. I also don't have flak armor for our latest recruit, so I want to try and get down to where we get all that. Okay, well, with this one, you're going to land here because I can't imagine you fitting. Can you fit up here? No. Is there a geyser anywhere nearby? I don't think there is. Oh, there's right there. Okay, that's fine. So I do not plan on staying here long. We're just going to bunny hop around here. Thruster breakdown, that's totally fine. And even though we're not going to be here long, I'm still going to, every single time, make sure I plug in the ship. It's going to be too cold here for anything worthwhile. So let's go here and say compact. No compact plasteel. So I am looking for ancient dangers or any materials that are nearby that I actually want. That won't be a chore to get. You like to plug in whatever you land to. They use the toxic generator for its position flexibility. Yeah. Not any and all of them work. Okay. I don't think that's an ancient danger. I think that's just a straight up wall. I can't remember the last time I've ever seen ancient danger be steel. Pretty sure it's not. And that's hollow over there. Alright, let's just go on the assumption here that this is an ancient danger. I don't think it is. But we'll know if we run up to it and it goes, "Mrng, ancient danger." Meanwhile, we can do this. So it is hollow in there. That might be an ancient danger. Okay, all that back there, that's just an open spot. And I'm using a little bit of a cheesy strat where if you say melee and tell it to attack, it'll show you hollow spots in the mountain. But I'm pretty sure those hollow spots we saw over there were nothing. Yeah, there's an ancient danger. It's that. Maybe it's an ancient danger with steel. I don't think I've ever seen one that was steel before. Quest expires in 20. I can't go to orbit yet. We don't have vac suits. Well, this is not encouraging because it didn't warn me. Well, it is an open space. Sadly, not an ancient danger. Alright, so I got 3 days to cool down on the engine. That's not enough time to grow anything. The water here doesn't have anything worthwhile. We'll tell you can mine that steel. That's an ancient danger at home. Yes. Yeah, there's just a bunch of pockets in here. I would like you to work on that, please. Okay, you are really upset because you're ravenously hungry. Oh, it's because you're really bad at cutting trees. I see. And we need to go zone. Close to home. And then we need to go to stockpile. Dumping stockpile. And low. And low. Alright. So let's get that sorted out real fast. We'll have you work on the hidden conduit for a minute here. Okay. Insane ramblings because of the gut worms causing you lots of pain. You're also missing an arm, and we don't have bionics. We don't even have fabrication. We're still working on our multi-analyzer. Excellent. And the reason I'm not planting anything is we're getting ready to go into winter. And this is an area that only half the year is a grow season, so there's no point putting down crops just to have them freeze. Plus, I'm planning on just immediately jumping down to the next place, trying to get back towards the equator where we get year-round grow season. So we can resupply our that we can resupply our cotton, so we can get back to making some flak armor. Alright, there we go with Lardy and getting that wire done. Okay, power's online. Oh, and speaking of which, we also have been doing some biotech stuff, so all of our people have super clotting and very fast run, except for like 1 or 2. Just because it didn't have the appropriate negatives for some people. Oh, you know what you can do right now, Lilypad? While we're waiting, go climb into the machine. I want those genes. Specifically, I want the poor intelligence. Alright, we got Mad Rat, which is like right here. Alright. Oh, we also have 5 or 6, sorry, unstable power cores now. We keep collecting those. And how are you doing? 30% on resurrection psychosis. Man, if we get an unnatural healer, they're gonna have some work to do. If we get an unnatural healer, we're gonna go out of our way to, aerial assault. Oh, okay, what do we got? Wasters have come and set up camp harassing them. Let's see. She'll send a shuttle, and I need to send 5 people to take on those wasters. Done and done. We are going to save Ducky Deanna. Alright, so Ducky Deanna needs a little bit more time to recover from their last round of injuries. They're actually almost perfectly good. Major break risk on you because you're ravenously hungry and sleepy and all. Alright, so let's get that done. That quest is perfect. Mech healing serum? Yes. Because that'll save Ducky Deanna's life. Alright. You are going to go work on saving your own life. Meanwhile, we're going to grab you to go with. Alright. Because it's supposed to be 5 on 3. Now, we don't actually have that great of equipment. We got good weapons. Oh, it's tox grenades and only. Alright, so there is 1 steel sentry gun. I don't really see its power source, which makes me curious. So let's try and run down here so you don't have to worry about that sentry gun blasting at us the whole time. Okay, they're all tox grenades. Nothing but tox grenades. So this is a freebie. Ooh, and we got poor intellect. That's perfect. Ducky Deanna is just down here baiting the grenades. Would you die already? Alright. So you just disable the sentry gun. That'll probably be as easy as go up. Okay, that's interesting. What is with this place? Is there like a pocket back here that has the solar panel or something? Yeah, no, there's definitely a solar panel getting light. So I'm gonna break the cable over here. That'll turn off that gun. You know what? Unless they see an ancient danger to pop... oh, there is an ancient danger. So the odds of that giving me a Mech Resurrection Serum are about 0.5%. The Healing Mech Serum I don't really need right now. And I did not wait for this person to get fully healed. They are also being punished with the Resurrection Psychosis. This is honestly a certain amount of risk. I'm going to hope that because the wealth in this tile is very low, that this Ancient Danger won't be that bad. But I think I'm going to... I mean, we're not going to be able to run because poor Ducky is not going to be able to get away from a fight. This is honestly not the best decision we could be making. I'm kind of banking on this being a small group of bugs would honestly be the ideal. Wait, is that not an Ancient Danger? That isn't an Ancient Danger, that's just some weird world gen. Oh, I'm not effing with that right now. Let's just get out of here. Because if anyone runs into problems here, we're not getting home. Okay, and we have you, so haul this in here. Because that's what saves Ducky's life. Alright, now the first thing is, let's wait for all these bruises to go away, because I'm a little worried those will get targeted over the Psychosis. But the good news is that means we just saved Ducky's life, which does create a good problem to have, which is I don't actually have a weapon for Lily Pad, because I was kind of counting on Ducky not making it to then make that available. Recreation unfulfilled. I mean, it's just you're sleeping. Alright, so once we see all these go away, now I'm really hoping it will target the Psychosis before the destroyed kidney, because I can't do anything about the destroyed kidney. I'm hoping it will, because Psychosis is potentially fatal versus the kidney is not that big a deal. But it's either going to fix it or it's not. Like, that's where we're at with this. It's either going to fix that or it's going to target the wrong thing and they still die, but at least they'll have a fresh kidney while they die. It is, again, one of those things I do wish when you went to use it, it would just give you... You guys take a kidney from the art colonist? Yeah, I'm not going to do that, though. Between botched surgeries and all that, and then the mood penalty because you got organ harvested. Because in my mind, guaranteed fatal, not that big, like, not ideal. Guaranteed fatal should always be given priority. The immediate injuries, I can see arguments to be made there. Land on an enemy one. Nah, I'm not going to. We're going to just go ahead and take a shot. Like I said, I don't know. I'm hoping it will target the Psychosis. It is one of those things, I wish when you went to use this, it would pop a prompt to be like, I'm going to fix that. Like, I think your bio-regeneration will do that. When you hop in for bio-regeneration, it's like, I'm going to replace the broken or the missing toe. Or like, whatever. Alright, now I get to figure it out. Psychosis, psychosis. Screw you, game. Yeah, there's a lot of things with like those kind of decisions. I wish I either had the ability to tell it what to target, or very much I highly questions its priority. Like prioritizing something that is guaranteed fatal versus a missing organ. Guaranteed fatal should always be the higher priority. And there's other ones, like I've mentioned before, if you put someone in cryostasis and they have like crumbling mind, if you pop them out and immediately heal them, it'll clear off the cryo sickness. I don't think that one was RNG. The healing mech serum has a priority list, I just haven't memorized it. That was the reason why I was a little worried it was gonna hit the kidney. But I just kind of end up hoping, being like, hey, you should target the right thing, because the right thing is obvious. No, most of the time the priority makes sense, but there is edge cases like that one where I personally do disagree on what its priority is. It's like, no, the psychosis should always be way up there. That's honestly the first time I've dealt with psychosis in a very long time. Definitely not taking those genes. Take the recurve bow, I'm not going to use it. Well, that does mean that Zeus Hammer is going to come up available again. Oh, I'm not using that, so take that anyways. Sure. Yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and just keep on moving. That was probably all our luck, was getting that thing. Yeah, now people weren't wrong that there were ways, had I like known off the top of my head definitely that was going to hit the kidney, that I very well could have organ harvested one of my own colonists and gotten a kidney. The risk there is you can botch the organ harvest and destroy the organ. You can botch installing it and destroy the organ, which puts you now at 2 missing organs. There is a mood penalty. Wiki says it should... Well, keep in mind, res sickness and res psychosis are 2 different things. Res sickness is a temporary state you get after using the resurrection thing. Res psychosis is what you get when a resurrection doesn't work out, and so your character slowly starts dying. Yeah, so Wiki says it should target the psychosis at a higher rate. I mean, unless it's changed. But yeah, I know it's always one of those ones that I've always felt like that particular one, because it's always annoying when you use it and it clears something that you're not worried about. That I do wish it was clear, being like, this is what it's going to be hitting. Arc Exotic Goods Trade Ship. Because I still need some bionic or archotech eyes. Let's see. And I know the moment I get rid of... Okay, those are some fun things. That's cosmetic. Awful melee. I actually want that. I don't care about the royal apparel. Okay. So let's go back up here. So I'm pretty sure I don't have skin hardening. I do wish I could check to see if I had these. Okay. Brain wiring, circadian influence, and skin hardening. Let's go look at our research real fast. Because I genuinely don't remember which of those I do and don't have. Alright, so circadian. I have neural computation. So skin hardening, circadian. I've already forgotten what the last one was. Let's see, priority goes missing limbs, 2 whole body, 3 brain, including red psychosis, 4 red brain scars, 5 missing organs. Brain wiring, sorry, yeah, it was brain wiring, circadian, skin hardening. Okay. Yes, I want all 3 of those. We can give up that. We don't need that. Leave all that. I'll take the glitter world if we can make it happen, because it's always nice to have some pocket glitter world ready. You're reasonably certain it won't offer you things you already have? I mean, I believe I've seen that before. Yeah, an awful melee I want. And let's see. We've been using that beer for mood management. Okay, apply, apply, apply. Paul. Okay. And once we get those 3 plugged in, it's time to go. Yeah, let's just get out of here. It's not even that big a raid, I don't get anything for it. Because I don't really need any of the stuff it has. Who are we missing? Why aren't we leaving? Okay. Incoming kidney's a bit late, yeah. Ancient chem fuel. Mixed geothermal. Increased life. Increased life. Hollow cave mixed biome. Decreased animal life. Yeah, we're just gonna be laying over on this spot, so we don't care. I should have probably not chosen as mountainous of a tile and kept the ones that aren't, so that ancient danger stand out better. Alright. Because we're trying to get down from where these don't have... Yeah, we're trying to get to the year-round grow seasons, where versus I'm up in the high elevation up here. But right now, I'm just trying to jump as fast as we can, hoping to get, like, ancient dangers, those kind of opportunities. There's geothermal right next to me, so that's perfect. Okay, so we got minor crash. Actually, just run it straight across from the future. Okay, we go to zone. Close to home. Alright. Okay, that one got damaged. This one got damaged. Okay, so 2 of our unstable power cells did get damaged. Okay, so let's start looking around for ancient dangers or particularly good materials. It's not particularly good, but it's in a corner where I don't have to worry about. Alright. And now I double check things. Yeah, so it's just a bit of a bummer. Meanwhile, we're going to quickly go like this. As a way of trying to scout out. That's not big enough to be an ancient danger. Just a little pocket in the mountain. Like, don't get me wrong, this is kind of a desperation thing, but... Nope. Okay, so we got 3 more days to wait here. How are you doing on your psychosis? 34%. The good news is it does seem to take a while. We also never know when someone's going to run around and I'll have missed a wall, or it'll be like, you know, I can see here and it's there. And it'll have it pop going, you know, Murng, Ancient Danger. But it's looking like a no on this map. Don't really need to deal with that nest necessarily. Let's see, your favorite Ancient Danger moment was starting on a tile, and a couple days later a herd of alpacas mine their way out of an Ancient Danger in the mound. I haven't seen that one. I've never seen an animal randomly spawn in there. I have had breacher raids just go through and start chipping at a random mountain and just cross into the Ancient Danger and pop it. Like me not even knowing the Ancient Danger was in the mountain. Why are you mad? You are ravenously hungry. Oh, right, because you're crap at mining. We can go here and say, sheesh. Sheesh. Okay, so the power should be on. Cool. Mysterious complex loot. What I don't know is what are the odds of me getting anything good out of these complexes versus other things. Because I don't remember if you can get, because that's the thing, you have the Ancient Danger, you have the complexes, and you got the new facilities. And they all kind of thematically sound the same, but have very differences there. And I do not remember what you can get out of the complexes. I don't remember getting much great out of them. Medical treatment needed on Zerks because of your gut worms, which will hopefully be done soon. And we are slowly burning through our food. And your gut worms. If you could do me a favor, prioritize that so I can seal it back up. Okay, that's that one sorted. Where's the other one that was damaged? You? Right, you're already sorted. We'll seal that back up so no one could tantrum it or something. Yep, Psychosis medium. And we're still basically going into winter here. Lardine has become an adult. Alright. I think of these ones, I'm going to give you Night Owl. I need to get you a passion in everything. And I do not know where I want to prioritize. Let's put you on construction since we seem to be short on that. Okay, so work schedule on Lardine. Cool. And then we go to your actual schedule. You no longer get breaks for most of the day. Now, downside is I don't think I have clothes ready for you. because we are just running into this problem. Oh, right. I forgot. Lardine was one of the first kids in the colony and lost their arm, and we gave him a bionic arm, like, right by the beginning. Yeah, very unfortunately, I've just not been getting the cloth I need because we haven't stopped to grow a bunch. I don't think we have hydroponics researched. Nope. Because random research has not given it to me. Just double checking, all the unstable power cores are topped off. Oh, I didn't check my grav fuel extenders. Okay, this one back here needs to be fixed. Plus, pretty easy to buy. Yeah, I think I just keep forgetting to grab it because I'm not used to needing to grab it. So read combinator. So we do have poor intelligence now. Poor intellectual, I should say. They got awful poor shooting. Okay, so if I was gonna do this... Right, I don't really have other stuff we want right now. Okay. So now's when I'd want to see if I can't get my hands on either fast healing or very fast healing. Or if we're really lucky, something like Deathless. Alright, we got a caravan rolling in. Okay. You can just straight up sell me Robust. Robust is good, but I don't know where we're going to fit it. I'll grab it. And that Zeus Hammer is probably going to become available. I don't think we can sell enough to... Let's get rid of the machine gun for now. We've been sitting on it longer than is relevant. Just take the gold from me for right now. We're not going to be able to do advanced components for a while. Is there any way I can make the mono sword or another, probably the other Zeus hammer, because I can afford to do that? I can actually afford to do either. Alright, let's get the mono sword. Goodbye, money. Meanwhile, Lilypad, you now have yourself a nice fancy mono sword, so at least you have a weapon. Because stacking Zeus hammers doesn't work nearly as well. Like, having a Zeus hammer, I always like to have a Zeus hammer for the stuns. But, I do find it's better to mix than just have everyone rocking Zeus hammers. They still do a good job in groups, but it's the stun being such an advantageous thing, enemies adapt too fast if you're just rocking a bunch of them. Alright, well, if everyone is not working on something, go ahead and chop trees to keep the chem fuel flowing. We got one more day until we can head out. And tear down those walls. And disassemble that crap, that's more steel. I don't really care about the bricks down there. Which, if I can get the vac suits, I can go to space and get vac stone to make it so I can get the bigger engines and all that. Just unfortunately, that's just not happened. I probably need to be targeting some of these actual ruin locations. You're on borrowed time. Alright, what I'll probably do is, for the stream, I'll probably do one more jump. We'll take a quick peek to see if there's an ancient danger or anything there. If so, we'll pop it real fast. If not, we'll probably get to the point of wrapping up for the night. Because I've already gone longer than I normally do. But, you know, kind of watching this timer slowly tick down and being like, can we save them? But yeah, now it would have been good to, like, it would have been good if the healing mech serum did in fact target the psychosis. I'm pretty annoyed that it targeted the missing kidney. I understand. It's fine. I do wish either I had the control over how it would be used. Like, be able to go health, operations, add, administrate healing mech serum to injury, or it would at least prompt you on what it's going to do, and yada yada. That's a thing I've had as a complaint in the game for just about ever when it comes to the healing mech serum. Is a lot of the times I go to use it, it's when it ends up being that weird edge case where it's not going to hit what you want. Or again, healing someone to coming out of a cryopod being like, alright, they have mind crumble, I need to get this taken care of now, and then it cures the cryo sickness, and you're like, come on, man. That only lasts for another hour. Why would you target that? Which once you know, and it's not that big a deal, but that's fine. You can just have all those bricks there. So hopefully this will be the end of the gutworms. Nope. Only an okay 10. That's fair. That's fine, though. That still means my doctors are getting better. Because I got a couple of fairly new doctors. Okay, your gutworms are done, so that means one more case of gutworms wandering around. And we got 3 in-game hours till it's time to hit the next target. And I got you free to go anywhere now, right? That does mean... So you just aged up. You just aged up as well. Okay, so no one else is aging up in the immediate future. Alright, let's get out of here. So increased animal life, oasis, dry lake, ancient launch site, infested settlement. Yeah, so I don't know if those will give me what I want. That's the big thing. Toxic vent, chem fuel stockpile, component stockpile. Oh, and we've already destroyed that one. Alright, so we're going to jump down here. Because I'm going to prioritize trying to get to where we're going to be able to grow cotton and all that. And just moving in that direction. And just trying to hit more tiles. And then down here, I don't mind trying to go for complexes. Because the problem is all these complexes are spawning in Rual and desert. So if I'm trying to deal with, like, food crises and all that, or whatever I need to grow, they don't help me very much. And I'm just trying to just hop map to map to map as fast as we can, just in the hope we score it. Because also think if I get chem fuel, that's also fine. Alright, did we win the lottery? Do we got an ancient danger? It's a big ol' no-perino on that one. Okay, so confirm that landing. Okay, we can go here, power. Get that all wired up. And I didn't reseal you. Do you repaired though? Yep. So reseal you. Make sure everything else is sealed there. So you're gonna get all that squared away. I'm down to mine those components. I'm down to mine these components. Those ones are too close to the edge of the map for my taste. Steel's fine? Yeah, steel's fine, so we're not going to go that close to the edge of the map. This one I'll do. Okay, how long will it take to... Well, how long are we here for? 3 days. Alright. So I'm going to keep pushing when it comes to just taking off, going to the next place, dropping, taking off, going to the next place, dropping, until Ducky Deanna is either fixed or dead. But with that said, we are going to be wrapping up for tonight. Normally I only stream till about 4 a.m. my time. It's about 4:45, but that's not the whole thing. But if you have enjoyed tonight's content, and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop the follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future, because that is how it works. But don't go anywhere, because we are going to go, and on the Twitch side, we're going to go ahead and raid out to someone else playing, most likely RimWorld. If you are watching on the YouTube side, the stream will be dropping abruptly because I don't have a host planned and all that, but thank you so much for tuning in over there. Don't forget to like and subscribe. But for everyone over here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen, because it has been a bit of a roller coaster day. I would still say